Well, that's a change. Starting off with the wrong language. But, well, anyways, I didn't realize that it would play another language trailer, because that's what my store language is set to. Either way, I also did not know that the news on the Switch expire eventually. That's where I always had the trailer from. And yeah, it expired, so I had to look for it somewhere else and found it in the eShop, but apparently that's another language. Well, because the language obviously is set to my home country rather than the language of my Switch, because that's how eShops work for some reason, because, you know, there's no way that somebody that's living in a certain country would like to have a shop in a different language. I don't know. Maybe I can select that somewhere. Who cares? For now, let's start. I mean, most of the trailer is kind of the same, so it doesn't really matter. Either way. Hello, welcome back, welcome in. I hope you're having a beautiful morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. Let's continue with Tears of the Kingdom, as we weren't able to get that far yesterday. Although, at least far enough to get out of Kakariko, which, you know, at the end of the day, I'm not even that happy about, considering that it's a really, really cool little village that has seen a vast increase in tourism due to a lot of ring ruins falling down on the city. That being said, we are on our way to an even bigger city, to Hateno, the supposed fashion capital of Hyrule. And I'm very excited to see what the hell is going to go on there, what we can discover, what kind of shenanigans, side quests, and other interesting tidbits we're going to find. But until then, we are on our way to Hateno. It's not exactly close. It's not super far from Kakariko either, but it's definitely not next door. And there is a lot to discover on the way. For example, the Dueling Peaks stable. That's where we left off yesterday. Nice little stable. It's close to whatever this field was called. In front of the big wall where the Guardians that were controlled by Calamity Ganon were eventually stopped. And that's why Hateno was pretty much intact and didn't suffer, you know, I think, too much of a loss or destruction during the initial calamity 100 years ago. But, let me double check. I did do a side quest at the stable already. Next on our list is this one. We need to help the Monster Control crew again, who apparently are attacking a camp in front of said wall that is supposed to protect Hateno, and possibly comes in handy again against the monsters this time. I just need to see if there was anything else going on here. I think I picked up, yes, we picked up the picture for the stable quest this time. I haven't done any of these picture quests so far. Tesserin, the owner of Dueling Peaks Stable, wants to hang a painting of Hyrule's finest sunrise, which is said to be visible from the summit of Tuft Mountain to the southeast of the stable. Maybe there's a way to take a picture of it and show it to Tesserin. We aren't going to do that for a while, because that location what he's talking about is towards the south, which is towards Lurelin, the beach resort village that apparently has been taken over by pirates right now. So, yeah, we're not going to do that right now. I don't think there was any other quest going on here. I do still need to check on the well, however. Let me see, just making absolutely sure that we haven't forgotten anything here. Yeah, that bridge can't really be used right now. There's a giant ruin that just fell right on top of it. Already did the shrine up there. Apparently there are a lot of sky islands here, which is very interesting. Hey, puppy. Okay, and we can still see the Kakariko ruins from here, which is also pretty cool. There's quite a few people seemingly wandering between the stable and Kakariko village, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see all these people making their way out and about in the overworld. But yeah, let's check on the well, since I haven't been in here so far. Dueling Peak Stable Well. There we go. I am still quite surprised by Penn not actually being here, like close to the stable, because so far I think we've pretty much found him at every stable. Well, except I think for the one that we found before even finding the Lucky Clover Gazette. Although when I walked back to that one, I think he also had a quest, right? Oh, that is interesting. Why is there another one down here? Who would build a well in a well? What an odd choice. I was going to say, I already speculated quite a bit about the possibility of the depths being some form of the original world. I really don't know if that's just due to me having played Elden Ring way too much and possibly thinking that... Well, in Elden Ring, it's a bit of a different thing. We never quite, I think, can you know, determine with absolute certainty that any part of the world at some point wasn't the overworld. Like, Elden Ring is a weird case, right? And all you get are really kind of cryptic messages about the history of the world. So a lot of that is really, really difficult to say. That being said, what we do know of the Elden Ring world is that the Nokron and Noxtella, right, the two cities you find, or the ruined cities, whatever, that you find down in, well, the depths of Elden Ring, we have to take the huge well, they're also wells, right? Yeah. Elevators down to those cities. Apparently, they had been banished down under the earth. So they existed in the overworld at some point, but then were banished beneath the earth. It's not quite clear what exactly that means and how exactly that possibly could have happened, right? I mean, obviously it's a magical world, so there are all kinds of means how that could possibly be achieved. It's just that we don't really know for certain. So I'm basing my thoughts off of that. And obviously I have no idea how much sense that would make in Tears of the Kingdom here. That being said, what I do find really, really curious about the depth is simply that their ceiling doesn't quite look natural, right? And there had to have been a reason for why they exist in the first place. I mean, it's a giant cave system, or not even, I wouldn't even call it a cave system. It's simply a gigantic world beneath the actual world. And I don't know how much sense it would make for it to be there if, you know, it wasn't not necessarily magical, but let's just say I don't think it has a completely natural reason for existence, right? It seems like some weird stuff was possibly going down for it to exist like that. I don't know. I get the feeling we might find out eventually, but maybe I'm also totally wrong. Who knows, right? Well, I certainly don't at this point, but it's one of those weird things where it's difficult to determine what might have really happened. And, well, either way, what I wanted to say is this well sort of illustrates something similar, in that the only reason for this one existing would be if this had been the original well at some point, and then they had to refer to the other one eventually. So, you know, at some point, this had to have been the original one. Unless I'm totally wrong here, and this kind of double well thing could actually happen in real life. I'm not too sure. Honestly, I'm not a well expert by any means. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird thing. Let me check on something. Let's see. There is just water down here too, right? Yeah. Just a lot of ore. Well, see, that could also be the case, right? When we're trying to speculate about why a well like that might exist, there is a certain possibility that maybe they were also mining down here at some point. And, well, obviously miners need to drink something too, so it could very well be that they set up a well for the miners to have some water down here. I don't know. I love how this luminous talus hammer thingy kind of illuminates your environment as well. That's pretty cool. There isn't... Okay. Well, I don't know how realistic that is. Why would there be so many wells down here? Also, why does that hammer break so easily? I don't know. Something about that doesn't quite sit right with me, if I'm totally honest. Well, that sucks. Let's use this one then. Alrighty, there we go. One little detail that I like quite a lot is whenever you're down in a well that belongs to a stable, you can faintly still hear the stable music in the background. I think that's pretty awesome. I always like that when there's like those little connections to wherever you came from. Huh. Well, yeah, this is a very, very curious well indeed. I still love it. It doesn't happen that much anymore after the opening of the game. Oh, hello there. We got some fairies down here. Alright. What I was gonna say, I still absolutely adore this diving, or not diving animation, but the splash animation of the water. Oh, hey, thanks for jumping over to me. Yeah, you don't see it too much anymore after the opening of the game, where it happens quite frequently, actually. Obviously, you don't really jump down into water from big heights all that much in the game, even though there is a lot of sky islands all around the place. Well, maybe that's also due to me not having visited too many of them up until this point. Well, now I'm wondering if this might be one of the original fairy locations. I don't think so. Because one part that is still, you know, a debate among a lot of people actually is, what exactly is this world based on? Because a lot of its layout definitely is in line with a lot of the other Zelda games. But there are some differences too, so people are quite unsure as to what could be what, right? And what is related to what and how it exists. Hey, a tireless frog. Perfect. I need those stamina. Isn't that the one that always costs like 100 rupees if Beetle sells it? Because that would be awesome if I were able to get it from here. The reason why I'm not quite sure about... So this, it kind of looks like something that could at one point have been one of the fairy places from like Ocarina of Time. Those fairy fountains where you fall down into those dark holes. They're essentially a well like this too, except that there isn't always a well structure around them. Can very well... Always using the word well when you're talking about a well. Well. I feel like Nathan Drake. But yeah, there isn't an exact well structure around them. It's just a dark hole in a lot of cases. So this is a little bit different from that. Apparently there's some construction going on. I cannot hear that too much. But that being said, this is also somewhat close to where the ferry is now. And I feel like since I have already been to a couple of wells in this game that had these ferries floating around in them, I wonder if maybe there is some correlation between the ferries, like the great ferries, being close to this place. And maybe that's why the little ferries are drawn to these, I don't know, damp, wet cave systems that are close to the great ferries. I really cannot entirely say how exactly those things might be related. Why the small ferries... Like, maybe they're just... I mean, we have to remember that the great ferries are currently... Oh, okay, that's just directly next to it. We have to remember that the great ferries are currently in... I was gonna say in hibernation. I don't really think that word fits all that well, but they're certainly not open, right? And we need to open them up again by bringing the musical troupe close. What could be... Well, first of all, this well is directly beneath the stable, where the musical group would eventually perform. So it could be that the small fairies, just like the great ones, are also drawn to the music of said troupe, and that's why they possibly are here. I also think, or... Well, it might just be... Obviously, the small ones want to be safe, too. So cool. Rain stops, children immediately going outside. It's really cute. But yeah, obviously the small fairies, they want to be safe too. And they would probably try to find, as I said, wells, cave systems where they can feel safe, where they know that nothing's going to attack them or snatch them away, which we just did. So they certainly didn't account for Link. But yeah, since the Great Fairy is currently closed up, I think they might have just, you know, scattered a bit and looked for the nearest well where they felt safe. I think that's definitely a possibility. There we can see the Great Fairy spewing out its perfume. I don't even know what that is. It looks quite fancy, but considering that they look like a very, very big woman that is now currently stuck in a closed-up plant, spewing out lilac fumes. I don't really know what that's supposed to be. Hey, puppy. Aw. Why can you not pet them? I mean, I know that you can interact with them, but yeah. Okay, is there anything else that I needed to do here? I don't think so. In theory, I could maybe get another point to go for a next reward. Did I read this one? Heading east to clean monsters out of our... Oh, yeah. So, wherever the monster control crew appears, they hang up these signs, apparently. Which makes sense. Hey, buddy. Okay. How much? I hope it's not too loud on the stream. Wait, let me check. Can I turn... well... It is very, very difficult with the heat currently, but I might have to close the window. I don't even know what they're doing! Why the hell is there construction? There's been construction around here for like 4 years now. And you know what? Let me tell you something about construction. So they built like an entire new sort of neighborhood around here, right? And obviously built all the like roads and the paths for, you know, people to walk around on. And it seems like they always just forget certain parts, or, you know, now they essentially ripped open a part of the already completed path, and they ripped it open again to install one of those, you know, these white, these, is it called riffled lines? Well, where blind people can know where they're walking, right? Which obviously is good that it's there. I just don't understand how you don't just build that immediately, right? Because they literally ripped open, I don't know, what feels like half a kilometer of already built paths that they built like a year ago, so they were still completely new. They ripped all of that open again to, well, build that thingy for blind people, which, again, really good thing, but why not just do that right away? I don't know. It's very, very weird how they're deciding to do that. Alright, but hopefully they're not going to continue too much with that. So, let's just hope that it's not going to be, maybe... Oh, there we go. Righty. Alright. I did also try, since it's getting really, really warm here, to potentially, you know, turn on my fan. I think you could hear it slightly, so it's one of those things where I'm just not entirely sure. Here we go. Where the hell? There we go. Ace, hi. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. Alright, now we can move on. Right, I was gonna say, there was something. I felt like I forgot something here. So, it wasn't a quest, but it was the little Korok. I think I need to talk to you again, right? So that we can see where... Aw, where his friend went. Oh, right. What I do need to do for this, though, is take my horse out of the stable. Ooh. Aw. Because, if I remember correctly, I did say yesterday that I wanted to take the cart with me. Mainly so that whenever we do find a Korok on the way, we can just take it with us. Right, so I also think that I might need to attach my... take horse, let's take Phantom out. I'm really glad that you can just take the horses out again, even though they're already taken out. I still... you know what? Going through the game more, I want to say that I'm slowly... you know, leaning towards wishing that they would have made it so that your horse can be called no matter where it is, right? That it would just kind of respawn next to you whenever it's already taken out and you whistle. As much as I love that it's more immersive if the horse can only be called if you're still close to its original location, especially with how the world is built and all of the mountain ranges and all of the different stuff, it's one of those things where it's kind of, yeah, difficult to say. Where am I? Oh, northern Germany. So it's, like, pretty warm currently, and yeah, that's, thankfully it's not super hot, and it's not, you know, super humid or anything, so it's still fine, but... right. No. Wrong thing. Not right. Change equipment. There we go. And this is also one of those things. As much as I love that the towing harness is a thing. Oh, thanks. Well, I'm I mean, I think I always put it down to having a really good English teacher. So... Did I take it out properly? I think so. Yeah, I know. Okay. He's telling you a lot of stuff. But yeah, I had a really, really good English teacher who, well, the teacher himself was German, but he had a wife from England, and they were traveling there quite frequently, and it was one of those things where it wasn't even about him really teaching English that much in a particular way. Okay, calm down. Calm down. I'm not gonna hurt you with the cart. Oh god, everybody's running away. Maybe next time I shouldn't do that right next to the stable. Sorry guys, I was just, you know, glue the cart to my horse as you do. Have you never seen that? Alright, let's go over to the Korok. But yeah, the funny thing that my English teacher would do, right, that I never really saw many English teachers do like that, is that he would just start talking English to us. I think a lot of people, well, me included, at least at the start, had obviously trouble understanding everything he was saying, but it was one of those things where just hearing somebody kind of go off on any topic and just talking was super, super helpful in getting that, I guess, feeling for the language that you otherwise don't really get. Because typically, well, I don't really know how it is in other countries. Hey, come here. Oh, there we go. But we certainly, you know, the typical teaching books and whatnot that you get tend to be somewhat old. And then when you hear a dialogue being spoken, right, it's always this really, really enunciated, perfect Oxford English. Like, you know, hi Dave, I want to go to the cafe today with you. And obviously nobody talks like that, and it's kind of difficult to translate that into normal speaking, and I feel like a lot of people are also then very concerned about, you know, pronouncing words correctly, whereas well, especially when you just watch movies or in general hear people talk, it's a lot of stuff quite easily blends together a lot of the time. Are these guys fighting moblins or bokoblins? No, I don't think so. I think they're just standing here on their own. But yeah, so it's one of those things where just having somebody to listen to who just talks like a normal person would talk, I think helped a lot in just getting to speak English way more, right? Whereas I saw, well, especially in Germany, I feel like a lot of people are very anxious about speaking English because especially stuff like TH, right? Though, although, bother, I don't know. Those words typically are quite difficult for us to pronounce. And people then get, you know, like self-conscious and they think that they're not doing it right. And yeah, ultimately they end up not really talking much at all. Oh god, what do you have? Is that a spring on his shield or is that just a normal shield? Oh, I forgot that they're, damn it, where's that stuff? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh god! Okay, well at least one of them died. Can I? Ah, perfect. Oh, that's a big one, but you know, should work out. Is that the guy who did the flames? Is that him? No, I think his weapon just started to burn. Oh yeah, oh, that was a flame emitter club. Alright. God, I love how the different bits and pieces sometimes just float into the air and then come back down. Ah, I picked that one up, right? Flame Emitter Club. I actually don't really need that. Oh, well, if I do find anything else that's interesting, I'll just replace it with it. I can understand Spanish a little. Yeah, I mean, that would probably be me with French. I actually had French for 5 years in school, but see, that was pretty different, because the French teachers I had, especially the first one that I had for quite a while, she was just... It wasn't quite, you know, it didn't really have this natural undertone, right? And it always, I don't know, French was difficult for me to get into because I didn't have this, I guess, natural way of speaking, and I didn't really have a reason to talk much in French at all, right? I didn't know anybody who was French. I didn't really watch any French movies, which was obviously completely different than English. You had all the American TV shows, all the movies. Eventually, you know, I read books in English as well, and so you just had all that stuff to pretty much just learn English without any effort because you were just doing it in your free time anyways. And I never had that with French, so I can totally understand if, you know, that's... And then you get this, as you said, right? You kind of know about the language, you know how it's supposed to sound, how, you know, the grammar and everything is supposed to be like, but it's then really difficult to put that into words, especially if you don't really use it all that much. Which actually I wish that I had learned Spanish instead, but sadly that wasn't an option at my school. I could have learned Russian, but I don't think that would have necessarily helped me that much either. Although, I mean, there's a lot of people who can speak Russian where I live, so I probably would have had more reason to actually use it. Oh, holy damn it. That's not what I wanted. But I appreciate you saying that I speak pretty flawlessly, because it's still, I mean, sometimes I catch myself doing kind of awkward things in pronouncing certain things. Sometimes it is a bit strange, or certain, well, it's certain word combinations that can sometimes just throw you off, I guess. Or obviously, sometimes it's just words that I don't know, or I'm having trouble remembering them. Yeah, let's just eat that. Alright, I definitely need to be way more careful in... Oh my god! Okay, I did not know... How is he dealing that much damage? Wait, I have like 12 armor. Okay. Hey, Potog, welcome in. Wouldn't call the flawlessly. But yeah, I also think that sometimes I'm doing weird things with some certain pronunciations. Hope not melting yet. Well, I tried to turn on my fan, but I think it picked up on the microphone, so I turned it off for now. It's still fine. I think mornings are still okay so far, because it does still get a bit colder during the night, but it'll probably heat up really bad, and then, well, it's going to be tough getting the heat out of the room again if it doesn't cool down anymore during the late night hours. Okay, let's eat this. I had a maintenance guy that only spoke Spanish. Oh, well, that's pretty perfect that you can understand it. I mean, that can also help a lot, right? It doesn't only pertain to speaking the language yourself, but if you can understand quite a bit, that's also pretty nice, honestly. And, well, it can definitely help out if you know, have a lot of people around you that are potentially Spanish-only speakers, right? Lots of people are annoyed when you mispronounce. Yeah. Yeah, that is actually something that I also don't mind. right? If people correct me on pronunciation, because sometimes it is, well, especially with English, right? English is strange when it comes to that, because you can have words that look the exact same, and if you just don't know them, it's really difficult to pronounce, which is something that I'm, witnessing quite often in people that are trying to speak English, that they or trying to learn it, or are currently learning it, right? That they just assume, oh, hey, this word looks a lot like the other one that I know, and they just pronounce it the same, but it's obviously completely wrong. So yeah, with English, that is a very, very weird thing a lot of the time. Enunciation isn't that great, but sometimes... Yeah, grammar is also... Well, with all the... I mean, that's another thing, right? But every language, to be honest, has that to a certain degree, where the grammar is always... You have to think about, all right, especially with the times and whatnot, right? The words that you have to say in a certain order. I do sometimes catch myself doing that wrong, where you're supposed to put the time at the end of the sentence in English, for example. And then, especially when you're just talking normally, sometimes you just haven't really thought all the way to the end of the sentence, so you kind of mess up some grammar on the way. But not really because you don't know how to do it, but rather because you're still thinking about what to say. But that being said, I think, honestly, people still do that in their mother language as well, because it's the same problem, right? If you haven't properly thought out what you were about to say, then you don't always actually know everything. God, he really isn't taking much damage at all. Okay, let's see. Can I... Oh my god! He's also just really quick in attacking. Come here. Oh my god, okay. That would have been a one-shot. And he also seems to have a, What is he doing? He seems to have a, shock emitter thing on him. Come here. Okay. This thing was more scary than the Phantom Ganons, I thought. Holy shit. English is a really ridiculous language. Yeah, sometimes it's quite weird in how certain things fit together. Captain Construct 3 horn. Oh, that was a Captain Construct 3. I thought I'd already fought the 3 ones at some point. I guess not. Did my, No, the bow still isn't broken. Okay. Mighty Construct Bow. Let me see. Didn't I just mention that I wanted to drop a weapon? Ah, yeah, that's Flame Emitter. This one I picked up again. That's a... Well, that's a one-handed sword. Let's drop this one, because the shock one is actually much better to fight with. And then... Well, now that it's partially broken... Might as well drop it, right? Take this one with me. How strong is this? 24. Eh, it's actually not that great. Thought it would be better. Oh, switch over to that for now. To be fair, yeah, most languages are, in your opinion. There is, looking at different languages, there are kind of some really, really ridiculous things in all languages, to be honest. I mean, as a German, right, we have some insane logic sometimes. Oh, hello there. Cannon. That's the first time I found these. Sadly, still no dispenser that actually would get me cannons. A Zonai device that fires shots in intervals. A shot explodes when hitting the target. It's a powerful device, but it can be tricky to get the firing angle just right. So are they auto-targeting then? I'd assume so, because that's what Koga's cannon did when we were fighting him. And then you have dialects from different regions. Yeah. which is also a funny, well, since German is also spoken in, you know, Austria, Switzerland, partially other countries too. Yeah, those, it's always funny when you find somebody who technically speaks your language, but you cannot understand a single word of what they're saying, right? Simply because it's, well, almost a completely different language. English is rather easy to learn. Yeah, true. It's... can often still see Germans apply German syntax. Yeah. And then it sounds ridiculous. But to be fair, I also, as I said, there's quite a few people around here that either speak, you know, Russian and or other Eastern European languages, or also, you know, come from the sort of southeastern Turkish region from Europe. So they also sometimes have trouble picking up the German order of words, and you know, quite often hear that some words are just in the wrong place, which it's not a big deal, obviously. I mean, at the end of the day, it's important that you understand them. And also, actually, it kind of creates this funny new little dialect almost that can also just sound quite fun in a good way. Try to literally translate turns of phrase. Well, English... nowadays, I really, really like that English... well, I mean, I honestly don't really care what language it is, but it's just quite cool, you know, with the internet and everybody being able to talk to each other. I think it just helps a lot to have some common ground, right? And actually being able to communicate. And also, well, it's just... I do love that about the internet, being able to learn from other cultures, you know what they're doing, what's normal for them in comparison to you. At the end of the day, that just really, really helps you with, just in general, I think, being more open and understanding towards a lot of people. Which, yeah, I think there's definitely, in terms of, at least in terms of people that I've met, there is a strong correlation between, you know, being able to speak other languages even, or, you know, even if it's just English, or even if it's just barely English, but just being able to communicate with people from other countries slash cultures vastly increases, you know, how tolerant people are towards other, not only countries, but also cultures in general and completely different ways of life. So I just, hey, stop it. Don't worry, little Korok. Tree's not gonna hurt you. So yeah, I find it pretty great that we have this sort of common ground in English that a lot of people nowadays thankfully do understand and are able to speak and communicate in. Oh, you also went with French. That's pretty cool. It was some pain, yeah. Well, French has a, I think in terms of pronunciation, right? French has a... well, there is a reason why people kind of, in the, like, towards the... is that the Renaissance period where people started to speak French because it was the kind of posh language, right? Every aristocrat and, you know, the more luxuriously living people wanted to sound very sophisticated, so they all learned French. French can be a quite the beautiful language, I think. Although, funnily enough, German can too. I always find it kind of weird that people, you know, always say. I mean, I get it, right? I get it why people say, "Oh, German sounds, you know, harsh and kind of angry." But it's somewhat funny considering that Germany, you know, like 200 years ago was, you know, the origin of many very, very well-known, like, poets and people like that. So you could do a lot in German. But yeah, French also has that very beautiful sort of flow of how words even flow into each other, right? Because there's sometimes in French there are these words that kind of have certain letters depend on what word is following them, right? Whether or not you pronounce them at all. So I did quite like that about French. It's just, well, never really had any reason to speak it. And then, you know, once because I had to, well, I didn't have to, but it just made sense for me to stop with French after 11th grade because, well, I had to pick other courses that I needed to do, right? And it would have just been even more work on top of the stuff that I was already learning. So sadly, I stopped. And yeah, kind of wish I would have done more. But then again, I also was always more interested in visiting other countries other than France. So it is what it is. Maybe, you know, who knows? Maybe I'll live in France for a bit. For whatever reason in, I don't know, 10 years. You never know, right? I mean, it's not exactly far away. So it's like a, I don't know, 4-hour train ride, roundabout. Would have had real trouble with Spanish. Oh yeah, the R rolling. You mentioned that. I remember. They also have kind of a TH sound. Spanish has also, I think Spanish has some beautiful sounds too. It has, well, it's a completely different flow sort of than French, but it still has some really, really interesting, some sounds that I just really like. People always say English is hard because your words are so confusing. Yeah, that's what trips a lot of people up, right? Is those words that, what was the sentence? Though they're tough thoughts, something like that, right? Where you have those words that just look exactly the same, but are all different, pronounced differently. And with speaking other languages, it really comes down to, I think, just having a reason to do it, right? Having somebody to talk to in said language, or having a reason to visit that country for an extended period of time, maybe because of work or something. It makes it so much easier to pick up a language if you're able to actually use it and learn stuff in it. Yeah, and it's never too late to start learning. I mean, actually, nowadays is the perfect time, right? With all of those, especially what I do. I have never tried those, but I like the idea of those websites that allow you to essentially not have, like, not the, you know, your normal language learning websites. I don't necessarily think that they're too good. A friend of mine tried learning Spanish with that and didn't really have much success with it, honestly. But there are some sites where you can essentially find sort of friends, right? Or not exactly friends, but people who want to learn your language. So you can talk to them in their language to learn it, and they can talk back to you in your language to learn it. And I think that's a really cool thing to do, right? And now with the internet and everything, it's just way easier. Also, technically, I guess you could just look for example, for a Twitch stream in the language you're trying to learn, right? I mean, that could probably be very, very difficult to pick up on at first, but you know, if you're already somewhat familiar with, I guess, some basic grammar rules, basic vocabulary, could be a great way of just getting into the flow of speaking in that language, right? So, last year I started learning a bit of Italian. Yeah, Duolingo, that's what I meant. Yeah. Because of a movie? That's also great reason to start. I mean, that's why I tried learning Japanese for a bit, but ultimately just, I didn't have the time at that point to study it too much. Or, well, I would have had to focus on it, you know, for quite a bit. But, you know. All languages sound really pretty to me. Yeah. It just heavily depends on the situation, right? I think if somebody just started talking normally in German, yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be super harsh. Oh no, damn it. That's one of those things that spew rocks at you, right? Yeah. Huh. Thankfully, this time, it's not down a hill. Oh, damn it. God, I love that they just fall down whenever you do that. Hey, come here, buddy. Perfect. What still hit me? Oh! I did not even see there was another one. Come here, buddy. There we go. All the accents are so pretty, yeah. There is, depending on what you're looking for, there is a lot of beautiful stuff and a lot of languages. I love that they're always having these super long sticks. Young generations are all growing up with English. Yeah, that is actually pretty interesting to see, just how... Well, naturally, a lot of people pick up on it as well, right? And then even a friend of mine has a younger kid who... Obviously also just... I mean, they're playing, like, phone games and whatnot, right? In school. Way younger than I was doing that. I mean, I had a Game Boy when I was 8. That was sort of the first thing that I did, whereas other, kids are now, playing on their tablet or whatever when they're 3, 4 years old. And there's just naturally a lot of English stuff done on there, right? Not all apps are always translated, especially when it comes to games. Sometimes they just automatically start in English. There's also simply a lot of words that, for example, loot box. As much as it sucks to maybe learn that word in particular, but it's not really something that has a translation, right? So it's just the same word, because, I don't know, nobody's ever really bothered to translate it properly. And so you just, those kinds of, you just pick up on that and learn what the individual words mean in that particular case. Okay, I don't actually need this. You don't have a discernible accent? Yeah. I mean, if you're... Well, sometimes it can mush accents together, right? Which is also quite funny sometimes. With American English, I have to say, though, I always enjoy different English accents, whether it be American English or British English. I always love when they lean more into that. Well, for me, obviously, it's more about either in movies, TV series, and or in games when in the voice acting. Because what I personally don't like is that, what I talked about earlier, this really kind of perfect pronunciation in voice acting. I think for a long time, especially with localized games, either from Japanese or whatever you have, they tended to focus on fairly perfect English for a long time, which I never thought, really fit the characters or anything. It always sounded fake, right? Which I think is where also the impression came from, that a lot of translated games, just the voice acting just isn't that great. And thankfully, they've deviated from that quite a bit lately. I mean, one of my favorite games in terms of voice acting is still Persona 5, and especially Ryuji in that game is just, they're going all out with the voice acting, right? It simply sounds like a normal teenager would react and, scream and shout and say certain things or phrases in a weird way, and I just love that. It makes it so much more authentic and interesting to listen to as well. And yeah, I always just love it when they incorporate that into games. Especially something, well, 14 is also doing that, Final Fantasy 14, in that they base a lot of their... Well, not only the races, but the regions all have origins from various different real-world countries, right? So, and they also try to reflect that in the voice acting, where they have voice actors that speak in a certain dialect that corresponds to the kind of the point of origin of certain cultures, which I think works quite well. It just makes it way more interesting to listen to. Do I want to... Nah, let's just leave it down here. Every time someone says they're learning German, feel a bit sorry for them. Yeah. The weirdest thing about German, in particular, I think, is still are articles, which just simply, they don't make any sense, right? They just, like, why is girl neutral, but man is not, or boy? I don't know. It's just weird. It's one of those things where you just have to learn it, and I never quite understood, because I tried, somebody said that to me, right? I think it was like a person from Eastern Europe who was starting to learn German, and they just kind of said, well, I mean, how do I know what article I'm supposed to put in front of a word? And I was just sort of thinking, well, how do I know that? It's one of those weird things when you're, fluent in German. You just pick the correct one, but you don't know why. You pick the one that sounds right, and that's the correct one. But why? I no idea. Japanese voice acting usually sounds really good to you. Yeah. Well, whenever there is pretty good English voice acting, I now tend to use the English one. I don't know. Japanese, I definitely like Japanese voice acting. Nothing against it, but I don't know. Sometimes I think, particularly with games, for example, like Zelda, Zelda has a lot of themes that are a bit more leaning towards European, right? In, for example, in the castle design and whatnot. And sometimes I feel like I tend to like Japanese voice acting. In a game like Sekiro, for example, that would be perfect for Japanese voice acting, right? So it for me, it also needs to kind of fit the setting a little bit. West Coast, but grew up on the East Coast. Oh, well, that would be a lot of different accents that you could pick up on, right? West, East, and South. Japanese voice acting is awesome. Well, I can imagine. The English one is still on the fence. It's definitely not bad, I don't think, but well, it's also, it might be due to there not being that much voice acting in this game in particular. I sometimes feel like, in games where there simply isn't that much voice acting to do, it sometimes feels like the actors themselves also are having trouble getting into character a bit. Or maybe they're not even, maybe they don't have the time or budget or whatever it is to really come up with a proper, unique, I don't know, way of speaking, right? Whereas in a way more lengthy game like Persona, right? As I mentioned, it feels like they're coming up with actual character traits, right? With ways in which these people are speaking that are unique to them. Whereas in a game like Zelda, sometimes with the English voice acting, you feel like, okay, it's more of a quote-unquote standard voice, right? It's not particularly, okay, that's that character's voice. Though I have to say I'm enjoying the voice acting in Tears of the Kingdom, the English one that is, a lot more than I did in Breath of the Wild. But Breath of the Wild really didn't have that much, so it's also difficult to compare. Makes sense that Japanese sounds proper in a Japanese game, yeah. It was oddly fitting, okay. That is very interesting. I have to admit I haven't really... I'm trying to think. Well, obviously when I was younger, right, like still a child, I watched most stuff just dubbed in German, because, well, that's how it was on TV and whatnot, and when you bought, like, videotapes. But watching a movie from a completely different language dubbed in another language, that would be interesting. Wonder how that would feel like. Where the hell am I? Oh, I'm on top of the mountain. I was gonna say, why am I so... Wait, was there a second cave above me? Did I just not realize that? How the hell am I so high up? Didn't I enter from down here? I never climbed up, did I? Did I accidentally enter a different cave? Didn't I just go down? Ooh. See, small little insect. No, I'm pretty sure I just descended from here, right? It just gets you on top of that small little hill. That makes sense. Original voices were kind of rough to follow with all the weird accents. Yeah, honestly, funnily enough, with movies, because I had that when I started watching movies in English, I actually had that problem that it's very interesting how the audio balance for, you know, not only English movies, I think most natively spoken, not dubbed movies, a sound balance is completely different from a dubbed version, which is really interesting. And I'm not exactly sure. Well, it could be down to, but you could like try to emulate it, right? Obviously, it's a completely different thing if they're picking up the audio during the actual filming of the scene versus the dubbed thing in a studio later on. Obviously, that's going to sound different, but you could, you know, with enough tweaking on the audio, you could make it sound the same a lot. But, I mean, it's still very... There are some English movies where there is so much happening on screen and there are so many sounds and everything going on, and you cannot just pick up on what they're saying, right? I mean, I'm reminded of Interstellar, for example. Matthew McConaughey is... Holy hell, is he sometimes difficult to understand, because it feels like he's not really opening his mouth at all. He's just mumbling right under his breath. And if you have, like, I don't know, explosions, spaceships flying around, action happening on screen, yeah, sometimes that's weird what they're doing with the audio balance. And then you watch that same scene, but dubbed, and it almost sounds like he's sitting like next to you, right? Which is an interesting choice, I guess. Dumb question, probably use English when you stream. How come? Well, I'm using English in my stream because, first of all, it gives me a reason to speak it. Second of all, I like playing games in English more. Like, I've been, you know, watching movies and playing games and whatnot in English for a very long time now. So it just felt more natural for me to do that. I don't know. It's way more fun for me, right? Talking German in my normal life quite a bit. Might as well talk English on stream. I don't know. It was just... Also, I don't actually watch German streams. Like, all the streams and YouTube content and whatnot, internet stuff that I consume myself is English. So it just... I don't know. It felt like I was already kind of in that sphere of people, right? So... What are you doing? Wait for me before you attack them. Hey guys, what's going on? Hey! I haven't seen you in a long time. Streamed in English back in the day. Because you already knew a bunch of people from Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, in terms of the reach, I guess it's also more interesting that way. Yeah, it's just... It's that thing. Germans can be slightly annoying. I mean, that heavily depends, I think, on who it is. But yeah, it's one of those things where you tend to already be in a certain sphere. Like, I don't really know. I do know, obviously, some German streamers or YouTubers because sometimes they are suggested to you and you pick up on them, but it's just that my sort of sphere of things that I was consuming was all English. So it just felt like it made more sense to also be there instead of somewhere else, right? I don't know. It's just... Also, it's way, way easier when it comes to talking about stuff, right? Because you already know, for example, English locations in games. You know English boss names, enemy names, character names. If there is a funny scene, right? You can talk about that the same way everybody else you know is talking about it. And the joke might be completely different in the dubbed version, for example. So it's all of those little things, I think, at the end of the day that combine into just wanting to be part of that same group of people, I guess, right? Not necessarily because of the group of people themselves, but simply because it's just easier to talk about games and about what you're interested in that way. Oh yeah, German history. Well, that's a oh boy, that's a big topic right there. Well, funnily enough, I have to say I have never been called a Nazi on the internet. But then again, I'm also I'm very very careful actually where I go, who I talk to, and I'm quite quick at just if I see a person I don't like or I know that I won't like interacting with them, I simply don't. Right? You should see me finding groups in Final Fantasy XIV, right? Whenever I do something in an online game, I'm very, very particular about the groups I'm joining. And I actually look at their wording, even in, a party finder description, which is the group finder thing, right? I actually look at how people write, right? If somebody just types weird stuff, or if they're not really, if I feel like they don't really care about what they've written, I tend to not join those groups. And honestly, I think that has served me quite well over the years, where I, you kind of, obviously it might be that I'm also filtering out other people who just, for whatever reason, happen to do it that way. But you also tend to filter out people that, are just kind of angry or don't really give a damn what they're doing there, right? Don't really give a damn about other people. I don't know. I feel like you can always already kind of pre-select certain things based on that as well. Young Germans are always so happy to see other Germans online. Well, I mean, I've also... it's weird. A lot of people speak English now. Oh, thanks for being here and chatting. That you've stumbled on my stream. Yeah, it's just really fun to interact and just find out more about other people, other cultures, other ways of life. But yeah, that bit with the German history is also it's pretty interesting, because I can also understand that, right? I've felt the same way a lot of the time, where it's always a bit weird as a German. In terms of judging other people, or not judging. Oh my, yeah, that's, I don't know, that sounds like a big undertaking. Funnily enough, since I am talking in English so much, sometimes I'm having trouble remembering the German translations to words. Not that I don't know the words, it's just, your mind instantly just jumps to the English version, right? And honestly, English, it's quite funny. English just sometimes has this ability to, where you're able to just kind of find really, really easy, small, and concise ways of saying something, right? Because there are words that mean a lot of different things, but that way you can also just say one. I'm having trouble finding an example, but it's one of those funny things. Oh, hey, Mariko, thanks for the sub. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. Whereas German's like the exact opposite in that regard, where it's you're having trouble finding these concise ways of saying something, but then you have those long words, right? Those put together words that mean one thing but very, very precisely. Whereas English has this ability to sometimes, especially when it comes to, I guess, sort of emotions, feelings, it's sometimes, I feel like, way easier to just pick a word and you kind of immediately catch up on the, I guess, emotional impact or drift on the scene. I want to put it that way. Freaking German. Thanks for being here for a bit. I hope you have a good rest of your day. German languages, well, all the languages are changing quite a bit, right? It's always, I find it incredibly interesting to find, because that's also, well, in Japanese, funnily enough, it's sometimes interesting when they just simply have English words in their language, but pronounced in a Japanese way. And that's just their word for certain stuff. And other languages have that as well, where it's, well, it's also funny to, like kindergarten in English, right, is a German word. And it's super funny to find those different things that connect all the languages together. And I always love that. And also finding out where it actually comes from. Though, in this particular case, I don't really know, but yeah. Link, hello! It's an honor to see you again. We're moving in on a monster base up ahead. They've dug in once again. After we approach, we'll wait for the right moment and then launch our attack. Nothing would make me happier than to have you assist us again. Please join us. We can bring peace back to this land if we work together. Alright, let's do that. They're always so eager to fight the monsters. Okay, let's see. You know what? Might as well use that one. Bow still in hand. Can I burn down all of their... Oh no, it's the normal... I was... For a second here, I was thinking that it was... the burnable... What are they called? Or the burnable stuff. I don't know, maybe I could burn this? Oh, damn it. Let's see. Maybe I should put up some gloom resistance now that I'm using the sword. Might not be a bad idea, I don't think. Let's hit up real quick. It's cool that English is you're using a bunch of German words. Yeah. As I said, I enjoy that a lot, seeing how different languages just use words completely differently. Oh my god. Okay, maybe it wasn't such a great idea to use my my gloom sword. I mean, I have this, so... Oh god! Holy shit, this is a chaotic battle. Oh! I think the guy that's muddled just accidentally hit me. Oh boy. Okay, this is chaos. It also doesn't help that they're actually quite strong. Holy hell. Let's see. I really should have, I think, crafted some more food here. Okay, it's a big one gone. Now you... Ah, there we go. I was gonna say, we're still... Oh no, somebody got knocked out. Oh, there we go. Whoa, okay, this was not exactly challenging, but a lot of chaos. Oh boy, I don't know who hit me there, like 3 times in a row. I was just flung in all kinds of different directions. Victory is ours! Bravo, everyone!
Hi.
Germans have 3 words for thing and they still use an English word instead. Well, yeah, it's one of those examples where sometimes the German words are also quite... not difficult, but just kind of complex to pronounce, right? So it just... Nobody bothers with that. Link, I'm so grateful for everything you did for us. If you don't mind, could you come here for a moment? Oh yeah, online dictionaries are a really, really good thing with being able to very, very quickly look up a word. Sometimes I also forget, like, exact... For example, I don't know, resources. I sometimes forget if it's S first and then C, or C and then S, right? Stuff like that. Over time, well, now I'm using those words more and more, so I know it by now, but it's, yeah, especially with words that you simply don't use that much or haven't really seen in a written way. It's super cool to just be able to quickly look up words and things. You want to use English words correctly and have to be annoyed by Americans who can't use words correctly. It's like that meme where I actually have seen that quite a few times, where it's you know, like European people, because obviously most Europeans, English is not their native language, but there's a lot of countries, especially the northern European countries, they can speak they can speak English really well, right? And you sometimes just see them, you know, joining streams and say something in perfect English and say, oh yeah, you know, sorry, my English isn't very good, and it's just like perfect. Yeah, it's, I mean, there is a reason why that has become kind of a funny meme. But yeah, it's one, I think every kind of country has that, right? Where you, it's also one of those things where the spoken language can be quite different from how it's supposed to be, simply because it's either easier or it's, I don't know, it's just more, it flows better. I mean, I always find it very strange that, to a certain extent, English has that as well, but the simple past, right? Germans never use that when they speak. It's only ever used in written German. Whenever you speak, you use the what's the actual word for it? It's called perfect, right? Perfect past, or what's the English word for it? Well, the past, that past time that uses the have as an aided word. I have gone somewhere, something, right? Not I went. I feel like in English you say that way more. I went to the movies, right? In German you would never say that. You would say I have gone to the movies. And yeah, there is no real reason for it. I think people are just way more comfortable using that particular version of the past tense. And yeah, I feel like you have that in pretty much every language as well, where it's just certain things that people are just simply way more comfortable with talking like that, in comparison to other stuff. But it can be weird if you're trying to learn the language and, you know, you're learning that grammar, especially in that particular case, because you probably would, you know, once you start with different times, you would probably start with the simple past, because it's, as the name suggests, simple. But then to find out, oh, hey, people don't actually use that in their everyday speech. Yeah, one of those weird quirks of learning languages, right? And then you have, I love the English ain't. I ain't doing that, right? Because that's obviously not proper English. I ain't doing that. That's just I don't actually know, like a dialect word. Would you say it like that? So there are these words that Germans tend to use as well, where they like mispronounce or misuse articles on purpose, for example, as a, you know, cool sounding youth language or something, or because it has been a meme or some other thing in the past. And yeah, understanding those things. But it's the same also with sayings in all different languages. It's always really fun to discover what they mean and why they mean what they mean. Yeah, those are fun to learn. Past tense, you've always been big on literature and history. Yeah, ain't is one of those words that's well, well, it always heavily depends on where you pick up those words, right? And that because as I was saying, right, I had that English teacher that was really, really good at just simply talking English to us, and we watched a movie. I want to say it was I think the movie's just called Muhammad Ali. Does it just the boxer, right? And he used ain't quite a bit in that movie, I remember. And that's where I learned it. And our English teacher pointed that out, right? That it's this kind of almost universal word that gets used, but technically isn't correct. And well, I have kind of fond memories of discovering that. And so that's why I like the word. So it's equally fun to discover all the different bits and pieces, different backgrounds of certain words as well. I think it also heavily depends on where you potentially learn certain things first that influence whether or not you like saying it, right? Or whether or not you incorporate it into your own way of speaking. I mean, also if, for example, a person you like a lot, or could also be an actor, actress you like a lot, maybe uses a certain phrase for whatever reason, and you just pick that up and incorporate it in your own way of speaking. It's always fun to discover where that comes from. Ain't that the truth? Ain't nobody got time for that. That is also a fun little sentence. But yeah, as somebody who's not native English speaking, it's really, really fun using those words, because it's fun to play around with the language, right? Discover the different ways in which you can use stuff, and you can still understand what is being said. Another incredible battle. With you on our side, Link, we can take on any threat. Ah, I nearly forgot. Please accept this reward as thanks for all your help. Nice. Wonder where they're moving towards. I still love all their different the things that they're using as helmets. I do feel bad for them though. They simply just don't strike me as a group of people who is capable of fighting these monsters. I mean, these ones in particular were quite strong. Those were, I think, mostly black bokoblins and the black moblin. And they dealt a lot of damage. So, whew. Sweet brown, ain't nobody got time for that. Back when autotune got popular? Okay. I'll have to look that up. That sounds pretty fun. Though, of course, the true battle is yet to come. Have you seen it, Link? The Blood Moon, I mean. Oh. Right. I still haven't checked on the first camp that I cleared with them, and whether or not the monsters actually respawn during a Blood Moon. Because technically they should, right? That kind of brings up the question of what are we doing here? When it rises in the sky, monsters will flood the land and threaten the peace in Hyrule again. My squad members will rest and rebuild their energy to prepare for its return. Ah well, I do look forward to fighting by your side once again. May you fight with the goddess Hylia's divine protection, brave swordsman! Hey! I love the little pot lid with the Hylian symbol on his banner. I still haven't quite figured out if the gloom resistance actually works well when you're using a gloom sword. Also, the gloom swords do break pretty easily, I think. Maybe using the shock emitter would have helped in this particular case, because they all would have lost their weapons, right? Let's just stick to this one right now. Bunch of stuff lying around. What is quite interesting to me is that the Blood Moon actually does get mentioned here. I don't know, because it's weird to me that these seem like very particular quests, right? Akin to the stuff that you would potentially find in other games too, where you clear out certain camps, but typically that's like a permanent thing. But here, they would just respawn anyways. So why mention it in such a particular way? Oh. Oh, that looks lovely. I didn't get any new quests, though. Or, did I miss that somehow? I don't think so. Wait, where was this quest in the first place? Wasn't it here? Side adventure, stone towers, picture, 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 get me some picture of doing where are the wells? Maybe these don't get recorded in your adventure log because they're technically always, well, not always the same, but they're just a quote-unquote battle, not a particular quest. Maybe I missed it. But yeah, it definitely seems as if I didn't get any new quest here. It really makes me wonder because I feel like I've already met quite a few people who were talking about the Blood Moon and saying that, well, they weren't saying anything in particular, but it feels like they were at least looking into this whole phenomenon and what it was all about. So, I don't know. I get this feeling that we might actually interact with it in some way eventually, which I would like. It would be pretty awesome if they somehow extended the lore of what the Blood Moon actually is into something that would make you capable of dealing with it properly, in the sense that things actually stay dead. I am somewhat annoyed with myself that I got hit quite that often during that battle. I need to kind of figure out a way to not always do that. Well, hello. Look who shows up. I mean, that's a perfect opportunity to discover whether or not these monsters actually respawn. Nice. So nice of this small little Blood Moon to, you know, help us with our questions here. Or she's just taking cover. We already talked to her quite a bit. It will be Ubisoft open world. Oh boy. Did they show towers? And like 300 collectibles? I still haven't checked on many things. Actually, I was quite surprised. I was debating with myself whether or not I should maybe play the Final Fantasy 16 demo today. Because apparently you can, because it released yesterday, I think. They played like a new trailer somewhere in Jeff Keighley's, you know, thingy, I think, maybe? I don't know where it was, but either way, they released a demo of 16. And apparently you can take your save game with you to the actual game. And I saw a bunch of people playing that yesterday. So, yeah, I was thinking of maybe playing that myself, but I might do that, you know, some other time. I mean, the actual release of the game is still a little bit further off, so...
The world is threatened once again.
I find that a bit weird, actually, nowadays. There's quite a few demos now where you can, like, take your save game with you into the actual game. I don't know. It's not that I dislike it, but it's certainly weird. Oh, right. So these monsters do respawn, so there wasn't much point to the monster control crew dealing with them then. How very interesting. Well, now I have to deal with them again, unfortunately. This time on my own. Unless, well, I guess we can muddle the big guy again. Imagine Lucasfilm's actually selling... Wait, is it a Ubisoft game? I thought you meant Ubisoft World in the sense how they design it. Because I was under the impression that didn't they do like an oh no, wait, no, never mind. I think they had like an exclusivity deal with Electronic Arts for a bit, right? For Star Wars games. And then once Disney realized that Electronic Arts was kind of incapable of delivering many games, I think they opened it up to other companies as well, right? I'm pretty sure that exclusivity isn't really going on anymore. It was a thing, like, shortly after Disney bought the franchise, I think. And they announced the first... well, not the first, technically, not really remake, but the Battlefront, the next Battlefront game, right? When they announced that. I'm pretty sure they had some sort of exclusivity going on at that point, but ultimately not really ended up using that all that much. Massive Entertainment, Ubisoft Studio. Wait, what did Massive do last? I want to say that they actually... Because they do belong to Ubisoft, but I think... Have they done like a Ubisoft open world style in the past? I feel like Massive actually did some not, some stuff that isn't too bad. Oh god, why the hell do they deal that much damage? I think I really should be more careful on what I'm doing here. Boy. I should probably try to make sure that they're not all fighting me at the same time. Oh boy, they're uncomfortably close to my horse right now. There we go. Okay. Oh, you know what? I have this one. That actually might come in really handy here. Oh, thanks, big boy. Oh yeah, that helps a bunch, being able to just freeze them all the time. Ooh, come here. It's actually pretty insane how long this freezing thing lasts. This particular weapon. No, that makes no sense. Oh, right, my bow isn't really... Ah, there we go. I think I didn't hit him properly. Oh boy. Okay, that worked better this time. Whenever I'm approaching a camp like this, I should probably make sure that I'm actually using weapons that are quite, that are pretty good at dealing with this stuff. Like this one. There we go. Oh, you can destroy these. Nice. And I broke my blade. Ugh. Okay. Switch over to this one for a bit. They made World in Conflict, Far Cry 3. Oh, right, they made The Division. Okay. Whole plot story delivery, it's just my gameplay, less story. I actually played The Division 1. Because it was with a bunch of people that I had played Destiny with, and it was sort of announced as a game that... well, I mean, it's quite far removed from what Destiny is, but it is supposed to be this kind of online shooter game, right? Where you're playing together with other people in parties and like do raids and dungeons and whatnot. And honestly, I quite enjoyed playing through it initially. At least in terms of gameplay, it was fun to level. The problem was it was insanely lacking in content. So it had almost nothing in it, especially when it came to endgame, which you don't want in a game like that, right? It was ridiculous. It was even... because it's kind of a third-person shooter, but a bit similar to how Diablo works, I think, in terms of what you're supposed to be doing, the gameplay loop, and how loot works. And yeah, instead of... like, what's the max level in Diablo when it releases? Like 60, 70, right? Well, it was 30 in the Division. And yeah, gameplay wasn't too bad, but story was pretty much non-existent. It was your basic, oh, hey, you know, some weird plague has taken over in New York and everybody died. Here you go, people fight about resources, and that was it. So yeah, it was a pretty big disappointment. It was fun initially playing through those first 30 levels, especially with friends, right? I mean, we did have a good time, but the story was utterly ridiculous. The story quests were not really fun. Enemies were super bullet spongy, and yeah, ultimately it just wasn't really a fun experience at all. So if they're making a Star Wars game, well, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be good. Can only get so much out of human enemies. Yeah, that was a big problem as well. I mean, they also put little to no effort into, you know, actually coming up with anything believable in that game. Which sucked, because like every other open world game that Ubisoft makes, it looked pretty cool. Like, the atmosphere of New York City, you know, after everybody had been wiped out by some sort of plague, and because they made it so that it happened shortly before Christmas, so you were running through a snowed-in New York City, like Manhattan part, with like Christmas lights and everything still up. Like the atmosphere of that game, especially when a snowstorm was hitting, something like that, and their recreation of New York City as well, that was pretty well done, but that was about the only thing the game actually did well. So very, very unfortunate. And I guess it sounds like they haven't really done much since The Division 2, which I don't even know why they released the second part of that game. I mean, it was... Is anybody still playing that? I don't know. Yeah, the extraction mode. That was... I think I looked into that for like a second. That was another big problem the game had. It took them way too long to get any sort of updates going, right? It took them like a year to add anything interesting to the game after it initially launched. And yeah, by that point, most people had already stopped playing it. Oh god, they're working on it. Why are they working on a new one? I guess the second one made enough money then? Running decent franchises into the ground, yeah. I mean, Ubisoft is weird in that regard, right? I think they just barely managed to do enough, especially since the games look quite good most of the time. They managed to do barely enough to the point where they can market and sell their games quite well. So I feel like they always make the money they want to make out of those franchises, but sadly they never turn out to be actual great games, right? They're always this weird, oh, this looks great, this could be great, but it's not. And, yeah, I don't know. And then the weirdest part about Ubisoft is that they're always on that level, right? I mean, with other companies, even Electronic Arts, for example, you sometimes get really, really bad games, right? But then sometimes you also get actual good ones, right? Or games that at least have a certain part that is really good. And like the Star Wars games, right? Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, whatever. Yeah, they're not exactly good, but they can still be fun depending on what you like, and if you're really big Star Wars fan, you can still get quite a bit out of them. They're really rough around the edges, but it also feels like at least some people working on it actually, you know, cared about the project. You know, obviously they couldn't influence that it released way too early in both cases, but, you know, at least somebody cared. With Ubisoft games, it kind of feels like they're like made like normal cars, right, on a conveyor belt. And they just kind of churn out these games, churn out these worlds, and yeah, the sort of foundation is there, but it never has any heart, right? It never has... You never get the impression that they actually really, really care about it as a project of a beautiful piece of art in comparison to just, oh, hey, we need to say. It's like they turned what Electronic Arts did with their sports games, right? With FIFA and whatnot, where they release one yearly and it's kind of the same thing and they only change little bits and pieces every now and again. But with actual open worlds. And I don't know, that it feels incredibly weird to me that that's even possible, but Ubisoft somehow managed to pull that off. They kind of look like a game dev company, but they're just running a business for profit. Yeah, it's almost like when... Who was that? Is it Konami? One Japanese company now completely concentrates on just doing the pachinko machines, right? Was that Konami? And they completely stopped caring about their game business side? I don't know. It's really weird. Yeah. Well, as a developer, it can also be hard, right? Because you need to somewhat make a name for yourself, because you need to work on projects in order to be able to get other projects, I'd imagine. So I can also see that a lot of people maybe go to Ubisoft because they feel like, all right, well, at least I can show that I can, build a level, that I can, create like background art or character models and whatnot, right? It's more the lead devs and directors of those games that feel like don't really care of actually creating an interesting looking game. Yeah, Ubisoft really feels like, as I said, like a conveyor belt company, right? They're making games to, I don't know, have something to sell. And I feel like they don't even really care that much about profit, because it's one of those things where I think, especially with the kind of effort they put into creating those worlds sometimes, if they just did a bit more in certain directions, I feel like they could make a lot more money. But I don't know. Maybe they're just content with what they're doing. I don't know. Wanting success as a dev must be hard to sell. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think, because I was, with being into IT a lot, I was thinking if maybe like game development would be good for me. But then, when you actually look at the jobs that are available, game development seems like the sort of job where you kind of need to suffer for a long time in jobs that you definitely won't like until you're able to finally do the thing that you want to do. Unless you kind of get lucky a little bit, right? Or you're just super talented, but not everybody is, obviously. So, yeah. Because I looked a bunch, and I didn't really directly know people, but I looked a bit at, I guess certain careers of people kind of close to me, right? And where they moved from company to company. And what I could see very often, actually, is that for example, they worked for like mobile game companies for a long time before then finally being able to work on projects that they wanted to work on. And I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could work because I have worked in a job that was sort of about, I don't necessarily want to say ripping people off, right? It wasn't quite that, but in my, as a side job while studying, I worked in a job that was sort of working together with, like, working on small projects for companies that they wanted to, what's the word for it? They didn't want to do that themselves, right? So they gave it to students to work on it, which it was good money, but it felt like I was doing fairly simple things and got paid way too much for it, for things that other people at the actual company should have done. And probably they deserved the money way more than I did. And yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that where I feel like I simply could not work, or I could not bring myself to work on a game that I know just exists to make as much money as possible, to, extract as much money as possible from people, and only like being forced to do that to then have some credentials to potentially apply for a job you actually want to do. I don't know. I mean, obviously, if I had to do it, right, to survive, if I had to do it to make money at all, okay, maybe, but as long as I have a choice, nah. Happens all the time, yeah. It's one of those things where... Okay, what does this say? I dedicate this monument to the memory of the souls lost to the calamity, Zelda. I love that they put up these monuments. We found another one somewhere. I'm trying to remember where it was. But I definitely found another one of these monuments in the world. It's so cool seeing that. Knowing that the world is trying to move on. But we'll see, I guess. With a massive game that... massive Star Wars game. I don't know. I very, very highly doubt that it's going to be interesting. But, then again, I like to be proven wrong, so they actually do manage to do something decent. Or maybe it also does have a unique idea. I mean... At the end of the day, as much as I dislike what happened to Assassin's Creed, for example, the idea of what the first one was still pretty cool and innovative. It's just that they never really did much with it. At the end of the day, unfortunately. Right, let me see. I desperately need to craft more stuff that I can heal with. Let's do that for a bit. I should probably just create, I don't know, 6 or 7 dishes that I can heal with. It's one of those weird things, you can very, very quickly just churn through your food, right? Because I'm still taking so much damage from most enemies' attacks, especially if I fight, you know, a group of fairly strong enemies. And whenever they hit you, you just quickly go, oh, hey, I'm going to heal up. So that I'm not going to be dead on the next attack. But by doing that, you just very, very quickly run through all the stock of items you have and hold. Oh, I think I ran out of herb. Oh well. Let's actually cook these ones for a change. Big hearty truffles. It actually looks funny how the big thing is jumping around in the cooking pot. That's a +4. The problem is that I actually think even a +4 in hearts is still not really getting me... I mean, thankfully I'm not being one-shot anymore, but for example, those bokoblins and moblins right there, they dealt like 6 or 7 hearts of damage to me, or even the Zonai earlier with his bow, I think it was like 8. So that might... That's almost a one-shot, right? So in terms of healing up, if I had 4 additional hearts through the big hearty truffle, I think unfortunately it'd still not really help me all that much. Okay, I did try to get them last time by using the puff shroom, right? Oof. I think that kind of gets rid of them immediately, doesn't it? Yeah. It's really fun. I love that you can do that. Oh, this hut is still around. I completely forgot about it being here. Also, I see more honey. Oh, you started playing City Skylines? How's it going? I love that you can do it. I love the sound of the arrow hitting. It's Such a cool impact sound with the smoke bomb attached to it. Oh, that's a lot of smoke. Whoa. Another golden apple? What is happening? Why am I finding so many golden apples now? Still need to find out if I can do anything special with them. Huh. Is there a way to get these down more effectively? I never tried, like, shaking the tree or something. Is that a thing you can do? I feel like it's somewhat annoying picking them up. Oh well, it's enough apples. Still have more than enough stuff to heal with. I remember this hut... Didn't this hut contain a diary or something previously? I think so. Ooh. Wait a second. If I remember correctly, this hut contained a diary of a researcher that was trying to figure out how to access this Sheikah shrine, which was connected. I think there's a bunch of like statues in front of it, and you were supposed to wait for evening, and one of the statue's eyes would light up. And if you shot it with an arrow, I think that made the shrine appear. So it was one of those shrine side quests in Breath of the Wild. And I think the hint you needed in order to solve it was located in this hut. So let's see what we can find here now. There is a diary here, apparently. Traffic in your city is pretty jammed. Oh boy, yeah, I know that. People are dying. 200 people at bus stops, trash not being collected. Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, road layout, to be fair, in the vanilla version, if you don't have the mod that allows you to custom connect roads to one another, the traffic AI isn't exactly the best. Or rather, the like default ways of how intersections and whatnot are created can be quite problematic for the AI a lot of the time. I remember that happening to my city quite a bit as well, because the like when you have one kind of larger road, for example, that from an intersection leads into, let's say, a bigger residential district, the problem is you will have like one turn lane and a billion different people would try to use it, right? Because it's not only the people living there, but obviously all the emergency vehicles, the trash collecting, the whatever else services you need in that area, right? They'll all try to use that same turn lane. And instead of the other people then, right, if you have, for example, like two intersections back to back, so you have one big residential district and another big residential district, right? And they both have like intersections that fork off of the same main road, and both are on a left turn lane. A lot of the time, the AI will already be on that left turn lane, or on the left lane rather, because they need to turn left on the next intersection. But because they're already on the left lane, they just all bunch up there, even though half of them want to turn left at the next intersection, and they're not smart enough to take the right lane first to advance forward and then go over to the left one. And especially if you have a lot of intersections back to back, or there's all kinds of weird scenarios in city skylines where that can be problematic, which is why I always like to use that. There's like a mod that lets you custom connect. Like if you build an intersection, you can choose what kind of turns and whatnot people are able to use, so you can custom build a lane that will force them to turn left, and they cannot drive forward on that particular lane. So all the people behind it will be forced into the right lane, for example, in the scenario I just mentioned. But yeah, I know those traffic problems. Also, City Skylines is kind of nuts in terms of the sheer amount of like service vehicles that need to enter residential districts typically. So for whatever reason, citizens constantly get sick, and fire breaks out constantly, right? So all of those vehicles are all over the place all the time. And then they also they go pretty nuts whenever you do build like public transport somewhere. Everybody will try to use it, and that can also be problematic, especially since I think the default buses only take like 30 people or 40, something like that. So you'll have like, even on a like basic bus line with, let's say, like 10 stops, you'll have like 20 buses on that line, because every individual one can only take so many people. And so then they also block the roads quite a bit. It's all kinds of things, but I feel like you'll get used to it eventually. There is a bunch of funny little tips and tricks and whatnot that you can use to get around some of those AI shortcomings. But it's definitely quite a bit of a journey to find out how the hell to handle that when you start out playing the game. There's a journal here with entry signed Caleb. Ooh, wait a second. Isn't Caleb the guy that was constantly screaming at me not to approach the floating ring ruin in Kakariko? I think so. Let's read it. They're calling it the Upheaval. Apt name for it, I'd say. Strange ruins fell from the sky onto the plains west of here. There are reports of spindly mechanical monsters. The sort of thing is happening all over Hyrule, apparently. Unfortunate that neither I nor my home are harmed, but such an event is sure to have caused major damage elsewhere. The more outlandish rumors suggest that Hyrule Castle has risen into the sky. Rather difficult to credit that one. Well, I mean, you can see it from pretty much all over. What could have caused all this? I can feel the desire to find the truth welling up within me. I received a visitor. He was a researcher from some outfit calling themselves the Zonai Survey Team. Probably a Taro, right? He claimed to be merely passing through the area, but clearly he had come to draw on my expertise. According to his story, large ruins have fallen onto Kakariko Village, northwest of this house. People are calling them the Ring Ruins. A great many inquisitive types like me are gathering at Kakariko Village to investigate them. Oh yeah, he's a little bit full of himself. That's definitely the Caleb. Yeah, the person that is standing in front of the floating ring ruin in Kakariko. I see little choice but to join them. Without my intellect, they're bound to leap to all the wrong conclusions. The man history will remember as the genius Dr. Caleb shall solve this mystery faster than I can clean my glasses. Oh yeah, it's definitely him. Right, he talked to us a bunch of times about wanting to be remembered as some famous researcher. Which is somewhat understandable, but talking about it constantly, I don't think that's really going to make people, very fond of you, honestly. My preparations are complete. It's time for me to depart for Kakariko Village. I foresee a day not long off when all the members of the survey team address me with respect and by my proper title. I will not return to this house until I am known by all as a doctor, nay, as a genius. This area has long been plagued by monsters, so I will leave this house in good order as a place of refuge. To you travelers who might read what I have penned here, rest well. You are, of course, welcome to use any of the things I have left behind. Oh, well, at least he's quite welcoming. Oh, we can actually sleep on the bed. That's nice. Do you want to test that? I don't know. Feels a bit strange, especially considering that I don't really like this Dr. Caleb so far, but then again, I have to remember he is technically only following Princess Zelda's orders, and we still don't really know why she would give out such strange orders, but yeah. A real science project. Well, I mean, to be fair, I can understand that he would be super joyful and, just, I mean, this rarely happens or never happens. So being an actual researcher and then suddenly have all of these ruins fall down from the sky and finally being able to look through your research or look at actual ruins about something that you maybe have only been able to read about up until this point, I can understand that you would be very, very excited. And I can also understand the desire, because well, maybe he's not exactly looking for being remembered simply for his name being remembered, but rather, I think, part of that definitely is also just really, really wanting this research to be successful. But it's just the way he's writing about it and the way he behaves is not exactly very sympathetic. Alright, let's sleep until morning. I mean, might as well. If he gives us an opportunity to do so, let's take him up on that. One thing that I don't remember, though. So this is his house, right? And he's a researcher living here. And as I mentioned, I definitely remember there being a journal in here already in the previous game that also belonged to a scientist. Was the guy that was giving out the shrine quest in Breath of the Wild, was it the same guy? Was he also already called Dr. Caleb in that game? He must have been, right? I mean, clearly they wouldn't change it unless he just didn't have a name back then. I don't know. Because that would be pretty cool if they... Because I don't really remember. But if they've really taken an NPC that from the small little side quest here and now given him an actual, proper job, if you will, that would be really, really cool. I feel like they did that. Interesting. This looks like an abandoned monster camp, right? Which is somewhat unusual, I want to say. I still don't get what... How in the world are there no... Like, literally no... There's not a single trace of any guardian ever being here in front of the wall. How? Where the hell did those pieces go? Oh, see a small little Korok that needs help again. That kind of looks like a place that could have a cave next to it, right? Somehow the world still feels so insanely big that I'm still having trouble to always keep in mind that, hey, there could be caves pretty much anywhere that you can enter and find stuff in. Oh, I also completely forgot that I had my horse with me. It ran away, right, during the battle of the against the monsters. Well, hopefully it's gonna be able to come back here. Ew! Why are you lying here? Where would his friend be? Aww. Where's your buddy? Oh, it's just behind there. Alright. Nya. Well, I can help you, but I feel like we have to get rid of the monsters first, because otherwise that's going to be a short trip, actually. Nya. God, I love their sounds. They're really, really cute. I wonder, they must be selling Korok plushies, right? That would be really cool to have some Korok plushies. Oh, hey, my horse. Oh, God! Horsey, what are you doing? What the hell? Poor little Korok. What's wrong with you? He just ran straight through him. Also, where's your cart? How the hell did you lose our cart? What were you doing? You must have been really confused by all the monsters when we dealt with them. It is the Japanese equivalent of meow, yeah. Although I'm pretty sure it can probably also just be a cute sound. Also, I guess technically they're not saying nya. I think it's more of a nya, right? So aw, just with an N in front of it, sort of. Okay. Oh, right. I completely forgot. I wanted to... The horse completely distracted me from doing what I originally wanted to do, which is hitting that thing. There we go. Yeah, haha. Apparently that Korok was just busy doing his little target practice minigame instead of also helping this guy. Okay, we need something to cross the water though. Which... Well, to be honest, I could just build a giant bridge, right? Might as well do that right away. Obviously I could just swim over, but it's just gonna make it easier. And since we're getting all of these really, really big wooden planks here, there we go. Boom. Alright. Watch out, monsters. Oh, shouldn't turn. Is that enough? Ah, well, just barely. Hopefully it doesn't float away. It works. The builder, yeah. I'm actually not building that much. I would like to build way, way more, but I'm still missing the cooler Zonai devices to be able to... Oh, I was gonna say, I almost thought I missed it, but I did not, in fact. Oh, I actually did both of them. Stop attacking Julin. Okay, well, they're busy for a bit. Oh, did the other guy hit me with an arrow? The only problem that I have with these weapons is, I mean, as you can see, you can stun your enemies quite a bit with those. The problem is they're not really doing that much damage, right? So, yeah, they're paralyzed, but it also takes a long time to properly deal with your enemies. All these black bokoblins have a lot of HP. Freezing enemies is one of the more satisfying things. I can attest to that. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Especially here. And especially with the Horriblins, right? The ones that are hanging off of the ceiling. It's super funny to see them just fall down. There we go. Ding, ding, ding. Fialina, hi! Welcome in. How are you? Okay, let's see. I always need to remember to pick up everything. I should probably fuse more stuff right now. Is this good for breaking boxes? It is. Perfect. Claymore. Something broke, right? I could take a weapon with me again. But first of all, let's see what's in the crate box. Treasure chest. Because it could be a very good weapon, right? So let's check on that first. I really, really enjoy... I mean, it almost makes more sense with the Horriblins in caves because they're already climbing on ceilings. I find it so cool that the monsters building these small little stashes, I guess, of food for them, right? That they're also trying to keep safe. Oh, there we go. Attack up +7. Perfect. Long blade that no longer cuts. And wielded by a proficient fighter, it cleaves the wind and creates a vacuum. Okay. That is considered a two-handed weapon, though. Oh well. Still not bad. Let's see. Arrow. Right, let's prepare some weapons here. By fuse attack power. I have this one now. I also have the Black Lazalfa's horn. What looks better on this? Probably this one, right? Because it's a bit curved, and this weapon is too. So, like, thematically, or I guess, looking at it, this fits better, I think. Well, yeah, looks alright. I like it. Knight's Broadsword. Probably want to attach this one. 32. It's pretty decent. Only thing I need to look out for, I do still have one hammer. But I probably don't want to fuse anything to the other sword quite yet, so that I can potentially keep it for other things. In case I do need to create another rock hammer, because they seem to be breaking quite easily, honestly. I'm a little bit bummed out by how easily the Talus ones break. Because you'd think that those big rock hearts would be very, very durable, but apparently they're not, which... I don't really mind. I mean, if you had them in your inventory for too long, I guess it also wouldn't really work out all that well, but... well... Considering that they are a reward from a Talus, from a, like, overworld boss fight, I feel like they could last for a little bit longer. That being said, I think it also depends on what you're fusing them to, so maybe I just haven't really found the correct thing to attach them to, which is actually a bit weird, because I feel like for a bunch of the blade-like stuff, or even the Gleeok parts, there always seem to be weapons where it just makes sense to attach those parts to them. But with the big stones, like creating hammers, unless you're just using the basic wooden clubs, I feel like I haven't really found a good club-like or hammer-like basis for those parts. So I'm always struggling whenever I do deal with the Talus to, I guess, find a good way to attach the part to something. Also, the fact that it is a literal hard form just makes it difficult to properly fit it onto weapons, I guess. Which is actually the case for a bunch of things. It's kind of the same for the funny rotating club-like things that you get from the big Zonai constructs, the big Zonai boss fight constructs. Yeah, your friend's here. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Why are you here? What's the like doing outside? Aren't they usually inside of caves? Maybe they're liking it here. It's kind of a half cave, if you will. Question mark. Most used. There we go. The Korok noises are they're way too cute. The one thing I wish is that they maybe would have given the Koroks that need to find their friends like a little bit more. I wish that they... Well, I'm always thinking about the Koroks of Wind Waker, right? And how they're all like floating around the Deku Tree, and they just had a bit more of a story to them, I think. So, oh great, another weapon. Should I just leave that behind since it's already almost broken? Might as well. Also fuse something to it. Do I want to fuse this? You know what? Haven't done an axe in quite a while. There we go. Looks a bit weird, like a bunch of the handles missing, but I think it works out. Alright, let's swap over to this one. But yeah, I think I would have liked it if they maybe had given... Well, how would you do it? It's maybe not that easy to pull off, but I wish they would have given the ones that are looking for a friend just something, right? Just put in like a small little sentence of them mentioning, oh hey, you know, we just one little tidbit of their history, of their interaction with either Hestu, or where they came from, or why they need to reach their friend. I don't know. Although obviously I do get that the main idea here is that you're supposed to be interacting with the usable materials and find a funny or neat little way of getting them to their friend, right? That's the kind of main purpose of these. Did the game despawn my bridge? Or did it get washed away by the rain? Nah, probably despawned, right? Ah, yeah, it did. The building materials all got reset, I think. Ah, well. Maybe they do get more lore. I mean, we haven't been to the Lost Woods yet, right? So maybe they'll talk more about themselves there. I mean, that being said, I'm definitely a big fan of how they expanded the Koroks. Because they're doing a lot more different things now, right? In terms of the funny little puzzles you can do. It's pretty awesome. And that idea with having to bring them over to their friends, I think that just works so well with the... Well, with the idea of being able to use your abilities and whatnot. Oh, hello, Mr. Hudson Sign. Okay, let's take a quick look over here, though, before I move on. Yeah, it's a bit weird if you lost your cart, dragging that thing behind you the entire time, the towing harness, because you cannot detach it yourself without visiting stable. Bit of a weird thing, but oh well, it is what it is. Oh, hello. Oh. God damn it. Well, I'm glad I built an axe now. Give me a... Bam. I love that that's an insta-kill. It's such a cool interaction. Okay. I do see a blurpy, so... Oh yeah, a cave is opened up here. So, previously you had to... think you had to talk to the statue or stand here? I don't know. And then it had to be night or nighttime, and you had to wait for the... like one of the statue's eyes would glow. And then you would shoot it with an arrow, and that would make the Sheikah Shrine appear. Once again, big question of where the hell did the shrine go? Why is it not here anymore? And do these things still do that during the night? I don't know. Cute little blurpy. I still think we haven't really found any information on the blurpies so far. I wonder if once I find out where the hell you can turn in the snowflakes that we're getting from the frogs, I wonder if that person will tell us more about what they actually are. Hey, buddy. Okay, so I just had a thought. Even though they don't resemble them at all, but they make that cute little chime sound. Somehow I connect that sound, in my mind, it's kind of connected with Christmas. For some reason. And, oh, hello. What does that say? Well, the, somehow the blurpies, because they have a bit of an owl face when you look at them. They remind me of that Pokemon, the one that has the gift bag. It's also an owl, I think. I don't know its English name, actually. But the one that also carries gifts, like a Santa owl. I think it's also red and white, isn't it? It even has an attack that has like a random chance, right, of either healing your enemy or damaging it. Robred Drop-Off Cave, East Necluda. Ooh. It looks like... So we have these arrow-like spears in the wall. This might actually be a cave with a new armor piece. Let's hope. Treasure sleeps beyond the path shown by the stone statues. Ooh. How very interesting. This once again makes me wonder if, I mean, in theory at least, this had to have been here all the time, right? We just weren't able to access the cave. What a cool sound. I love that soundscape of still being... Honestly, I think, as much as I like rain, one of the best sound effects and one of the most difficult ones to get right, I think, in games, especially because it's difficult to do the transition properly, is when you enter either a building, a cave, or something else, and you hear rain either pouring on it or pouring down outside while you're inside somewhere. I want to say difficult sound to get right, especially since it obviously needs to take into consideration where the rain is actually falling, and what kind of sound that would create. It's just such a beautiful, beautiful sound. And it also just adds to the... I love being inside somewhere, or, you know, under some sort of roof structure or whatever, and, you know, when it rains outside, such a beautiful, calming sensation. And also it actually... Yeah, the sound definitely transitions. It fades out once you go further into the cave. That's really well done. Not a lot of games actually do that as well as this one. Okay, so the statues are supposed to show the way. I'm guessing we're just meant to follow the biggest one, I would think. But ultimately, I probably want to check on every single path. Let's see, so, well, they're not exactly aligned with the different pathways here. Okay. Funnily enough, I could probably shoot bright blooms to remember where I already went to. Okay, let's check on this one first. Let's see where this goes. Oh, hi. Hey, buddy. That's still... I love that the most, I think. Shooting them off the ceiling. Bye-bye. Oh, another one. Nope. It does seem to just continue on. Oh! Wait, or does it have something to do... Because these statues actually still have some, like, lines on them. As if somebody painted them. Alright, there we go. But they all have that. Alright, so... Because I was thinking there for a second that maybe it's related to them being painted, and that would signal the correct path, but I don't think that's actually the case. I mean, I want to check on everything here anyways, but I'm not exactly sure what these are supposed to be indicating. I mean, there are rocks on the floor as well. Or is it where they're looking? Ooh, I guess that could be true, right? So since they're all looking this way, that's where I'm supposed to be going. Okay, let me double check. Let's actually... Because this cave, I feel like, can become quite confusing after a while. but some of these parts definitely loop back on one another. All right, yeah, okay, so these are looking that way, so that's supposed to be the correct path. Actually, let me try that. I want to see if eventually they despawn. Let's put a bright bloom here. So that path I already checked on. This is one of the thingies up here. Or is this where it came from? Is this the entrance? Yeah, okay, that's the entrance. Okay, that's where I went. I thought I went left. Oh, holy shit. See, I'm already getting confused. So let's put the bright bloom there as well. Oh, okay. This just... Hey. This one just ends. Interesting. Anything here? No. Okay. I love that so much that you can actually use the bright blooms for this as well. Reminds me of the coins that you can drop in Bloodborne. Or the colored stones in Dark Souls, right? Don't really remember what they were called. I do remember never actually using them, though. Oh, wait, see? I already got confused. This is the exact same path. Oh, that's really cool. I could have sworn I just entered a completely different side of the cave, but nope. Okay. So we checked on everything but the correct path. That's good. Means now I can move on. How cool. Very, very cool cave design. Okay, there we go. Okay. Can we move up? No, I don't think so. There we go. That's a bomb. Oh my god. I should have known, shouldn't I? Well, at least I still have enough bomb flowers. I really can't be bothered to hack and slash my way all through these stones. I never would have guessed that they were going to be using that as extensively as they do. Since I discovered the escape route tunnel from the castle to Lookout Landing. Oh, god damn it. I should have... Let's see. I mean, it's not super difficult to see, but I definitely want to mark where I have been already. Okay, that seems to have a... well, I mean... I am running somewhat low on bombs. I don't really like that. Hopefully I'm not going to run out here. At least they're giving you a few bomb flowers, you know. These have a lot of HP. How did I like... Sekiro is my favorite FromSoft game. So I like it a lot. I'm a big fan of the gameplay. I think it actually works. It's just tighter, I think, than Dark Souls or Elden Ring. It's a bit more... I don't know, it just... It has this dance-like quality to it that I enjoy a lot. It's almost like a rhythm game. In terms of how the combat works. Also, as a big fan of like lore and story, as much as I'm a fan of this sort of feeling of being a historian and discovering ancient stories, ancient history of going through item descriptions and whatnot, I'm more of a fan of... Well, first of all, I also... like all of the Japanese architecture and you know, a bunch of those, like seeing that those Japanese buildings and castles and whatnot in Sekiro, I enjoy that a lot because, well, the whole European architecture stuff is kind of overdone in fantasy, right? So it was nice seeing like a bit of a different thing first of all, but I also just enjoy that it puts more emphasis on actually telling a story. I like all the speculating about the lore in the other games, but especially Elden Ring just really, really showed me how much I'm missing, like, a properly told story to go along with it, right? It doesn't need to be, it can be confusing as hell. I don't mind. It can be, super, super difficult to understand or difficult to find out what the hell the story is actually going to be about. But the fact that you don't really have many NPCs to interact with at all in most FromSoft games, I was never really a fan of, and I enjoyed that quite a bit in Sekiro. So yeah, overall, it's definitely my favorite game. Although I still have to replay it. It's been a long time since I played it last, and I haven't even played the whole... because they added like a boss rush mode, I think, at some point. So I always wanted to go back and do like a New Game Plus run of Sekiro, but with a billion other games coming out, I never had the time to do it, but who knows? Maybe I'll be able to at some point. Sekiro was great. Yeah, a few more secrets. The problem with Sekiro is then that it feels like they had to trade some of the, more involved story elements maybe for more secrets. So, the secrets and other stuff that exists within the Dark Souls games, it feels like they had to trade some of that stuff to incorporate some of the other elements. It also... it's kind of the same with the gameplay aspect of it, right? I enjoy it a lot, but it feels like the gameplay is way more, rounded. It's just honestly pretty perfect, right? Whereas as good as Dark Souls gameplay is, it definitely has some rough spots, right? Where certain things just don't work as well as others. And through the sheer variety of the weapons and whatnot, some just inherently work better than others, or you feel more comfortable with, and so on and so forth. But obviously, I mean, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. So, yeah, you kind of trade in the variety that you get in Dark Souls for the, tightness of the gameplay in Sekiro, I guess. Yeah, the lore entries about marrying this. It's sort of they tell you that, right? They hint at there being more secrets and more stuff to find out about, but then it ultimately never really goes anywhere, or rather, you can still speculate quite a bit about it. I think there's definitely some stuff to go on, sort of, or some stuff where you could... Since it also, I think, a lot of the stuff that they have in Sekiro definitely also connects back to, I guess, Japanese folklore, right? Japanese creatures that are, or have been known throughout history, which I also enjoy, but obviously it's difficult if you don't know all of those details, or possibly other connections that, hint at different things from Japanese history. It can sometimes just kind of go over your head a little bit, which, yeah. But overall, I really wish they would try to expand on that more. It doesn't necessarily even need to be a Sekiro 2, but that style of gameplay I wish they would expand on quite a bit. Which is the one thing that I also was, well, at least a little disappointed when they showed off Elden Ring, that it was mainly based on the Dark Souls formula in terms of gameplay, and I just wish they had chosen to incorporate more of the Sekiro parts of their legacy, I guess, into that. What is going on here? Oh, it's one of the big boss bokoblins. Somehow that looked really funny when you saw them around the corner just sitting down. What are they doing? The big guy is just lying in front of them, chilling? Not exactly sure what the other ones are all about. God, why is this cave already so gigantic again? A lot of people dislike or even hate the comment. Really? To be fair, well, maybe that's mostly the people I watch or something. But yeah, because they're used to Dark Souls. I don't know. That's... I think I disliked about it was that you always just circle around and roll. Yeah, that is exactly how I feel about the Dark Souls combat. I didn't even really mind it that much in Dark Souls. I started to mind it in Elden Ring. Because Elden Ring also introduces faster bosses. It introduces certain, I guess, random bits and pieces to the combinations of attacks that bosses can do. And it can sometimes feel quite frustrating because you don't really have many defensive options at all in Elden Ring, right? All you have is the dodge roll, really. And it even comes with some weird stuff where it depends on the kind of direction you're looking at the enemy from. There's like an extended dodge roll with less iframes that happens if you dodge sideways while being locked onto an enemy, which I never understood why they did that, because it's not in Dark Souls as far as I'm aware, which annoyed me quite a bit during my playthrough, actually. But yeah, it just felt like... Because I don't like parrying in Dark Souls at all. I've never liked it. And shield combat in general, or using shields, never really felt as it was, up to par with what you can do with dodge rolls or how easily you might be able to get out of attacks. So I feel like defensive-wise, you don't have many options at all. In fact, it really only comes down to the dodge roll. And in comparison to the insane options that you get offensive-wise with all of the different weapons, magic, and all that stuff you can find in Elden Ring, I feel like I wish they would have given you way, way more defensive options as well. And that's what I absolutely love about Sekiro, is being able to just defend whenever you feel like it, right? This back and forth with your enemy where you're feeling like you're actually having a fight. Because at the end of the day, dodge rolling isn't exactly realistic, right? I mean, imagine like some old medieval sword fight and you saw one person dodge rolling. Nobody would have done that because it's not a thing that actually works in real life, right? I actually enjoyed the way Bloodborne was doing it way more, where it's like this phantom dodge, right? Obviously, it's a bit more fantastical in nature, but I feel like it just fits way better than dodge rolling. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of it. So yeah, that's why I like Sekiro way, way more. Olivia Lynn, hi, how are you doing? Welcome in. You like that Elden Ring makes parrying more viable? Yeah, I think, well, to be fair, I didn't really try it that much. I always, during my first playthroughs, I always just go for, what feels natural to me, or, well, whatever I can find, pick up, and like, I'm just going to use that for a bit. And I naturally tend to like magic quite a bit, so I went with a kind of a weird sword magic hybrid build type of deal in my first playthrough, and yeah, so parrying and shielding wasn't really a part of that playthrough at all. Always used shields because it feels so strong to be able to block physical damage completely. Yeah, I like that. The problem that I had with shields, that honestly also became a huge problem when I played through the Demon Souls remake for the first time, is that in comparison to Sekiro, where I think it works much better, your endurance is a thing in Dark Souls and Elden Ring, right? And I feel like the offset of simply blocking an enemy's attack and suffering the endurance damage, if you will, just simply isn't worth it. Especially with long and very, very strong boss combinations. It very often happened to me that I was basically running out of stamina, right? It was the case, it was a kind of a case of, all right, I'm blocking all of the incoming attacks, but then I don't actually have stamina left to do a counterattack. So that really awesome feeling that Sekiro has, where it's this constant back and forth, right? And it's more about your long-term stamina with the bars that are filling up in comparison to your short-term stamina. I just enjoy that way, way more instead of, well, instead of running out of stamina by blocking all of the enemy's attacks and then not being able to counterattack. Which in general I felt like is definitely a problem of Elden Ring boss design, in that... Oh, damn it. Now they saw me. In that it sometimes really, really feels like you're just watching the boss do an insane combination of attacks, right? And even if you're able to dodge them perfectly, which is kind of the idea, right? You need to learn their combinations, you need to learn how to dodge properly. But the problem is, they're doing so many attacks back to back, like sometimes 7 to 10 combinations, like all one after the other. And even if you're doing like perfect dodges all the time, what you end up with is just watching the boss do cool stuff while you need to wait for your counterattack. And, you know, that over the course of a 5-minute boss fight just... Well, saying that it's not fun doesn't really fit, right? Because the game's still really, really good, but it's just... It's one of those things that just works way, way better in Sekiro, all things considered. Ooh. Don't attack me all at once. Where's my... Okay, spear. It's funny that dodge rolls have become so meta that people complain when rolls don't give them iframes. Yeah, it's one of those... I live in Germany, actually, Olivia. You're from UK. Oh, that's cool. I actually know quite a few people from the UK now, from the internet. But yeah, it's one of those things, and that's where I'm having trouble with the direction, especially Elden Ring went into, because sadly I kind of felt like, oh god, thankfully these are just blue. To me, it sort of felt like as if, especially since we got a Dark Souls 2 and 3, as if FromSoft for a long time, and still is maybe, afraid to move on from that gameplay that a lot of people have become accustomed to, right? I think Dark Souls has become such a phenomenon that whenever you deviate from that formula, obviously people are going to be upset, right? Because they're moving outside of their comfort zone, they probably just want to have more of the same, which I get, right? I enjoy that too, like having more of the same stuff that I enjoy a lot. It just sucks for the people that like Sekiro more, doesn't it? And yeah, dodge rolling especially, since a lot of other games have now picked up on it as well, I almost want to say that it makes more sense in a game like the Jedi games from EA, right, that we talked about earlier. Since you're a Jedi, dodge rolling seems to make more sense. In Dark Souls, not that much. So, where's the big guy? Thanks. He's just hitting them from the back. Oh my god. Alright, that was a bad choice on my part. I really should have expected him to hit me there. Yeah, sure, let's go with the seed stick. Actually, do I still have a buff that I can maybe pick up? Or put up, rather? That typically I wouldn't want to. Yeah, let's go with the speed buff, why not? Stop it. Nope, wrong. Ah, well, he's kind of bothered with the flames at this point. Let's see. Because I could go with Frost Reaper. You know what? Let's just use the Gloom Weapon again. Hey, buddy. Nope. There we go. Thanks. Ooh, I was actually wondering about that. So it still replenishes your hearts down here as well. Even though we are in a cave. Since it's not the depths, it still works out. Okay, one of them, I think, dropped a lot of meat here somewhere. Did it all burn up? I think it did. Very unfortunate. Used to prefer to just wear heavy armor and shields to have maximum protection. Yeah, that as well. Well, that was my idea for the Demon Souls remake playthrough. I actually wanted to go with a very heavy build, because I've never done that in their games Oh, hey, boss Pokemon. I've never gotten those? Okay. I've never done that to go with, like, maximum protection. I like heavy armor typically, but that in combination with a really big shield as well. I tried to do that in the Demon Souls remake, and very quickly had to discover that, you know, stamina regeneration, for example, is quite slow in Demon Souls. So I kind of ended up with a build that didn't really work at all, especially against bosses. And sadly, I kind of had to switch back to... Or rather, I just had to unequip some stuff whenever I was actually doing boss fights, especially with the penetrator later on, right? Those more humanoid bosses that tend to be somewhat quick. I felt like it just didn't really work all that well. Oh god, can I... Okay, I can. I was kind of afraid that it would explode when I dropped down. So yeah. Olivia, I'm actually doing art for my channel myself, so... yeah, I'm not really interested in other artists doing anything for my channel, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Yeah, people always want to say, which I get, right? I mean, you need to make a living somehow, or people to notice you. I get that. It's no big deal. But yeah, I'm doing all of that myself. Definitely not easy being an artist. I can fully understand that. Although, I have to admit, I am quite shocked to see just the sheer amount of people that are trying to do that. I did not anticipate that being a thing, in all honesty. Because, you know, I don't know, it seems like a possibly very, very difficult career path. Oh well, then, all the more power to the people that actually try. Okay. I guess I need to look... So I can already see where I'm trying to go. The treasure chest is over there. Holy shit. How do these caves sometimes take so long? It's always quite impressive to see how extensive they can get. The one thing I'm somewhat concerned by is that I haven't seen the Bubble Frog yet. So hopefully he's going to be here somewhere. Let me double check. I feel like we'll have to ascend at a certain point into that section where the treasure chest is. With how many people stream and need custom art, people thought... guys coming up for their jobs too. Yeah. That whole AI art thing, that's gonna be... oh boy. Well, honestly, for other jobs too, it's gonna be interesting to see what that turns out at the end. Well, I get this idea. I just... to be honest, the thing that I was super surprised by is that apparently even a lot of smaller streamers are like paying artists to do stuff for them. Which, I mean, you know, if they want to, that's obviously perfectly fine. I was just surprised by it, right? Because I never considered that myself. I wanted to stream because it felt like it was more fun playing games this way. To me personally, especially as somebody who struggled for a bit to kind of find a reason to play games. Even though I desperately wanted to, right? Because I had always enjoyed video games a lot, and I wanted to play all the newest games, but felt like just sitting here on my own. Well, I mean, that might be due to the fact that, I guess sort of my gaming history. Recently, AI started being a more discussed issue globally, as it seemed. Yeah, well, there's actually a lot of discussion happening here as well, with the, you know, possible laws and whatnot governing it. Although I see that becoming increasingly difficult to control. And at the end of the day, I think it's much better to just embrace it anyways, right? Instead of forcing yourself to somehow, I don't know, work around it, rather just, you know, appreciate it for what it is, use it for what it can be used for, but then also, you know, like, I guess, if you use that type of stuff, you also will be aware of what it can do and what it cannot do, and then you yourself can focus on the stuff that it cannot do, and do that really well, right? But yeah, in terms of my gaming history, I think, especially, you know, earlier with like Pokemon games and whatnot, I always tended to play them with my friends, and then later on, obviously, I got into like Destiny and Final Fantasy, so I always had quite a few people to play together with, and so after a certain point, I had trouble picking up single-player games, even though I desperately wanted to play them. I had trouble playing through them, because it just kind of felt a bit boring, sitting here on my own, unless it was a really, really spectacular game. Yeah, it felt boring sitting here on my own, and that's kind of why I started to stream. But I would have never, you know, I would have never considered, I don't know, doing some, I don't know, channel art for the stream, or emotes, or buying that stuff. I don't know. It's just not something that I consider that being, you know, part of a streamer who's actually doing this as a job and not as some, you know, fun little hobby on the side. Well, yeah, I mean, if a lot of people are buying stuff from artists, obviously you know, those artists will also want to advertise for themselves, so I understand. All right, so this is going to be difficult. I would like to think that the one with the most statues is the correct one, but I think so far we've always had like 3. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, there was something about 3 statues that seems like the right decision here. Make an emote, it won't be great though. Yeah, I tried to draw a little bit myself in that regard, but there's a lot of stuff you need to get used to, I think. But honestly, I want to learn that. It's a fun little side project. It will obviously just take a long time to do it myself. Okay, so there's like 2 statues looking in, but then there is 3 statues standing inside of it, right? And what is that supposed to mean? Am I supposed to take the one with 3 statues because there are 3 inside there? So that's going to be the correct one? Or do they want me to add these 2 to the other 3? Because I feel like, judging by the position of that cave and the 3 statues, I'm inclined to say that the right one with the 3 statues is the correct choice. But then again, let's see, it should be over there somewhere if I don't really turn my camera all that much. Although, I mean, it is somewhat difficult to say. You know what? Let's just try the one with the 3, and maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. It's just that because the 5 statues are so far off to the left, I feel like it can't really be the correct one in this particular case. Should draw more, yeah. I mean, drawing is just one of those things where... Oh, hey, it was the correct one. Okay. Kind of odd that they chose to place 2 more statues over there. Maybe it's supposed to confuse you a little bit. Oh well. I'm wondering where the other 2 lead then. Are they just gonna, like, transport you back out of the cave? I guess so. But yeah, drawing is just one of those things where unless you really do it a lot, it's difficult, right? Because even if you're used to it, to a certain extent, if you haven't drawn in a while, it'll just still take you a long time to, you know, to finish stuff. I heard the Bubble Frog. Maybe in order to get that one, I have to take one of the other statues? That could be it. Alright, I'm actually excited to see what this is going to be. Oh, the Barbarian Helm! Cool! A helmet once worn by the warriors of an ancient warlike tribe from the Farron region. Wearing it draws out your inner animal, increasing your strength and battle prowess. Very awesome. I actually used that one for a long time in Breath of the Wild because of the attack buff. I mean, I kind of switched off of my Fierce Deity boots, so I'm not entirely sure if I really wanted to use it. It looks a bit awkward with the other armor. I think for now I'm gonna stick to the highest armor parts, because I feel like damage output isn't really my problem. So unless I'm fighting, you know, a big boss that I want to deal with quickly, I think... this might actually be the better choice here. Tilly, hi, welcome back. I'm great. How are you? Yeah, helmet. Well, obviously it would be really awesome to combine it with the Fierce Deity boots now, right? Double attack buff? That can help. But I think hopefully I'll be able to remember to switch over to those two if I'm fighting some sort of boss that I want to deal with quickly. And that doesn't one-shot me without my armor. Alright, so it looks like I have to send to get out of here, right? So we'll have to enter the cave again to find out where the 5 statue ascending part leads to. It is so cool, though, how they also took into consideration where your ascension would lead out from, right? So... Oh, hey! Didn't even see this. Let's grab them real quick. Because it's one thing to design interesting caves in terms of their layout, but it's another thing entirely to now also consider that, in theory, the player can ascend through the cave ceiling at any given point. And to make that work in a way where it actually makes sense where you end up, and also be able to orient yourself and know where you ended up. Not exactly an easy feat, I want to say. Also, funnily enough, this cave seems to be located pretty much directly below this kind of field of statues here. Which again, brings up the big question of, where the hell did the Sheikah Shrine go? Because clearly it didn't go back underground then, right? Or maybe it did and it's just kind of further, or... I don't know. It is still very, very interesting to me how the game is able to keep all the bright blooms around. That's the correct path, yeah. So it's clearly capable of doing that. It's just, for the building parts, it doesn't do it. But then again, maybe the way the game handles gluing things together is just way more demanding. Or I'd imagine it'd be way more demanding on the Switch than just remembering where you put bright blooms. So it's probably down to that then, that they respawn all of the building parts quite quickly, right, if you get away from them for a bit. I feel like the one statue is simply going to lead to me exiting the cave again. I definitely heard the bubble frog, like its noises that they typically make. Ooh, that's a... Ah, there we go! Perfect, alright. Oh, wait. No bow. Let's use this one. That's honestly a pretty awesome hiding spot. Definitely the most complex one that we've seen so far, I think. Those bright bloom seeds. And here I thought that, you know, using them to indicate the path that I already took would get rid of a couple, but nope. you're just getting an insane amount of Bright Bloom seeds. I wonder why they went so nuts with them. Because it's one thing to give you a lot. It's another thing entirely to give you 400 all the time. Oh. Wait, never mind. I would have been able to get here without ascending. Huh. Alright, I'm surprised. How the hell did I miss this entrance? That has actually happened to me quite a lot now. That I just sometimes simply miss where the bubble frog is and then I have to go back and check. I like that a lot. They're really good at hiding all these little secret parts of their caves. Considering that the layout of most of the caves isn't exactly complex, it's pretty impressive how easily they can hide stuff. But maybe it's also partially due to the environment and textures just being somewhat samey, right? Cave ceilings, not in a bad way actually, but cave ceilings and walls and whatnot looking fairly similar. So sometimes it's difficult to pick up on openings. Alright. Mr. Hudson sign has waited for us long enough. Is this like a special tree? Or is it just... Why does it look so suspicious? Ah! I knew there was something about it. I didn't see the bananas lying around at first. I knew I recognized that tree. So, I already found one of these that, I think next to the stable where I started today's stream. That also had bananas lying in front. Because this is not an actual tree. Looks like it was worth using my spare bananas as bait. Actually, I'm surprised that they are using the bananas as bait. Because, yeah, it seems very risky. I think or I thought they would be more protective of their bananas. Savor them as you die. Alright, come here, buddy. Boop. Entire tree gone. I have to say, pretty impressive camouflage. That's the word I was looking for. Let's see how he handles ice. Oh. Oh my god. Did Tulin just hit my horse? What the hell is going on? Okay, that doesn't work as well as I thought, actually. Let's use this one. Come here, buddy. Let's try and get a flurry rush. Boom. Just one shot. Bye-bye. There we go. Poor little horsey. Sorry you had to endure that. Probably should have parked it a bit further away, but then again, I kind of forgot what exactly this tree was supposed to be. He activated my trap card. How about we play a children's card game to decide the destiny of the world? God, I actually need to watch Little Kuribo again. That whole it's been a long time since I saw the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series. I remember seeing that for the first time. That was I think I laughed the entire day about that. It was so insanely funny. This is definitely a new sign design. That looks very interesting. Okay. This actually looks quite a bit more challenging, because if I just put something behind it, it's gonna just tip over to the right. So I need to hold it from below, but without covering the signs. Not that it matters if you cover them, but I obviously don't want to cover them, because that's the whole point of the sign. Oops. Wrong ability. Okay, so we need one that is standing up. So let's see. Probably easier if I just attach these to the bottom of it. Go on. There we go. Turn you around real quick. Let's attach one to the other side so that it doesn't fall over. There we go. Let's see, because if I can obviously do this. Slide it in. There we go. But now it would tip over, right? It would tip over to the right. I'm pretty sure, unless it's... Oh, well, it's a bit tilted. Actually, let's try this. It might already work. Oh yeah, never mind. It does. Since I think the ground's a bit slanted, so it cannot tip over to the right here. How is he standing? Alright. This was number what? 22 or something that I helped him? I don't know. I've lost count. Shock resistance. Alright. Imagine eating rice balls that give you shock resistance. What would that taste like? Just trying to imagine how that would be, or how that would work in real life. Obviously it doesn't, but... Imagine you'd be able to, you know, eat something and then just stick your hand in an electric socket and nothing would happen. Because you ate something with shock resistance. It's kind of an insane thought. Kids don't do that at home. Probably like rubber, yeah, kinda. Although it would need to be some sort of, you know, gel-like rubber, I guess, that maybe after eating it would, I don't know, come out of your pores so that it covers your skin or something. Like, how would that work? I think the previous tower stood over there somewhere, right? I remember having to leave this path to go over to the tower to uncover the map. Yeah, I think it was over here. We took that path over to it. Ooh, hello, mushroom lady. Hello. Oh, she's marked by stone statues. She's looking for the armor piece, I'm pretty sure, that we just found. Alright, this is a little bit more awkward this time, because we're technically going over to Hateno, which now apparently is really big into fashion, so... Don't exactly know what they would say to you, but then again, maybe that's their design, so who am I to judge? My, we meet again. How goes your journey? Wonderfully, I hope. Actually, I think she was the person that last time gave me the pretty cool information on 3 different armor parts, one of which I still haven't actually gotten around to getting. So, yeah, I like them a lot more now, even with their, well, questionable outfits. This is normally where I'd give you a chance to respond, but I'd like to talk about me instead. You do that. Once I was a woman without ambition, sure. I had my twin loves of fashion and travel, but I didn't have drive. But Cece's design spoke to me. They said, Mishi, take those fascinations and turn them into action. Now I'm a changed woman, chasing the treasures of another inspired fashionista, the great bandit Misko. I mean, you have drive, no doubt about that. And as I search for Misko's collection, I intend to spread the joy of fashion everywhere I go. Such is my passion. Wait, hey! Give me tips on where to find stuff. Do you know how to recognize the cave where Misko's treasure is hidden? Ding ding, that's right. The stone statues outside of it. Oh, okay. Unfortunate. I think we already found the secret she was going to tell us about. It's a very cute outfit. You would wear that? Alright. I mean... guess it depends on the person who is wearing that. Well, maybe I'm still thinking about the first person that wore it. I was a bit taken aback by it existing at all. Gonna go for a walk. Alright. Hope you're having a great walk. Yaw. Oh, give me a little buddy. Where's your friend gone? Yaw. Oh, he's literally right next to Ateno. Okay, interesting. Well, now I wish that I still had the card on my horse. Oh, wait, we're just getting stuff. Never mind. This looks quite promising. Oh, get a control unit! Cool. Alright, still gonna be somewhat difficult to get the little one out from this rock. I love looking at the village from here. Almost wish they had maybe more than just one, because I am missing Castletown somewhat. As cool as Hateno is, I wish they had more than one, like, bigger city. Although that being said, with everything that's going on in Kakariko, I guess, we're still getting quite a few interactions with NPCs and cities. That looks exactly like the tree that I found next to Rito Village. The one that you can offer, like, apples to, and they'll show you locations of caves. Pretty sure it's the same thing. Actually, let me mark that real quick. I hope that's at the correct location. I think it might be. What kind of stamp did I use last time for that? A diamond shape, alright. Because that's hopefully going to come in really, really handy later on if I'm trying to complete the map. Let's see, let's edit this. Alright. Okay, we only get 2 wheels. I think they're the same wheels that I still have. These ones? Big wheel? Pretty sure they're the same. Okay, the stabilizers I don't really need, and I get a control unit. So I just need to be careful to move this stuff down somehow. Let's see. Where's my horse? Okay, it's over there. I've already, my horse has already suffered enough. Most difficult part here is going to be to get the Korok down without just dropping him as much as I'm... As easy as that would be, I always just feel bad if they just tumble down somewhere. And poor little Koroks. You know, I said earlier I wish I knew more about their backstory. I would like to know why the hell they're carrying around those gigantic backpacks. Really feels like that's not exactly the best choice as a creature that is, I don't know, like 3 feet tall. Okay, where's the rest of it? Please don't tell me the... Where's the other wheel? Either I'm blind, or it rolled away. Please don't tell me it rolled away. Huh. What? I think it rolled away. Oh, there's another... okay, let me mark that real quick. That's another Korok. Okay, I feel like I lost a wheel, unfortunately. Really? How can you lose such a gigantic wheel? But if it rolled down, it would be here somewhere, wouldn't it? Guess it can't be helped. Let's put this on here. In theory, I would actually be able to... should I try? Then I would have needed... I wonder if that would work. Okay. Let's remove this again. Wait, these ones can only be attached on the side, right? Because I was thinking about just using one wheel, but with a stabilizer. That could work too. Building a funny little motorcycle, but the problem is that I don't really have a way, unless... but man, that doesn't really... Let's see, what kind of Frankenstein device can we build? Because I'm thinking maybe if I... Let's turn this around. Oh god, what are you doing here, lady? I'm sorry. Well... I know it looks weird. I'm just trying to build something, don't, you know. I thought she was heading off to the... where the statues were. What is she still doing here? Okay, let me see. Why are you... Okay. I don't know. Is that the correct way? I think so. Well, that didn't work. There we go. Okay, that's where I wanted to attach it. And now, I'll just turn this entire thing around. Okay, this looks... actually looks insane. Bonk. And now we just add a stabilizer. Where the hell is it? Stabilizer. Come here. I guess it doesn't really matter if I attach it to the front or back. Just needs to be the correct way up. That's not the correct way. Okay, this is kind of difficult to build like this. Is that gonna count? Yes, okay, that counts. Right. Now, Mr. Korok. Let's actually move this a bit further up. I wonder if this is gonna work. It's certainly looking a bit scuffed, but you never know. The more scuffed, the better it is, I think. Alright, let's move you over here. Oh god. I was gonna say, let's put him down gently. There we go. Please don't roll. Thank you. Grab him. You go on the front. Let's turn him around, though. He should be able to watch where he's going. There we go. And now, let's see if this contraption works. It does! Oh god, I love this. Oh god, it's... where is it moving, though? Oh. Wait, did I... Yes, I did. Oh god. Sorry, buddy. I put the wheel the wrong way around. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry, little Korok, but unfortunately, you'll have to be in the back. Because I think putting on the wheel the correct way is going to be more difficult than just switching over the sides of the control unit. There we go. God, this looks weird. Can I not? Guess it's too tilted. This is the thing! Oh, come on, why can I not... Wasn't I able to just stand on it? Guess it's still a bit too slanted. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Oh god. Well... it's not exactly working that well. I think it's also heavily tilting to the right side. As you can see, if I'm doing nothing, it's just... it wants to go right all the time. But, honestly, I'm quite impressed with myself that I was able to build a thing with one wheel that actually works. Well, works somewhat, I guess. Oh god, I hadn't taken the incline into consideration. I think the wooden plank is getting stuck on the floor quite a bit. Oh boy. Come on, you can do it, you can do it! Come on, Link! Tilt the control stick. Don't attack me. Stop it! Oh, god damn it! No! Oh god, can I splash it? Where's my splash? Splash, splash! Of course, the one bokoblin that is next to me. Oh, no! It destroyed the piece that had the wheel on it. Oh my god, this is chaos. Oh wait, my shield broke? Why did my shield break? Well, that's the wheel gone. I'm sorry, Korok, buddy. But I think we'll take the rest of it on foot. I mean, it kind of worked. I guess I hadn't really considered the incline as much as I should have. Okay, let me double check though. Where the hell is your friend? Oh, over there. Why is it so far away? Yeah, he was... I mean, I got rid of the fire with some water. They're quite resilient, thankfully. I probably shouldn't talk about what already happened to a bunch of these guys. Obviously not on purpose, but they can be quite finicky to deal with. Mr. Hudson sign, please wait for a bit. I'm gonna be right back. Just wait until I have flown our little friend here. Oh god, I should watch out for the branches. I actually always do that whenever I walk through somewhere. I just lower my head because I think I'm gonna hit my hit my head on the branches. Oh god, I lost the. Where is he? I think I lost my bearings. Oh, there we go. That's the path. I shouldn't have walked through the woods. There we go. Why is it giving me combat music? There we go. There he is, right? Ah, there we go. See? That's your friend. Hey, thanks for bringing my friend. Yeah. Now you can visit Hateno together. Oh. Alright. I did not anticipate that. Don't know what I expected from this, but apparently the fashion capital of the world has a pretty big fable for mushrooms. Well, that explains the outfits. Okay. Well. That's gonna be an interesting conversation once we get to the, well, the person who apparently designs all of them. I probably just shouldn't walk around with the gloom blade the entire time. Let me switch over to this one. Right. Mr. Hudson sign. I remember you. So before we look at all the great mushroom fashion that we can discover... Hold on. That was not on purpose. Well, that certainly explains the outfits, right? I mean, no matter what you think about them, apparently they are, you know, the latest fashion in Hateno, so... Guess I need to live with my confusion. Oh, that's one of the things where you need to stick it through. And that's gonna be easy. Oh, actually, you know what? Foundation not needed. Let's just take one of these things. That should be enough. I'm pretty sure. Boop. There we go. Please let go. It did not work. Oops. Okay, never mind. I think I do actually need a foundation in this particular case. I guess the road's a bit more... has a bit more of an incline than I thought. Sorry. Actually, why is he here? Isn't that some construction in Hateno? Why do we still need to put up signs right here? You'd think already everybody already knows them. There we go. Alright, now it should hold. Wait, what? I thought this would count. I disagree with that. Ah, damn it. Now I have to deattach it again. Wait, how did it still tilt forward? Oh, damn it. I put it the wrong way around. I should have put it like this instead of... Yeah. Let's just do it again. It didn't have enough support on the side to not tilt. There we go. There we go. Oh, Mawa, hey. Thanks for the follow. Hey, how are you? I'm doing great. Just, you know, trying to help this guy for the 25th time. Alright. It still fell over a little bit. That counts, right? Yeah, it counts. Come on. Of course it counts. I love the idea that... I mean, I know that I already mentioned it like 5 times, but the fact that a construction company that is trying to advertise for themselves puts up these weird signs that are always tilted and slanted all over the place, especially now with it standing like 100 meters away from the place they're actually located in, is just somehow that's insanely funny to me. Well, there we go. That worked. All right. I feel like there was one other thing that I wanted to do on my way to Ateno. Where's my horse? I think I left it down there somewhere. Oh, right. I wanted to quickly go back and just double check that one. See, I knew there was something that I had forgotten about. So Korok up here. Let's grab that real quick. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Where's that gonna lead? Why was he not standing down there? I feel like that pathway, cross, intersection, whatever, would have worked way better than up there in the woods for a sign. But then again, I probably shouldn't question all of his sign positions all the time. Okay, that's the other tower. That's a big monster camp, actually. And that's a very interesting hut. Alright, let's grab this guy real quick. Oh, it's one of these ones. Alright. Oops. Well, that didn't count. Where are you from? Where are you from, actually? Why do people always come in and want to ask where I'm from? Unless it's so obvious. Well, earlier we had a discussion about languages and how it's sometimes easy, sometimes difficult to discern where you're from based on your pronunciation of different things. Oh wait, there's actually, I completely forgot about there actually being a sign here. somehow exited my mind when I drove past it on my weird one-wheel construction thing that I did. Equestrian riding course. Ooh, well, that sounds interesting. A riding course? Maybe I should... Horsey, where are you? Ah, well, my horse still has the towing harness on it. Maybe it's gonna get auto-removed if I do some weird riding course thing? Is this the course? Kind of looks like it, doesn't it? I don't know if I still remember all these ruins being here. Hey, buddy. He always overshoots his target a little. That's why he hit the Korok earlier. That was very unfortunate. Yeah, I don't really remember these ruins being here, to be entirely honest. Interesting. I wonder if they were stable ones too. Oh my god! I recognize that sound. What the hell are you guys doing here? Is there another, like... Oh god, they saw me. Damn it. Is there another, well nearby? Ah, well, at this point... I'm gonna fight them, huh? Let's see. Where's my eye stuff? Hello, Ganon. What you up to? Actually, I never tried that. If you freeze one, technically the other shouldn't be able to move anymore, right? Or I guess they can unstick themselves? There we go. Oh my god. Okay. That was way too close for comfort. Where are my dazzle fruits? There they are. Ah, come on. Maybe I shouldn't try to... Yeah, I shouldn't try to hit their heads or eyes. And instead go for their bodies right away. Or for the stuff they're floating in, whatever. I don't like how many bombs I'm using right now. Or in general, with all the different caves and whatnot. Oh, damn it. There we go. Alright. Hey Ganon, what's up? Long time no see. Okay, how am I gonna deal with you? Definitely not with the Gloom Sword. I could use this one, although I'm not the biggest fan of the two-handed weapons. But then again, if I can grab the Flurry Rush, maybe it's gonna work? I mean, this is definitely going to churn through his health quite a bit. Although, you know what? I just mentioned, next time I'm seeing a boss, I would try to go for the attack up stuff that I just found. Let's go with the Lionel one, and instead I'm going to swap over my armor to the Fierce Deity boots, the Barbarian Helm, and then I am just going to go for... Let's not do the Mighty Elixir. I think that would be overkill at this point. Tough Elixir, let's see, this is 4 minutes. Let's drink this instead. I think that should give me enough defense to handle them. Alright, come here. Where you at? Oh god. How did that still hit me? I want to say I was out of that. No? Ah, I knew what I did wrong. Alright. Yeah. I definitely shouldn't do... I shouldn't do 3 attacks in a row. Still the wrong timing. Okay. I am quite surprised by just the sheer amount of HP he has. Because with a double attacker buff and a 37 weapon, that still took longer than I thought. There we go. Not exactly difficult anymore, are you, Mr. Ganondorf? Oh, really? Let's drop... Which one can I drop? Let's drop the Zonite Sword. I'm never really going to attach anything to it anyways. The Gloom Swords are much cooler, even though they're a bit of a hassle to use. What do you want? Where are you anyways? Oh god, he's back there somewhere. Oh, hello. Well, I don't want to fight you directly. That's such a gigantic explosion. Okay. Hyrule Bass. Where? Oh, he was hit by the electricity. Sorry, little fishy. Yeah, why was he here? I feel like I commended the game for having placed these enemies in very particular places at the start, and now we're just finding them. I guess these are old ruins. So maybe whatever stood here before had some sort of important meaning to Ganondorf? I don't know. Because otherwise I failed to see why these hands would have been here. Okay, this... I have to admit, this hut looked a bit more sophisticated from a distance. Now it looks kind of broken down. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm definitely missing a well. Or anything of that regard that would connect this place back to the depths, because I don't really know what the hell the hands were doing here if there isn't a... Oh, hey. Yahaha! Bye-bye. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what connects this place to the depths, really. Other than the ruins themselves, I guess they had to have had some special meaning. If I were to guess, but it's difficult to say. Let's take a quick look at the hut. Maybe there's a little bit of information in here. Huh. Well, it also said something about riding course. I was kind of expecting this hut to actually have somebody in it. And even maybe some sort of challenge attached to it as well. But now it looks like that's not the case at all. What's in here? Oh, another one of those. Frantic bow. I think I still have one of those in my inventory. This one's got durability up, and that has quick draw. Let's take the one with durability. Although then again, with the bow that has only 10 attack power, I guess the quick draw would have been better. Ah, well. Yeah, that is certainly weird. I really don't understand what the hell Phantom Ganon was doing in a place like this. That being said, I still don't really understand him at all anyways. It's like actual scout units, I want to say, that were sent out by Ganondorf to investigate certain places. Technically, the hands also all have these weird little eyes in their palm, right? So maybe it really is something like that. Some sort of scout unit that is trying to find the next chasm they can potentially open up. Maybe the hands... Oh, right, I hadn't considered that. Considering that they are hand-shaped, maybe they're even able to dig into the ground? Would that work? It's a bit weird because they're hands that are kind of attached to the gloom on the ground, so it would feel like they would kind of dig into themselves, but maybe it does work. Maybe that's what they're doing. But still, it's just... very strange that we found them here. Either way, I'm going to take a very quick break, and when I'm back, where's my mouse? There it is. When I'm back, we'll finally be going to the big place I've been waiting for all this time, which is Hateno Village. And apparently we'll discover what kind of interesting mushroom fashion they've come up with, and who's responsible for those designs. So I'll be back in a bit. Alrighty, welcome back. Let's continue our journey on to Hateno Village. Because I think, sadly, as much as it disappoints me, it very much seems as if there is nothing more to do here. Which, well, considering that I just fought Phantom Ganon again, maybe, you know, maybe that's enough for one location. They definitely put a bunch of the construction material down here, though. So it seems that whatever was here at any given point, they are definitely planning on rebuilding it, it seems like. Oh, hey. Where did that fall? That's where it came from, right? Actually, it's not even that... It's not that late yet. Let's see. With a little bit of luck, I might even be able to get that. Let's see. Yeah, sorry. Not exactly easy to get back here. That's where we came from, right? I want to say it's just back on the path. I love how there is like one little thing that distracts you and immediately you're going somewhere entirely different to where you actually wanted to go. Yeah, it's pretty much on the path we came from. A bit far away. Part of me does wish that these star fragments just would fall closer to your location. I get that they're supposed to be really rare and that part of like getting them simply involves, you know, taking the path to them and trying to get to where they landed. But at the same time, it can be quite the involved journey. Okay. Yeah, actually it's much further back than I thought. First it looked like it was just sort of on the path that I already ventured on. Oh boy. That's gonna be too high to ascend through, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Damn it. Oh hey, what are you doing here? I also need to be somewhat careful to get there before it's morning again, because it's I think they disappear at 5, if I remember correctly, right? 5 a.m. So let's see. Also completely forgot that I switched over to the other gear. There we go. Let's equip the climbing gear real quick. Oh God. Well, now that I backtracked so much, part of me kind of wishes to go to the tower now instead of into Hateno proper right away, because that would uncover the map. Well... Come on, Link. You can do it. I always underestimate the length of these climbs. Let's see. Let's eat a mushroom skewer. Should be enough. Come on. Oh, okay, that was a bit too close for comfort. Sorry, Link. It always just looks way easier to get to the top, but then it kind of, you know, tilts a little bit once you're actually at the top. So I think I just underestimate the rest of the journey somewhat whenever you're climbing. Here we go. Let's go up here. Almost made it. Oh, what a cool background. Oh boy, that's some bokoblins. It's kind of Lizalfos is that? Oh yeah, well, it might have just been the shadow of him or something. Holy hell. Okay, this thing is way further away than I thought initially. I actually needed to be pretty fast. Come on, come on, come on. Let's just fly around. Yeah, I mean, like a couple more minutes and I wouldn't have been able to get in. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully this was worth it. Since I'm still not able to actually upgrade anything, I have no clue how many of these star fragments I'll need. Or if they're used for something else this time around. Instead of only doing upgrades. Man, this looks beautiful. I mean, that's not exactly close, but since we're already up here, let's go to the tower first. That's Death Mountain in the background, right? Yeah. Anything else? Some Zonai devices. Lots of floating islands. Although that, wait, is that the Great Sky Island? Oh yeah, it is. It actually is. You can see the Temple of Time. I hadn't realized that these other floaty island bits were so close to it. No, don't roll down. Okay. Because, I mean, as you can see, or, well, at least from this perspective, it looks very close. Maybe it's just that these are way further down, and that's why I didn't see them when I started the game. I wonder what that is. I was going to say at first, since it's glowing, I thought it was one of the more important star-shaped islands, but I guess it's not. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one. God, there's so many islands all over the place. I haven't even... I've barely done like a third of the overworld map at this point. Well, not even that. And the depths and the... What's going on? Both the depths and the sky islands are still waiting for me. Oh boy. My controller was vibrating for a bit. Why was it doing that? What is here that makes your controller vibrate? This looks like a very suspicious place. This looks like some sort of larger monster would be here normally. Maybe it's one of the what are they called? Stalinox, I think? The Hinox that are made out of skeletons? That's not a talus, is it? No. I don't think so. Yeah, maybe there was a creature here that is only here at night. And since the sun rose, it disappeared. Maybe that was why my controller vibrated? Maybe that was the sound of whatever monster was here disappearing? I don't know. Bit of a weird one, not gonna lie. Or maybe it was that guy? Do I actually want to fight him? Nah. Let's leave him alone. They always remind me so much of ducks. Little ducklings following the parents, right? The small bokoblins following the big ones. Looks ridiculous. Oh hey, some shock fruits. Those are gonna come in handy. That also looks very interesting. It is so insane. Whenever you go somewhere that's just fairly high up, it just makes you realize the insane scale of this world. And also it's equally daunting in the sense that you realize how much more you still have to discover. Okay, so in the previous game, there was a shrine behind this waterfall. There's like a small little cave. And it's actually quite difficult to find. I think there is an NPC that gave you a hint towards the shrine existing. But there were two ways of finding it. First, obviously, if you had your shrine locator turned on, it would just point you in the right direction. But if you hadn't, or if you were too far away, if you cross the waterfall from the path down there at just the right angle, the orange glow of the shrine would have shone through the waterfall, which also looked pretty impressive, actually. Holy sh... Are you telling me the tower is literally on top of the mount? Oh, boy. Okay, I didn't realize it was going to be that far away. That is actually pretty insane. And I just noticed that there is a shrine down there. Albeit one that hasn't fully formed yet. Okay. Some big decision making. I have two choices now. I could either kind of start this path from the beginning, look at everything that's down here. It's probably going to take me, you know, a fairly long time to do so. Then move on towards the tower in the distance and climb the mountains properly and whatnot. Or, alternatively, which I'm kind of inclined to do here, is to just walk up here, kind of ignore everything down here for now, go back there later, and instead grab the tower first, and then move back to where I just was, which is here. Roughly, anyways. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for that second option. I really want to see what the hell is going on in Hateno. I want to discover what people are doing and why they're doing it. I finally want to talk to Mr. Hudson Construction and question him about why the hell he thought it was a good idea to send somebody out who clearly doesn't know how to build signs on a marketing tour throughout Hyrule to promote your business with signs that don't exactly scream, hey, we're a pretty capable construction company, but instead kind of display the opposite. I don't know. Yeah, I'm interested in that. I'm interested in learning about what the hell the mushrooms are all about and why they decided to make that the staple of their fashion. We are probably going to meet the... I forgot her name. The bigger sister from the two in Kakariko, whose Nana we helped deal with the gloom. Because she is supposedly studying under well, apparently whoever fashion designer came up with those mushrooms. And I'm also very much looking forward to finally enter the research lab. I think Robbie went here, didn't he? Pretty sure he said so. So I'm expecting him to be there, and we can finally, hopefully, do some upgrades to our Porapad. Although I don't even want to use the shrine locator, to be entirely honest. Because, well, we haven't had it so far. I don't think I really need it, and it's generally, I think, more fun to discover the shrines on your own. Oh, hey, dragon. That being said, while I'm up here... Ooh, I guess that's probably the shrine that would be part of Hateno, yeah. Also, I'm equally interested in seeing... Oh, hey, buddy. I'm equally interested in seeing what the hell happened to Link's house. So, in Breath of the Wild... Oh, hi. In Breath of the Wild, you were able to buy a house for Link and yourself. And not only were you able to... Well, you could buy... Let me see, can I still get that? Can I still remember what the hell happened there? So you can... Or you could buy furniture for it. I think there were... If I remember correctly, there were different, like, stages, right? I think you kind of bought your house at first, and then you could get, like, different furniture packs for it. And ultimately, you were even able to display weapons and whatnot, which I actually used quite a bit. Who the hell are you? That's an interesting headpiece. Yeah, I actually used that feature quite a bit because, well, unfortunately, all the weapons break all the time, right? So the unique weapons that you get for helping with the Divine Beasts in Breath of the Wild, I decided to display those on my wall and have them be in my house, which looked pretty cool, honestly. That's the research lab, by the way, all the way at the end. Yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the hell is going on in Hateno. But yeah, that being said, that was Link's house. A house that you pay a lot of rupees for to buy and also get all the furniture set up. And I don't really see a reason why it shouldn't belong to Link anymore. I mean, as the Royal Knight, I'm sure he would also have like quarters in Zelda's castle, right? Wherever Zelda resided before Tears of the Kingdom started. I don't know. I'm inclined to think that for some reason they sold it off, or they thought Link wasn't going to come back and somebody took it over. I don't know. Whatever it's going to be, I think it's probably going to be fun. But let's try. Okay, this guy looks way more sophisticated than everything else we've fought so far. Maybe it's a good thing that he hasn't seen me yet. Oh, damn it, Chulin! Okay, there we go. All the bits and pieces are falling down. A soldier construct 4 horn. Alright. Horn embedded with a sharp disc. The disc spins mysteriously and can slice through almost anything. That actually sounds pretty insane. So that's the construct number 4. Very interesting. Okay. So we're up to 4 now. I'm still curious to know how the game handles, you know, enemy upgrades. Ah, that's one of those plug things. Okay. Ooh. You think I could take the spring? Would that work? Because I think... I want to say that I'm out of rockets, but we'll see. For a second there, I thought that it was going to be one of the Korgs that lost their friends again. I don't think it is, though. Ooh. Hello, okay. Man, that looks impressive. Holy shit. Ah, so that's the chasm where this dragon is... Wait, hold on a second. Isn't... the dragon that is flying through these mountains... Isn't that the blue one? I always forget their names. The Nehru. Wait, the region is called the Nehru, right? Isn't the dragon called almost the same? The Nehru or something? Whatever. Anyways, it's the same dragon that also... I'm pretty sure it's the dragon that descends through the chasm in Kakariko, if I recall correctly. So is this the one he comes back out of? Because that would be really interesting. If that is indeed the case. Why did they decide to put the tower so high up? I mean, not that I mind. It's going to make it easier for us to get very high into the sky if I really want to or need to for some reason, but not exactly easy to approach that way. Holy shit, we're already pretty high. And there he is. I think I actually didn't explore these mountains that much in the previous game. I know that I went up there because obviously I, as I already mentioned, quite a few times I did help get the gloom off of the dragon. Or, well, it wasn't called gloom, the Ganon slime. It didn't have a name in Breath of the Wild, I'm pretty sure. But as I said, every single time you're just high up somewhere, it's so daunting to see everything that you haven't done yet. I haven't been to Death Mountain, haven't visited the Gorons, haven't visited the Zora either. Clearly they have some sort of water problem. Their entire stuff is run dry. Huh. That's another memory over there. Alright, so one thing that I'm not entirely sure about. First of all, let me double check. Do I still have rockets? Yes, 1. Okay, so I could, in theory, use the rocket here. They are giving us stone slabs, though. So maybe... So I was going to say, right, if we attached some weight to these things, I thought that it maybe already would be enough to pull it out of its socket. There we go. I love the pluck sound. Yahaha! Bye-bye. I love the plug sound. Bloop! Oh. Watch out! Oh no, never mind, it stopped. That could have been a pretty dangerous hazard. Alright, I don't know how cold these mountains are. I'm assuming it's at least 1 level of cold resistance that we'll need. So let's wear these ones for now and switch back to... Although the climbing gear might still be pretty beneficial here. I could switch back to this one with the cold weather attack. But... let's keep it a climbing gear for now. I think. Although the... well, the climbing gear doesn't exactly look like it suits cold climates. Well, that being said, the frostbite shirt doesn't either, and that's supposed to be used when it's cold. Yeah, let's just do this, I guess. It'll work. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Honestly, all things considered, I might just have to climb it, right? Maybe I could go to that hill first. Okay, that's just a monster camp. At least that'll give me a better vantage point, right, to approach the rest. That kind of looks a little bit like a path there in the background. Okay, let's try that. I feel like with Tulin's help, it shouldn't be too difficult to get over there. I don't really want to investigate the chasm, though. Funnily enough, I think if I were to go down this chasm, I'm pretty sure we're somewhat close to Koga's position, right? The place he ran to after we fought him last time. But yeah, I don't want to make this even more complicated or even more prolonged by now going into the chasm again. Okay, it's unbearably cold. Right. Let's equip this one then. There we go. Is this place just unbearably cold from the beginning? I guess so. I mean, I am already pretty high up, so... yeah. I mean, looking at it from here, that does kind of look like an ascending path, right? So, might as well just take that. I'm going completely off course here. This is not at all what I wanted to do first. Oh, well. I mean, I went back and forth at the end of last stream, whether or not I should go for the tower first or the village. And I kind of just figured, well, I mean, we're already on the way to the village, so might as well do that first, but... as the game does, it just dropped a star fragment, and after grabbing it, it felt like it just made more sense to go here next. Also, it's just, to be entirely honest, it is easier to keep track of what you're supposed to be doing, or rather what you can still do, or have already done, or still need to do. All of that is easier to keep track of once the map is already uncovered. Otherwise, it's just a bit... yeah. A bit more difficult to keep track of everything that you still want to do. Alright, so this mountain range in the previous game was where Zelda ventured in order to find more information on her power, right? So, as you recall, the story of the previous game, or rather the memories that you collected from what happened 100 years ago, showed Zelda having a lot of trouble with her abilities, and she needed to awaken to her... Well, it was never quite mentioned as the power of the Triforce, or any power with a particular name at all, but she was supposed to have a power that... Why are you throwing snowballs at me? I don't like that. She was supposed to have a power that could combat Calamity Ganon, right? And imprison him. But she wasn't able to awaken said power. So she tried to go to the different springs, they were called. There are 3 springs that relate to the 3 Triforce pieces, right? Even though, again, the Triforce pieces aren't really mentioned here, but... Hey, buddy, it's a bit warm, isn't it? Yeah, even though the Triforce pieces aren't really mentioned here... God, this takes a long time with these. She still tried that, right? She tried to venture to the different springs, pray to the goddess, and had hoped to find her strength and her power that way. Unfortunately, it didn't really work, and one of the memory scenes actually is her coming back from the spring up here in this mountainous region and sort of telling the other champions, the ones that were controlling the divine beasts, that it didn't really work, unfortunately. And at that very moment is when Calamity Ganon strikes and takes over all of the carefully rebuilt and uncovered Sheikah technology. Pothawk, hi, welcome back. I hope you had a great walk. Okay, let's see. I did not remember there being actual stairs up here. But yeah, that was the plot point that was related to this very region. And the reason why you had to... Well, for the memory, either way. You didn't really have to go up here, but the memory was somewhat close to where I am now, which is... You know, this pathway leading up here. There was a Lionel fight, actually, in front of the mountain. I do remember that one. I think he was using a shock bow. And the memory was located at... There's like a stone gate over here. And the memory also takes place at that very spot. But yeah, you didn't really have a reason to come up here. It was equally impressive, though. How... What is happening? Okay. I mean, I know that we're close to one of the bigger chasms. How are you all over the place now? I wonder if they... Oh god, that was a bit too close for comfort. I wonder if they... If there's more and more of them as the game goes on. I should probably... Let's see. No, it's actually not bad. I feel like the Dazzle Fruit... Yeah, Dazzle Fruit works much better than the other one. Not for very long, but... Oh god. How much damage does an Ice Shot deal to them? I think actually quite a bit. The problem is hitting them. And then also they can like revive each other. I still haven't really figured out if that's what they're doing. Like if they're reviving each other or if they just eventually come back to health. But either way, you kind of need to like focus on all of them at once, I felt like. Whenever I try to do it individually, it just felt like it was more trouble than what it's worth. There we go. And yeah, they... I feel like they also take more damage like that. Oh god. Okay, that is actually quite brutal. So, as soon as you just focus on one of them, it's pretty difficult to hold the others off of you. There we go. Yeah, and one of them is already revived. Okay, I think I dealt with them? Yeah, there we go. Hey, Mr. Phantom Ganon. Long time no see. It really hasn't been that long. Or I should probably... Ah, goddammit. I forgot to... I wanted to grill another Sandalian. Kind of forgot about that. Next time I should actually look into... Because technically the grabbing attack that the hands are doing is probably one of the worst attacks when it comes to gloom being spread on your body, so... I do need to remember that my armor value is down now. But we're in the cold, so let's go with this one. And just eat some tomatoes as well. There we go. Right. Okay, how do I want to do this? Not the biggest fan of the two-handed weapons, honestly, and I think the frost doesn't really do much against him, and obviously I don't want to use the gloom weapon in this particular case. Honestly, let's go for the... Where is it? Where is it? There it is. The big club. Oh, he's got a spear. Alright, maybe the... Oh, okay. Nice. I was gonna say, maybe the club isn't the best choice here. Oh yeah, it definitely isn't. I completely forgot that it also has gloom. Oh god. Oops. Yeah, that was not a good choice. Why do I have so many gloom weapons? Damn it. I guess I'm gonna do this one then. Let's see. Cold weather attack. I don't want to overwrite that. Come here. Oh, God. Yeah. Oof. You always underestimate how quick spears can be. Nope. There we go, okay. See, he hasn't even moved and it already counts as a flurry rush. Those spear attacks are kind of insane, honestly. Okay. Well, at least it's easier to do a flurry rush against him. That way. Yeah, it's the big club that I was just using is one of his weapons. That was actually one of the Phantom Gannons that I dealt with that dropped that. And all of them always do the gloom damage to you if you use them for too long. Which I still haven't really figured out. I think it's like... Because I don't know if there's like a cool way to potentially prevent how much gloom damage they are dealing to you. Because I think it's somehow related to the amount of strikes that you're doing with the weapon, but back to back, right? So if you're doing like 3 sword swings, I think it's 1 heart that gets taken off with the gloom. But I don't know if you time it right, if you can prevent that, right? Instead of doing like a 3-hit combo, if you just do 1 hit, wait for like a split second, and then do another normal hit. Because you can do that with all of the other weapons too, where Link has like combo attacks that only happen if you do multiple attacks in a row, but you can prevent those combo attacks if you stop for a split second in between pressing the button, right? So I don't know if stopping yourself from doing combo attacks will also prevent the gloom from spreading if you're using one of his weapons. Give me a... Ah, damn it. I dislike when he's like just standing waiting to attack like that. Because it's really, really difficult to get a flurry rush like that. Also, it just extends the gloom around him again. Oh, there we go. That should hopefully be it. There we go. But, cool thing is, I think that's the first time I fought one with the spear. Gloom Spear. Okay. Let's see here. I can drop this one. Gloom Spear. And let's just drop the bow since it's already almost broken. Thankfully, the bow doesn't actually deal gloom damage to you. I can actually keep it equipped. I have... Oh, God. That's 5 demon bows that I have now. Wow. Yeah, I guess he must have been here because of the big chasm that's close by. Or, alternatively, He's trying to prevent you from getting to the tower. I don't know. I'm still struggling with the concept of these hands in Phantom Ganon in terms of, are they sort of scout units? Are they trying to find new places for chasms? Do they just live near where chasms already are? Are they specifically here to prevent Link from getting somewhere? Or in general, a lot of people from getting somewhere? Imagine if an enemy suddenly dodged and used Flurry Rush on you. Oh god. That would be insane. Actually, that sort of reminds me of the Phantom... Was he called Phantom Link? Dark Link? Because that exists a few times, doesn't it? Was it the Gerudo Temple in Ocarina of Time where you fought a like a mirrored version of Link? I think so. And I think a somewhat similar fight also happens in Twilight Princess, if I recall correctly. Oh, yeah, it definitely does. I just remembered. There's like an insanely, well, scary, not exactly scary, but a very, very kind of almost horrific cutscene in Twilight Princess where it shows, God, can I still remember that fully? I don't exactly know what it looked like. I just remember that I was actually pretty... Like, I was really, really surprised how far they went with that in Twilight Princess. I mean, the game in general is definitely darker and has, like, a darker atmosphere. In general, a fairly oppressive atmosphere, I think. Especially during the parts where you're just Wolf Link and you're kind of forced into dealing with the those dark creatures, right? Those parts can be quite... Well, they can feel fairly oppressive. It really makes you feel as if you're in this sort of parallel world that you're having trouble escaping from. So it creates a pretty awesome atmosphere already, all things considered. I really, really like that in Twilight Princess. But yeah, there's like a scene where I think... I don't know, I remember it showing Link, and then your eyes kind of go red, right? And you... Like, it twists and turns, and suddenly you see, like, a Phantom Link standing behind you. Or something like that. It was, yeah, pretty surprisingly horrific to look at. Is that another Lizalfos with a snowball? I think so. Hey, buddy. Oh, God. Wait, was that a one-shot because it burned the Ice Lizalfos? Okay. Did not know that was a thing. Water... Oh, was it the Water Temple in... Ah, it might have been, because you get the... Wait, do you get the Mirror Shield? Or is it something about the water mirroring Link? Dream Nightmare Vision... I think... well, maybe it was Twilight Princess where it happens in the desert? Because the desert region in Twilight Princess is also quite something, honestly. I just remember being really, really surprised with how far they took the sort of visual representation of that Dark Link in Twilight Princess. Oh, I still have this weird one. Let's actually use this for a bit, because we're approaching some Zonai, and the electricity will work pretty well against them. I could actually use Rewind on the... really? Seriously? I was still so... Okay. I could use Rewind on the stone and just fly up to the tower, which, honestly, I think I might do that after fighting the Zonai. Don't remember. Oh, wait. Was it a fight in Twilight Princess? I'm not so sure about that. I just remember the vision. It might have just been a vision, and then something happening. I think there was something related. It definitely kind of goes into a fight, but I don't think you're fighting Dark Link. It might just be some sort of weird influence on you. But yeah, I don't really remember it all that well myself. But those were always awesome. In general, I actually like that when games do it. I mean, it has to be done right? If you're overdoing it, it can also feel a bit, you know, not exactly cheesy, but not that impactful, I think. But I did very much enjoy the same kind of thing in the Dark Knight questline in 14, where it also plays around with the idea of your own character actually having some sort of mirrored version of themselves, or dark inner thing. Holy hell. Okay, that was a lot of damage. Damn it. I should really be more careful considering that I don't have the same armor value as I had before. Okay, let's just... Oh my god, stop it! What kind of weapon do you have? Are you kidding me? Let's just use these. Okay. He froze his friend though. Give me that. Wait, can I? Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Okay. That's gonna make it easier to deal with them. Oh, damn it. Not exactly what I wanted to do. I actually wanted to have their parts, but I'm not gonna jump after them. It's not worth it. Okay, let's just go up to the tower for now. How did that... Wait a second, though. Oh, I guess it's because it's a construct number 4. Yeah, that must be it. So they just inherently have a stronger attack value. Because I was surprised. That's 11. I have 10 hearts plus 10 armor at this point. And that was a one-shot, so his inherent attack value must be 10 or higher. Okay. There we go. That certainly makes it easier to get up here. Oh, I see the spring. The spring still exists. Oh, that's just one of the ice pillars. Okay, that looked a bit weird. Hopefully we can just activate this tower, though. Considering how difficult it is to reach in the first place, I feel like it would almost be a bit unfair to place another quest here where you cannot open it. Seems to be looking alright. I do want to know how they came up with these spots for the towers, though. Because some of them are in really, really difficult to reach places. This must have been hell to build. Alright. Oh, finally a new piece of the map. That definitely took some effort to get here. I wonder why they decided to place the towers like this time around. I mean, maybe part of it is that you already, or most people will already know the map to a certain extent, coming from the previous game. I don't know, because what I admittedly did like a lot about the design in Breath of the Wild was that the tower locations were placed in a way where it was very, very easy to unlock them right away, right? They didn't really distract you from anything. It was just, you could go to the tower right away, tower would unlock the map, and then you had more than enough time to, well, look at the rest of the region and do whatever it was that you could find up here. But now they clearly have placed some of these towers way further in, right? To the point where you have to just do a bunch of the region already without having the map, if you want to do that. But part of me also suspects that that might be due to the fact that you technically can probably reach most of the towers quite easily by just jumping high up or using another tower, jumping very, very high, or getting blown into the air very high, and just flying over to other towers. So you have a bunch of different ways of approaching the towers that are just quite a bit easier than they might have previously been, right? Mount Lanayru. All right. And we also get an update on the sky map. Let's see. Let's actually have a look. You mean everything here to the right? I'm pretty sure that looks exactly the same. More or less, anyways. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the coastline is more or less the same. I remember these islands. I definitely remember the swirly bit. The river was definitely here as a divider between this mountain range and the Zora domain. And then this sea was definitely here, because I remember there was a shrine in the middle of it. There was a shrine right here on Tenoko Island, which wasn't that easy to get to, honestly, because even with a lot of stamina, this was quite a swim. So you had to find a way, or had to find a jumping off point. And then this is Eventide Island, right? The one that stripped you off of all your resources. So yeah, all things considered, I'm pretty sure, as far as I can see anyways, this looks pretty similar to what it looked like before. Even the pathway here, next to the research lab, it definitely had a sign right here that told you that you could go down to the beach. Yeah. Never seen anyone be near the sea. To be fair, I think, except for certain bits and pieces, this entire coastline, more or less, like the entire coastline up here, is, well, it doesn't really have much to it. There were a couple of things in Breath of the Wild here, but not as much as inland, right? Typically, all of the inland bits and pieces just have way, way more to do. And then in theory, the coastline in and of itself is... well, I mean, technically it is fairly long, right? It covers like almost half of the map on these two sides, like to the east and to the south. But I feel like there's also not that many points of interest, except for some stuff. Most of the quests, especially the main quests, never really force you to get to the coast all that much. So yeah, typically I guess people would just spend less time here. Let's put it that way. Well, now that I'm up here, might as well check on the spring, right? Because it's the first one that I've seen in this game, and I don't know how they differ now, or if they differ at all. Don't want to look at... no. I don't want to get distracted by even more stuff. Let's check on the spring first. Oh, hey, there he is! Hey, buddy! Oh! Wait a second, I never noticed that. It slows down time if you're falling and using the scope. Because for a second there, I was surprised by... I thought it had, like, locked up or something, because the dragon wasn't moving anymore, but then I saw that it was slowly moving. That's really cool. So they give you a bit of leeway there in just looking at stuff while you're falling. That's really, really nice. I did not know that was a thing that happened. Okay, let's look at the spring. Is he just chilling? Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's super interesting to me because that's the first time that I saw a dragon actually coming out from one of the chasms. So far, I've only ever seen them go into the chasm. So it looks like every dragon seems to have two big chasms. One that they're going into and the other one that they're coming out of. which seems to suggest, even though I can't confirm it right now, that the dragons are actually around the entire time. So previously, they also they also went into something and came out of something, typically some source of water. But since the depths didn't exist previously, or at least they weren't accessible, they sort of vanished, right, for half of the day, and then reappeared again. But now, since they're entering and exiting the depths, in theory, I think they're always around. It's just that half the day they're probably going to be down there, and the other half of the day they're going to be up here. Yeah, the Zoras live to the north of here, over here. I looked at their lands quite a bit. They have like a seashell-shaped thing on top of their domain that is quite easily viewable from a distance. Also, it looks like all of their waterfalls have run dry. So now you can just see the walls behind them, where the waterfalls used to be. Hey. Hi! Nusby. Hello, my name is Nasby. I'm a treasure hunter and adventurer extraordinaire, undaunted by even the coldest snow. Nusby, is it? Not Nashu or Hildebrand? Adventurer extraordinaire, alright. This area is frozen solid and packed with monsters. No one in their right mind would set foot here. Except me, of course. There surely must be treasure resting here on this mountain, where everyone else fears to tread. That's what drove me to travel all this way to Mount Lanayru. Until I saw you, I really thought I'd be the only one. You must be here for the same reasons I am. And if you are, you'll be wanting to know what I know about the treasure. The truth is, by sheer luck, I overheard a legend relating to the treasure on this mountain while I was on my way here. I knew I was a genius for assuming there was treasure on Mount Lanayru. Yeah, sure, buddy. Let's leave him in that belief. I want to hear the legend too. I do. Great, then listen up. He doesn't even ask, he just goes on, alright? For I am Nasby, the treasure hunter with nothing to hide. Okay, now you're sounding suspicious. The legend goes like this. Skim across snow from the spring high in the heavens to the mountain below. It rhymes, that's neat, alright. Pass through the rings of light to see the light of blessing. What do you think? It was a real legend of a real treasure passed down on this very mountain. You know what? And you know that with a name like Light of Blessing, the treasure's got to be worth a bundle. Yeah, it's going to be worth something to me. To you, I don't think so. I suspect the spring high in the heavens is referring to these springs. The treasure is as good as found. All except for the finding it part. I don't know what to do with the rings of light bit. I don't see anything like that around here. But I won't give up, because you see, I am Nasby, the dauntless treasure hunter. Not to be confused with my noble steed Dauntless. Alright, the high spring and the light rings. Okay, that sounds like it might actually relate back to the islands we saw in the sky then. Shrine quests, okay, yeah. The high spring and the light rings. At the Spring of Wisdom near the summit of Mount Lanayru, Nasby told you this legend. Skim across snow from the spring high in the heavens to the mountain below. Pass through the rings of light to see the light of blessing. The spring high in the heavens in the legend may refer to the Spring of Wisdom. Okay. Nothing to hide. Sir? This is Wendy's. Well, what is incredibly interesting when it comes to this, and what has been a theme throughout the entire game so far, is that whenever there are important locations, like the spring, it seems like there is a corresponding location high up on the Sky Islands, which I'm still struggling with to an extent. Because I want to know why, right? Why did they decide to have corresponding things on the Sky Islands, and how did that come to be? Because at least from what we can maybe assume from other Zelda games as well, is that potentially because of the threat of the Demon King, it might be that the Zonai and or other people as well left the surface level world, built sky islands, and just, you know, floated up to potentially live up there in peace. I don't know how well that really works with everything we've seen so far, because there were a lot more connections between all the peoples and races of this world than I thought initially. Especially when you start with a mural at the very start here of Tears of the Kingdom. It kind of looks like the Zonai were these mighty, I don't know, creatures, beings, aliens, whatever, that descended from the heavens and gave out the tears. But the more we see through the memories of Zelda, the more it feels like they were just another race, albeit a technologically advanced one, that ultimately decided to, you know, bond together with the other races. But I never quite got the impression that beyond their technology, they were ever anything more than that. So, well, I don't know. Did they come from the heavens originally? So did the Sky Islands already exist before all the Ganondorf Demon King stuff even started? Or did they decide to build those later on? Either way, it's really, really weird because, well, technically, I think, from what we can assume from the memories, they should have built the Sky Islands later, because the Sky Islands aren't exactly built, they're just stuff that got lifted up into the sky. One thing that suggests that is the new, quote-unquote, old Temple of Time, so not the one on the Great Plateau, but rather the one on the Sky Island. The Zonai-looking one. Because we see that in one of the memories on the ground, but now it's up in the air, right? Suggesting that after everything went down with Ganondorf, they then lifted everything up. Question being, if they did that, and if we find a lot of stuff like the Temple of Time, like these springs, like the labyrinth, all existing on the Sky Islands, why did somebody, for whatever reason, decide to build another, almost like a replica of all of these important places back on the ground again? Like, why were they rebuilt? Does it mean that the ground or the world itself still had some sort of energy left that they needed to tap into? I don't know. It seems, as cool as it is to uncover these connections between the overworld and the Sky Islands, it just seems very, very strange to me that they would have so faithfully recreated what had already existed before, because then, well, it brings up two questions. Why did they lift stuff up? But mainly I guess it brings up the question of why rebuild? And who did that? Who got left behind to rebuild all this stuff when everybody else was chilling high up in the sky, potentially being safe from a calamity in Ganondorf? Unless I'm misinterpreting what the whole lifting it up into the sky bit even means. Maybe they still were aware of the fact that Ganondorf would still be a threat to them, but they had to lift them up for another reason? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't purely to protect them from him, but rather for something else. Either way, it's really difficult to figure out. Okay, so this is just a level up statue, right? Devout swordsman who offers his prayers, hear my plea. I can no longer sense the presence of the Mother Goddess statue which dwells in the vast canyon. I would ask you to go to that land and bring tidings to me of the Mother Goddess statue. Please, I beg of you. Goddess statue of wisdom. There is another quest here? Okay. The goddess statue of the Spring of Wisdom is troubled by her inability to sense the Mother Goddess statue in the vast canyon. She asked you to check on the statue and return with your findings. Wait a second. That's the big one in the Forgotten Temple. Yeah, that one's fallen over. I remember that. Can I tell her that? Or do I need to take a picture of it? Oh my god. That actually brings up a number of additional questions then. So these are somehow connected to the big Hylia goddess statue in the Forgotten Temple? How the hell does that work? And why that one? Because I'm assuming the one in the rebuilt Temple of Time on the Great Plateau would still be there as well. And why would these springs connect to the one in the Forgotten Temple at all? I mean, that brings up the question of who the hell Goddess Hylia even is in this scenario. Considering that I found that weird chamber, right? The one that I called the Jedi Council of the Zonai. Behind the wall in the Forgotten Temple, behind that very statue that has fallen over. Did they somehow build like a technology version of a goddess that all of these statues relate back to and enable people to get their power? What the hell is going on here? And then what are these springs about? What the hell is up with these quests? This gets insanely mysterious. Okay, well at least I know what that's supposed to be referencing. Anything else back here? Not really. Oh boy. Alright. Well, I mean, the Forgotten Temple is far away. Thing is, I was already there. Maybe now that I have the quest, I'm somehow able to talk to the fallen over statue in the Forgotten Temple and tell her of, you know, the missing connection between the two. Maybe that's somehow going to help both of them? I don't know. Okay, well, either way, let's do the other quest first. The High Spring and the Light Rings. Skim across snow from the spring high in the heavens to the mountains below. I think that references the island I actually flew by a couple minutes ago when we activated the tower. I think it must have been that one. Because it looked like it had some sort of funny little ramp that you could, well, skim down. Like a snow slope. And I think if I were to do that, it'll probably spawn in a couple of rings. Like the tower that we did towards Rito Village that had the time trial. The one that actually rewarded me with the wingsuit. So maybe this is somehow going to be similar. Yeah, I don't expect at all to find a quest that potentially relates back to the Forgotten Temple. Dragon already in the background. Again. Alright, let's do this again. But how are there this many, you know, side quests and correlations and weird little bits and pieces and things? Holy shit, there are so many sky islands. So many structures to still check on. Oh god, I should have looked at the map. I think what they're referencing is this one, because it also looks like a spring, right? Spring high in the heavens. Or maybe this one? Question mark? No, I think it should be this one. So it's... Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Wait, the other one would be technically behind me now, right? How high up or down below is that? Is it really high, or... Oh no, it's that one. Okay, that one has like a shooting ramp. And it's got the floaty islands. But that's definitely the one, because that looks like a slope that I need to go down. Let's go there first. Maybe I actually have to approach the first one and then jump over from that to this one? I don't know. Just have a feeling that this is the correct one. Man, that's so cool with the clouds actually being illuminated by the setting sun. What a cool, you know, play with the colors. Alright. Hi. I mean, this very much looks like a spring, doesn't it? There is a sled shield? Seriously? There is an actual sled shield? Oh! Oh, never mind. It's a sled attached to one of the Zonai shields. Ah, okay. Zonai, that is such a cool idea. So we can actually take a sled down the slope. Yeah, that's Tears of the Kingdom for you. Okay, is there anything else back here though? What does that exist? Okay, well, obviously we have to take the sled shield. I think I'm just gonna drop this because it would break very easily either way. Let's pick up this one. Let's hope I still remember how to shield slide. So it's jump and then press A, I think. Sled shield. Huh. Yep, it's a sled, all right. So, like this. I need to remember that. If there really is, because I think in the Hebra Mountains, well, at least in the previous game, there was like a sledding competition or shield sled competition. I need to remember this trick for when I get there. Because maybe it's going to be faster than other shields. Technically, this has the patented Zonai sledding technology, right? The one that has almost no resistance on it. So I feel like using that in a competition is probably going to be easier. Okay, so how do I start this thing though? Is this not timed? Can't get it. Oh, you actually still stand on it? Nope, that does not work. I was gonna say, do I want to use my glider or can I just... Because it would have been cool to just be able to do that, but nope. That does not work. Oopsie. Sorry, Link. That must have hurt. Well, now I wish they had done some sort of cool ramp that you could land on. Well, thankfully, it does respawn you here. But yeah, it doesn't look like you need to be faster, right? It kind of feels like I was fast enough. The second ring is probably just going to disappear if you don't do it fast enough. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh boy. Wait. Oh, I forgot that he keeps the shield attached. Oh god. Oh god, it's an actual... Oh, this is so much fun. Come on, Link, you can do it. What an... Imagine if like an Olympic competition would start off like that, right? Dropping down from an island high up in the clouds. There we go. Okay, this was fun. There we go. Oh, you get rewarded with a shrine. Neat. Boom. Ah, this is so great. This is so insanely great. Oh, do I see a Korok in the distance? I think so. The High Spring and the Light Rings. Alright, there we go. At least the side quest is done. Sakuzu Shrine. Yeah, that's a Korok. Alright. Korok sense is tingling, yeah. But I'm obviously going to do the shrine first. Ooh. Looks like this time I won't have to build a vehicle myself. For getting the Korok to where he needs to go. Wherever that might be. Although I'm obviously still missing control units, so unless I'm getting that one too, it's might be a bit of a problem. Okay. Hope those monsters are far away. Either way, let's do a quick save. I am gonna take a bit of a lunch break here because I want to eat something. And after I'm back, we are gonna do the shrine. We're gonna help the Korok, obviously. And then I somehow try to get back on track with actually getting to Hateno Village. At least I want to approach the village. I very highly doubt that I'm gonna be able to do much there today, but either way, I'm gonna try. But after a break. So, gonna go for lunch, and when I'm back, helping the Korok, doing the shrine, getting back on track with Hateno Village. So until then, be hopefully right back. Okay, welcome back. We are back after lunch to help our poor friend there in the background, eventually, after dealing with the shrine. Yeah, let's do this. Wait, that's not the correct window that I need to have in front. There we go. So, let's see if I can actually finally get to Hateno. The shield surfing quest was a lot of fun, though. It was short, but sweet. Oh, thanks. Alright, so once again, we've been stripped of our clothes and I assume also all of my resources. Yeah, the more this happens, so it seems like so far from all the shrines that I've done. Proving Grounds Ascension. Wait, how many shrines have I done? It just told me in the loading screen. I just want to say, it feels like about maybe 10-15% of the shrines seem to be ones that strip you off of all your gear. And I still wonder if it maybe would have been a really interesting choice to just do that every single time. And force you to just deal with the resources in here. I don't know. Maybe they also thought that it just was less fun to do that, right? And give you the opportunity to just use all your gear. No matter what. I don't know. It's just a very cool idea either way. Let's see, let's go with the short stick first, because that way I'll be able to use the shield. Okay. Ah, I think I see what they want us to do. Alright. Interesting choice, but alright. Okay, the first one saw me. Let's see. So we have a... Oh, damn it. Did not expect him to be able to hit me. Right. So I have a couple different options here. Obviously, there is a balloon in the background, so I could use that to just fly up. I can also use rewind on the funny little sliding contraption here, and then ascend through it. And or just wait until it gets down and use rewind. Actually... Nope. Nope. Wasn't fast enough. There we go. Oh! Damn it. I didn't expect it to stop for that long. No! Don't jump down! Don't jump down! I'm being... Something's throwing stuff at me. Okay, never mind. Let's just try that again. Give me another platform. There we go. Rewind. Okay. Let's jump off. Oh, god damn it. It's way faster than I thought it would be. There we go. I shouldn't jump around in a circle if I can fall off. Okay. Well, at least we got through a little bit of his HP. Come on. This thing is way faster in rewinding than I thought. Really? Come here. This is also more finicky than I thought, honestly. As funny as it looks to have this thing on this weird trajectory, I don't know why they decided to make it such a weird sliding track. Because, I don't know, just... it looks weird to me. Let's grab this stuff. I actually have nothing to burn in the balloon, though. Oh, God. I almost jumped off again. There we go. No! Now that fell down. Oh god, it's not actually taking any damage from this. What the hell? Well, that works too. Okay, stop it. Seriously? Who's hitting me like that? Boy, this is chaos. Alright, can I destroy this? No? Oh god. I don't even know why I'm making this... I'm making it this complicated. There we go. Oof. I somehow forgot that you can just drop these things on enemies sometimes. Because that's definitely way easier to do. Alright, so there's still a couple up there. What is going on in here, though? Oh. A couple of rockets. Interesting. Oh, God! That had a bigger radius than I thought. Oh boy. Okay, so they just drop a bomb near you if you go through the laser beams. Interesting, interesting. I like the shrine a lot. This is really fun. And actually not that easy to deal with. Okay. Honestly, there is one in the background though. It might be worth it to try to deal with that construct first, considering that I'm pretty sure I'll have to drop their HP, like all of their HPs to 0. I want to say. Okay, so before I go up... At least I think that I'm supposed to deal with them, because otherwise I could, in theory, just, you know, ascend. I find it a bit weird that I wish the, what's it called? This thing. So you can, like, hold an attack, right, and do the quick attack. But the problem is if you're trying to sprint to an enemy and then pull out your weapon, it's a bit finicky in actually triggering the holding attack. Because it, like, takes a second before it registers that you want to do that. It's a bit unfortunate. Can I not just ascend to them? Why am I even making it that complicated? I can. Somehow I thought that it would be way too high up to just ascend, but oh well. Oh god. That still hit at least. Didn't expect the other guy to be there so quickly. I mean, I know that the trial was literally called Ascension, right? So, there we go. should probably try to lure him back into the, what's it called? Come here. There we go. I should have lured him back to the sled. Probably would have made it easier for me. Do I even need the rockets? Can I grab them from here? No. Let's see. Funnily enough, this time the box didn't break. Not entirely sure about the existence of the balloons, to be entirely honest. Since, I mean, in theory, am I not missing? Do you have... Oh god, that would have knocked me clean off. Hadn't considered that at all. Or, you know what, wait. I never actually tried that. Does that work? Oh god, oops. It does! Oh, that's so cool! I mean, it makes sense, I just never really considered that being a thing. So you can just hold a torch into the balloon and it'll still rise. That is actually really, really good because it means that you can maybe control whether or not you wanna ascend or not a bit better than you otherwise would be able to. Let's see. Can I get to you? What? There we go. Why are the rockets here? Oh god, that's a... Oh god, the one in the back. The one in the background is just grilling the one in front. Okay, I have wooden... Oh god, wooden stuff on me. Can I... Yeah. Oh god, the other one's here too. Problem is, yeah, that's gonna break my shield real quick. Okay. One of them gone. Let's try to get rid of that one. There we go. And you as well. Take. Nope. I mean, they're both really good. How much HP do you have? There we go. Oh boy. Alright. At the end of the day, though, I think the shrine is a bit weird. It was a lot of fun, don't get me wrong. I'm just not entirely sure. They give you, like, 10 different options to get up here. But then I'm not entirely sure what I was supposed to be doing with everything. I mean, I guess I could have... But if you attach a rocket to one of your weapons, isn't it just gonna shoot off? This is actually an interesting shrine, because it feels like it's giving you at least 5 different ways to get up, right? You can simply ascend, you can use rewind on the sled, you can use the rockets, you can use the balloons. And then also in terms of dealing with the constructs themselves, you get quite a few options. But ultimately, kind of the easiest way is to just fight them head on. I don't know. It was definitely an interesting experience. Very open-ended shrine, I think. Gives you lots of options, but makes it very unclear what the best one is. Which isn't necessarily bad, right? Makes it more interesting. Soldier 4 Spear. Oh, it's one of the Zonai spears with the Soldier 4 construct head. That looks like a really, really cool spear. This cutscene is getting a little bit long after a while. Makes me wonder once again how many shrines we actually get. I do remember actually watching a review of Breath of the Wild that wasn't, that was done by a person who wasn't really a big fan of the game, which is understandable. I mean, it's certainly not for everybody, but the criticisms or arguments against it that he brought were quite, they were really, really good arguments. Which was interesting because it just highlights how, depending on what type of things you value within a game can heavily influence how you look at it, right? Because for me, while all of his points were definitely valid, and I agreed with all of them, they just didn't weigh as heavy, like, at all for me personally, and so I didn't really consider them too much when really thinking about how great I thought Breath of the Wild was. But for him, they were really, really big points. And yeah, I thought that was really, really interesting to see how sort of the weight on those arguments can heavily influence how you like a game or not. And that you can agree on all of them and still think that I guess the importance of the different ones can be quite different. Okay. Let's ask him first where his friend is. Yeah. Yeah. Where's your friend? Oh my god! All the way up the mountain? Are you kidding me? Oh boy. Yeah. Catching up to your friend, that's gonna take a while, buddy. How'd you get separated so far? I mean, we can technically just take the path. And funnily enough, it will lead us back to where we originally started before taking the sled ride, but... Oh, thank God. We do get a control unit. I was afraid we wouldn't get that. Okay, do I want to use the stabilizer again? Because technically I can just take this one. Or do I get... Wait. No, we actually get 4 wheels. Perfect. As I was gonna say, if it wasn't getting 4 wheels, I think trying to use the stabilizer again wouldn't be half bad, but in this particular case, I'm just going to build an actual vehicle for a change. Let's see. No, that way. Yeah, that works. Perfect. Giant slingshot. I wonder if that's possible. I guess... How would you go about doing that? Because funnily enough, I mean, one of the shrines had... well, not exactly a slingshot, but like a... almost like a golf club sort of contraption. You would just need to find a way to really, really quickly turn something, right? Oh man, come on. Okay. 4 wheels, let's grab the control unit. I'm so glad that they're finally giving these control units out as well. There we go. Okay, just need to make sure to attach these the right way around. That should be it, right? The other ones are attached in the middle. Alright, so that should hopefully be fine. There we go. So this one goes here. This one goes here. Control stick. Nope. Let's move it. Let's put the... You know what? Let's put the control stick in there. I never know if I should be in the back and the Korok in front or the other way around. I want to give them a great view of where we're going. But on the other hand, I sometimes feel like that's also a more exposed position. Depending on where you are going, so... There you go. Ready for your big ride? Let's do this. Yeah. Mr. Lizalfos, please don't attack me. At least this time this thing cannot burn. In comparison to the... Oh, seriously? Did you have to fall into our way? Come on, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it! There we go. At least this somewhat works as an off-road vehicle. This really reminds me of the funny little RC cars, the ones that could travel like both ways. I don't remember, I think they had a special name or something, or it was a certain brand that did those, but you had like an RC car that could turn around, like it had really, really big wheels, but the car itself was flat enough to where it could essentially, it didn't matter the direction it was turned in, right? Oh, we're already here, by the way. Is this thing just gonna... Yeah, it stays. Perfect. Well, this was fun. Come, buddy. Your friend's close. There's my friend. Thanks for bringing my friend. See how much easier that is when you actually have a vehicle to properly control? Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so the RC cars, you could essentially, like if you drove them into a wall or something, right? They could just turn and flip over and could still continue driving. So it didn't matter what, like they didn't have an up or downward side. It was both upside, if you will. So they could flip however much you wanted them to flip and still work. And I don't know, I just, it kind of remembered me, or reminded me of that. Because those, I do remember there were quite a few advertisements for them during the, whatever, I don't know, TV program I used to watch at the time. Oh, you remember those as well? Yeah. I always wanted to have, I think I got one eventually, like a smaller one of them. Happy Korok, happy day. That's actually a really good motto. Well, I mean, do I just want to drive back up the mountain? I hadn't realized how far down I went. Wow. And all the way back down to the snowfield. Because in theory, I mean... Wait, what did I mark here? What was this? Was this another Korok that I wanted to help, or was it something else? Oh no, never mind. That's the shrine next to the village. Okay. Somehow I thought this was the entrance, but obviously the entrance is over here. Yeah, that is a really good question. I don't even if I wanted to teleport, I couldn't. You know what? Since I bothered to build this, let's just drive up the mountain in a cool off-road vehicle and take the Skyview Tower once again to just fly over to Ateno. I just need to be careful to... Although, you know what? I could actually just try to fly to the shrine right away in order to unlock that first, because I think it looked like it was standing sort of on the hill in the background of the village. So I could do that first, and then I could glide back to the entrance and finally take a look at what the hell happened to Hateno that sprouted all those mushroom-looking ornaments? Decorations? I don't know. Kind of forgot that I can drive faster as well. That's so insane. How are we in Zelda driving an off-road vehicle that is glowing green up a mountain path? Considering how quickly the initial battery actually emptied back when I only had one, it's kind of insane to me how long you can stay on these things without your battery running out. Especially considering that this is only 3 out of 8 possible parts that you can get for the battery. But then again, you can also obviously attach... Oh, oops. Oh, there we go. You can also... What is happening to the right wheel? That doesn't look healthy. You can attach like rockets and fans and all kinds of fancy stuff to it. I could also potentially, since I now have 3 cannons, I could possibly attach those as well. I still wonder if they would just auto-shoot anything on sight.
Aye!
Aye! Yeah, we already... Oh yeah, so I can tell them that. Yeah, you found it! A spring high in the heavens was in the sky? Yeah, who would have thought, buddy? Who would have thought that the spring high in the heavens was in the sky? Brilliant mind right there. You went through the rings of light and a shrine appeared. How do I put this delicately? Way to go! That's amazing! As a kindred spirit, I'm not upset at all that you found the mountain's treasure. I'm proud. Alright, I did not expect that reaction. Alright, cool. The treasure is yours, of course. No need to split it with me.
Aye.
Well, we also kind of couldn't split that. Because you see, I'm Nasby, the treasure hunter who knows that the past is in the past. I look only to the future. That said, I think I'll stick around on this mountain a while longer. Finding one legendary treasure doesn't rule out there being more to discover. That's the spirit. Till we meet again, my kindred spirit in risking life and limb to chase legends. Alrighty. Well, did not know that you could actually tell him about that. Alright, although it does make sense, I guess. Actually, I'm wondering how exactly the suspension works on these wheels. Because I was going to say, the suspension on these things is kind of insane, how stable they can be, considering the terrain we're driving on. But it looks like they almost have some sort of... Maybe they're supposed to be magnetic or something? Right? I mean, look at how they... Well, obviously it's not proper suspension as we know it. But it's like there is a small wheel inside of the big wheel, and it somehow keeps itself aligned with it. Maybe it is some sort of magnet drive. What an insane way to build the suspension on a vehicle. Alright, let's see. Hopefully my stamina doesn't run out until I get to Ateno. I don't really think so, but we'll see, I guess. And just need to make sure that I actually fly into the correct direction. Oh, right. I completely forgot. Oh, wait. Am I close to the dragon? I'm hearing the music. Where's my wingsuit? There we go. I love this music. Where's the dragon? Oh, it's up there. Oh, that's still quite a bit higher. Huh. Wait, am I going the right way? Oh yeah, there's Ateno. Okay. Does that help? Not really. I need to aim for the purple marker. Okay. Can already see the shrine in the distance. So the wingsuit does actually give you a lot of control in terms of going left, right, front, back, but it doesn't really... It's not exactly like real wingsuits. I guess I still don't have the full set, so I don't know if it changes at some point, but you cannot really glide forwards as much, I feel like. Unless I'm maybe missing something with the control scheme, that could also be the case. Yeah. Let's do the shrine first, and then we can finally take a look at this village. It already looks really, really exciting from above, to be entirely honest. There we go. Wonder why I kept the dragon music all the time. So he's pretty high up. Okay, let's swap over our gear now that we're back in normal weather. Do the shrine. God, there's gonna be so much to discover and to do here. Considering that I still have like 15 side quests in my inventory. Yeah. Although I'm already looking forward to be able to do that. Like once I'm at a point where I've been to most parts of the map and it comes to kind of quote unquote cleaning it up, that's also going to be really, really fun. Scoop it out. But that is definitely still some ways into the future. Scoop it out. Ooh, this looks very interesting. What do we have here? Hello? We're getting some electricity interaction, it seems like. Those were the best shrines in Breath of the Wild, the ones that had electricity in them. Sadly, it was only about, I don't know, 4 or 5, I think. Scoop it out. Is that magnetic or something? Or can we attach them? Oh yeah, we can attach them. Okay. Are they gonna detach themselves if I bring the whole thing to rotate and they hit the concrete thing? They might, actually. That's a lot of balls in that ball pit. Right. Okay, so we need to connect these two somehow. Well, that's gonna be easy. Okay, that's just gonna make a turn. I don't know why they give you that much stuff. Isn't it just enough to do this, pretty much? And then just wait for it to come back around? Let's see if that works. Because that would be a very, very easy solution. As cool as this looks, honestly. But, let's see, maybe it also just gets stuck. I don't think so. Because that's the end of the shrine already, right? Where is it? Ah, there it... Ah, I was gonna say. Not exactly a fast rotation. Let's see what happens. Is it gonna detach itself? Yes, it will. Come on, you can do it! You can do it! Nope. Okay, so I guess that explains why... Oh god, almost landed on the electricity bit. Why there's so many of them down here. That's just... for fun. Oh. Oh, oops. There we go. One of them definitely has to make it into the ball pit, right? Oh yeah, there they come. There we go. Alright. Was a lot of fun, but very, very short. I wonder if they thought that maybe people weren't able to understand what the hell you're supposed to be doing. But, I don't know, isn't it kind of obvious? Feels like part of the shrine is missing. But it's really fun either way. This actually reminds me of the lottery machines. That, well, I guess they're still using them? I don't know. I never really played lottery, right? As somebody who's, well, always been, you know, I always liked math quite a bit. So I understand that obviously your, what exactly is the word for that in English? Well, your expected outcome, right, is below 1. Meaning that technically, like mathematically speaking, if you're playing the lottery, you're gonna lose, right? Or rather, the chances of losing are higher than the chances of winning on average, right? The amount of money you're getting back is less than the amount of money you're putting in, which obviously that's how lotteries work. That's how casinos work. That's the point of it, right? Of course. The idea is that you're taking a risk to potentially win. But yeah, I never played the lottery myself. That being said, especially as a kid, I was incredibly fascinated by those lottery ball machines. They kind of look somewhat similar to this. Obviously, they're transparent, right? So that you can see the lottery balls moving inside of the big drum thing. And what I always found incredibly fascinating is the way it was built was that there was a... for the balls, there was like a slide they could slide down onto. But it would only slide onto that if it turned in one specific direction. So it would turn the other way first to scramble all the balls, right? The lottery balls with the numbers on it. Then it would change direction for a bit so that, you know, a random ball essentially would be caught by the slide, and that one would then drop out and would be the drawn number. And I always found that kind of mechanism incredibly interesting as a kid. So I used to watch those lottery drawings quite a bit. There we go. I don't remember if Patino has a statue to get a heart piece. Actually, I remember that the demon statue was here before. Obviously, that's been moved to Lookout Landing now, but... or below it, either way. What a nerd, yeah. Well, it's one of those fun things that you were just exceptionally fascinated by as a kid, right? Because it would just be on TV anyways, right? It was like... I think it always happened like 5 minutes before the news, so my parents would watch the news and... well, lottery drawing was before that, so I would just see it. It's a really cool mechanism. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why I enjoy playing this game, right? Because it's sort of the same thing, except that I'm now controlling the mechanisms myself. Also, to be fair, that whole bit of randomness is interesting from an IT perspective either way, right? Because creating true randomness actually isn't as easy as you'd think it would be. So even from that perspective, it can be quite a fascinating topic. All right. Now I just need to be careful to not spoil myself on anything that's going on inside of the city and move to the proper entrance of it first. Not that I could really spoil myself on it. I want to make sure not to miss anything, so I need to be careful to approach it from the front and be sure to talk to every single person in here and make sure that I'm not missing a single thing that's going on. Okay, by the way, that was, it was our house, and I'm very unsure as to whether or not it still is. That's a Korok, though. Might as well grab that while we're on our way to check out the city. Yahaha! It is really important to get kids to be curious. Yes, I definitely agree with that. More questions kids have, and the more you show them like interesting stuff like that, that just inherently makes you interested in those kinds of topics, right? And it's a much better way to make somebody interested in math, for example, than showing them math, right? Because what am I supposed to do with this random assortment of Greek letters? Obviously, that's not going to excite many people, but if you show them something that's based on set math first, and they kind of see that and ask themselves, well, how does it work? Why does it work like that? Why do we have that? And then understand, oh, hey, we need a bunch of math in order to create it, or to, you know, create the expected outcome or whatever. That's, I feel like, well, at least in my opinion, that's a much better way to approach it. Obviously, it doesn't guarantee that everybody will be interested in math, but then again, not everybody has to be. It just, you know, it always sucks when you don't get that opportunity in the first place and potentially miss out on something that... Because I've seen that as well. I've definitely met people that were disappointed or, you know, kind of asked themselves, well, what could have happened if I had just been more curious about these things? as a kid, and then were kind of disappointed in themselves later on that they just never really had the opportunity to engage with that stuff simply because they didn't have anybody around who was interested in that themselves, right? For example, your parents maybe, don't know that much about physics, space, math, right? All those interesting topics, or biology or chemistry for that matter. And they don't really instill that curiosity in you. Can be tough from time to time. Again, doesn't mean that it needs to be there. Obviously, other people are very much also needed in society, but yeah. Hey, he's talking to me. What's going on? Why are people with brooms always the ones that are shy? So, is there anything special bringing you to Ateno Village at this hour? No, we have our veggies, Cece's fashion, and just those two things, really. Just those two things. Well, veggies, okay. So, not much point attacking our homes or anything. Oh, do I look that imposing? Okay, well, point taken. We have a huge stick with something that can emit flames on us. A pretty mighty bow, a lot of arrows, a weird sled shield that's sparking electricity, and we look like a knight with some somewhat imposing looking footwear. So, okay. Point taken. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to scare you or anything. Oh, he's actually pretty handsome now that I get to go... Okay. Calm down. Why is every single lady immediately attracted to Link? Is it the, round, cute-looking blue eyes, small little nose, broad shoulders, the somewhat short height? I don't know. Hey, I have a good idea. You should take this and not ask any questions. Alright, not gonna ask. You swept me off my feet so fast that I gave you one of my prized eggs. Okay. No more, though. Just forget what happened here today. God. Well, now I want to know. How could I ever forget you? Your heart is like a cuckoo's egg. Easily given, but easy to break. Please, find it in your heart to forget what happened today. Is she gonna say something else now? No, okay. Oh, the taste is heavenly, but it's all eaten up before you know it. Ooh, lady? What is that supposed to mean? This isn't working. I was wondering whether it was possible to romanticize eggs. But in the end, eggs are something you cook and eat for breakfast. And that's it. I should head back to work. The stores and barn are always open. Take it easy, stranger. Okay, I mean... I want to say a fitting interaction for a city entrance gate that looks like this. I don't know. Hopefully we won't be discovering that they're smoking these mushrooms and really only use them for fashion. Pumpkins on the menu, buy some at the general store. Knack. Okay. Hey! Wait, you all have those hats. Ugh, I'll be right there, laying on just a sec. No, I assure you when Mayor Reed come in to talk for a bit. Did all this fashion business bring you to town too? Before, folks came to Ateno Village for the veggies, but now they show up for the gaudy get-up Cece makes. Isn't that what you're wearing? At least on your head? So, which are you after? Kind of neither, but, let's be modest and, let's ask for his veggies. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ateno is its veggies, after all. I focus on growing pumpkins myself, but there's other fields, and a couple of farms up the hill too. And I suppose nowadays we've got those weird sculptures to gawk at too. Point is, there's plenty to check out around a village if you take the time to look. Wait, weird sculptures in the sense... The mushrooms? Or are you talking about something else? Anyway, what you see here has me trying to come up with a new kind of veggie, but I haven't had much luck so far. Okay. Still, quit so soon? It'd be a poor excuse for a farmer, wouldn't I know? Okay. Are you trying to, like, crossbreed different veggies? Does look like there's a bunch of, like, farms and stuff that aren't getting used all the time. Well, then again, that's kind of what you're supposed to be doing with a field, right? Isn't there that... Well, I don't know what it is in English. Rule of thirds? That's something else, but that's in photography. But there's like a similar rule for farming, right? That you want to... What was it? If you have like 3 fields, you want to put one, I don't know, veggie, like whatever you're growing on it, on one field, one on the next field, like a different one, and then nothing on the third one. And then you rotate them through every year, right? So that there's one field who can sort of replenish its nutrients, and the other 2 are going to have different things on it, which, you know, prevents those monocultures from potentially messing with your harvest, because that can happen. Well, at least if you're doing like natural farming, right? Age of Empires 2 taught you that? Wait, did it require you to do that? That would be interesting. Never really played Age of Empires that much. Played the Settlers and Anno. The different ones. 1405, whatever they were all called. No, wait, it was 1404, right? Yeah, it always amounted to 9. Or 1 maybe. Oh, it was a research for higher crop yield. Okay. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of what you're supposed to be doing, and something we're not really doing anymore, right? I think those monocultures are a bit of a problem nowadays, because they're all more, as all of the companies are, they're more short-term focused, so they try to increase yield. Oh, hello, Blood Moon. They kind of try to increase yield at all costs, and the idea of not using a field for a year obviously doesn't really work with the idea of capitalism, I guess. Although in theory it helps, but then again, nowadays we have all of those, what are they called? Well, the like supplements that you can put into the earth and whatnot. Yeah, it's kind of outdated. Depending though, because obviously the alternatives all come with their own sweep of potential disadvantages that you need to deal with, right?
The world is threatened once again.
So I think to a certain degree, it's still like there's still some truth to it, or rather, it's kind of a like the idea is kind of used as a jumping off point for now, you know, more advanced techniques, I guess, in farming. All right, what's this whole house? Man, these houses look so cozy, don't they? Oh, should I wait for the morning to come back? Interesting sleep sound. Yeah. Well, I don't want to know what I sound like when I sleep. Yeah, I think I'm gonna come back in the morning. It's a bit awkward. He's still farming at night. Okay, who put the... That is made out of cloth, though, right? Cloth and then some wood, apparently. I mean, they're interesting decorations. Bit of a bold choice, but... Bit too much, maybe. Mumble. Hey there. I love that they're all wearing, like, different variations as well. It's not the same head. It's just the same kind of, what's that called? Like the pattern on it. That's the word I was looking for. Love's fire burns forever. What's the matter? You can tell me. Weirdly handsome dude. Again? Everybody's hitting on Link, huh? You look like you've been places. I'm sure things are peaceful in the old village, but it's a jungle out there in the world. That's why I stick around here. Checking out the scene, making sure no strangers put the moves on Miss Ivy. Annie. I remember there being a quest in Breath of the Wild that involved, I think it was the daughter of the inn owner? Maybe? And there was like a guy standing in front of the inn, and I think he was too shy to talk to her, or I think he wanted Link to ask her whether or not she even knows that he exists. Something like that. Don't know if that was this guy, though. I want to say that the name Miss Ivy rings a bell, but it might have been completely unrelated to that particular quest. I just remember that quest being a thing. Wait, I mean, I just want to make sure no strangers come in from outside to disturb the peace. That's rough. Ivy. You forgot the miss. Always at the miss. Why are you so angry about that? You afraid somebody's going to call her Mrs.? Miss Ivy is the poster girl for the East Wind General Store. Okay. There's no problem if you want to talk to Miss Ivy. Just keep the naive, I just moved here and won't somebody show me around act to a minimum. Okay. Calm down. Not that anyone could be as young guys or fashion-esque as me. I mean, honestly, I like your hat form more than the other ones. Because it looks like a chef's hat, in a way. By the way, quick question for you, big guy. What kind of present do you think would make Miss Ivy at East Wind happy? I never talked to her. What the hell am I supposed to know? I'm not asking for me, you understand? A friend of a friend wanted advice, and I'm having a tough time with the answer. Well, why don't you ask, the mother of your cousin's second daughter to, ask your father's uncle's child to ask what she likes, and then they can get back to you? Obviously, I can't just ask her directly. Let me know if you think of something. I'm just gonna ask her directly. Manny's beloved. Mumble, mumble. Man, there's already so much going on. What are you guys doing here? All the mushroom fashion people combined? Sophie. As I've said multiple times now, I can't admit 3 customers at present. Oh, is that the mushroom clothing store? Clothing store? Yeah, I mean, from the logos it looks to be. What do you mean? We took the trouble to come here, and now you're saying we can't get in? But I wanted to see Cece's new stuff. It's not every day a mega famous fashion designer debuts new material. Yeah, everything I heard said this was some of Cece's best work. I'm so sorry, but we only have 1 entry ticket remaining. Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you very much. 1 ticket. So you're saying 1 person could go in? Hey, come on now. We can't let just one of us get a head start. Sure, I know that. It was just a joke. I mean, at the end of the day, only one of you is getting in. What are you supposed to do? I really, really love the jiggle physics on the hats. It just looks so ridiculous. Oh, well, maybe if we come back later, they'll have room for all of us. Yeah, you go. You move on. I'm sure I can handle this. Yeah, it's not like this is the only clothing place in the village. What do you say we kill some time at the dye shop? Oh, we could check out the pasture. Speaking of which, I've heard that a little ways up the road from the pasture is a laboratory specializing in ancient stuff. Since we got all doled up, we may as well hit the town and see it all. You guys do that. Thank goodness they gave up. What's with your, I mean, I'm not pretending that I always have the best posture, but, you know, you're kind of slanted there a bit, lady. Oh my, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Are you also a tourist who's come to see my sister's, I mean, the new line of Cece's products? As long as it's just you, you're free to go into the shop. Cece herself is in there right now, in fact. Oh, well, that was easy. Wait, why wouldn't you let the other three in, then? Nothing you'll see is for sale. It's only an exhibition right now. Sorry to disappoint. Oh, man, I wanted to buy some mushroom clothing so bad. How am I gonna get over that disappointment? Well, eventually I do want to have it, though. I'm pretty sure you can buy it. I don't know. That mushroom thingy at the top, it does look a tiny bit disturbing. I don't know why. It reminds me a little bit of a scarecrow. What are you doing here? Cool beard dude. Ooh, hello there. They're always happy to see a traveler in a Dano village. Are you one of those who came to see the new Cece fashion line? Not to brag, but the mind behind it is my own daughter Cece. Oh, well, hello. Well, you must be proud of your daughter's work, considering how many people know it and come here for it. If you're looking for her, you'll probably find her at the clothing shop. I mean, boutique. I think it's still the same building that housed the clothing shop last time, I think, right? I don't really remember what they stocked, though. Not sure what the difference is personally, but Cece always gets upset when I call it a clothing shop. Oh boy. Ventist Clothing Boutique. Well then. You get to see what you have. Wow. Holy shit. That looks fancy. Aren't we, missing a couple pieces here, though? Why is there only one in the middle? I love the... What would you call that? Well, whatever they put the ceiling lights on. Very fancy.
No.
Oh, another practically perfect masterpiece. It's an exemplar of the form from every angle. I mean, I have to admit, maybe not the biggest fan of that sort of greenish, bluish color. Other than that, looks pretty fancy. Definitely more, like a fancy hat than the other mushroom-looking things. I wonder if we're going to find out why the hell mushrooms? I mean, there must be a reason for it, right? This is the sort of thing on which I've built my name and reputation as the world-renowned Cece. Oh, did she just say Ara? Or something? Lady, what's going on? Oh, pardon me, are you an admirer here to meet the incomparable Cece? Huh. I must say, you don't seem to show any sort of interest in fashion. Okay, lady. I would be dead if I were to only put my trust in fashion, right? Like, you realize that I fought Phantom Ganons and weird Zone constructs and all kinds of other weird things. Yeah, welcome to Ventist Clothing, the only boutique in the world which carries the CC brand. And if you weren't aware, you stand before the very woman who changed this fusty old village into the birthplace of nouveau fashion. As proof, I present to you this. The Cece hat, the newest and most magnificent work by yours truly, Cece. She's very fond of her own name. Do you see that luxurious curve? Do you note my avant-garde something? Wouldn't you call it the pinnacle of perfection? Okay, that was quick. This piece is so special that I dare not assign a price to it. It's not for sale. I shall only part with it I'm gonna find someone truly worthy of owning it. Oh god. Okay, do we have to successfully complete some sort of fashion challenge in order to get it? Only the most impressive fashionista in Hyrule's trendiest village is worthy of such a crown. What was that sound? Who the hell are you? Reed. Oh, wait, isn't he the other guy who was talking about him, right? Didn't he say Mayor Reed? What's all this about Hyrule's trendiest village? I don't remember approving any new slogans for Ateneo. What? Oh, look who's here. What can I do for you, oh esteemed Mayor Reed? I'm really sorry. I tried to stop him from coming in like you asked, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. What the hell is going on here? Cece, you've got to quit littering the village with your weird art pieces. Oh boy, okay. Definitely not a mushroom fan, it seems like. Maybe you don't realize, but plants need their sleep too. Oh. Oh wait, is there a problem because she puts, like, lanterns inside of those things and it's not getting properly dark anymore and the plants that are growing on the fields have problems? Those eyesores are so bright at night and that they're keeping the veggies awake. It's a real problem for the crops. Oh god. So you're telling me that we've entered the veggie versus fashion war of Hyrule? Oh boy, whatever are we gonna do? Atena's foundation is its produce. What are we going to do if it fails? No, dear. There's no need to get so worked up. I think some of the people here actually like her art, you know? I mean, if a lot of people would dislike it, I don't think they would still all be standing around everywhere, right? Hopefully. Wouldn't it be better to hear her out? Don't fall for her line of twaddle. She's got everyone in Ateno wrapped around her finger already. My duty is to look after the village, and that's what I mean to do. Looking after the village, you say? Who do you suppose you have to thank for Ateno's rejuvenation? I mean, okay. Let's not pretend like the village was some, you know, backwater, I don't know, small town, whatever the hell. This still was Hyrule's biggest town as far as I was aware of in Breath of the Wild, so it's not like it needed much rejuvenation, I don't think. Well, there we go. Maybe I agree with the mayor a bit more here. Maybe I'm just not that much of a fan of mushroom fashion, I don't know. It didn't need rejuvenating. Ateno Village is a peaceful place where folks live quiet lives, and that's the way they like it. Do they? Then let us leave the matter to the people to decide. My avant-garde approach versus this mayor's quaint, bygone ways. The citizens will decide which outlook will drive the future of the village. By holding a mayoral election. Oh god. So we've entered politics. Great. You're calling for a mayoral election? Sure. Suits me. I'll win that pretty easy. Sophie, I delegate management of the mayoral election to you. What? I don't know if that's a wise decision, but alright. Come on, Clavia. I don't feel like sticking around here any longer. It's time we headed back home. Oh boy. Well then. That was certainly an introduction to this village. I don't know. I don't want to draw any you know, premature conclusions here, but I get the feeling that Sophie isn't necessarily treated super well. I don't think that she's treated badly at all. It's just I feel like Cece is one of those people that is probably very, very very particular about what she wants and can possibly also be very can get very uncomfortable once she doesn't get that. So I don't know. Sophie here seems a bit in kind of a tough position, I think. I do love this place though. I like that they put a lot of unique detail in a lot of these homes, right? That's not something, sadly, that you see in every game, but they definitely made sure that all the, you know, items and everything you see really, really fits the type of person that's living in any given house. And also, you know, considering their occupation. Oh, you again. Yeah, I'm still here. I've got a long to-do list in preparation for the mayoral election, and the sooner I get started, the better. The answer should go without saying, but you are, of course. Well, to be entirely honest, I'm undecided, because I have just met both of them. No idea what the people are saying to this. No idea what's going on. I'm undecided. Oh. You haven't yet thrown in your lot with either candidate, then? Welcome to Team CC. Wait, hold on a second. Do you know what undecided means? That settles that, I trust. It's plain for all to see that I'm a shoo-in for the next mayor. Or so one would think. Yet there are stragglers in this village still supporting Reet. They need a mental makeover. Okay, that sounds kind of wrong there, lady. What, are you gonna use muddle shrooms? What are they called again? The ones that I use to confuse enemies? And so, I have a fabulous plan to give out mushrooms to Reed supporters. Don't tell me that is actually true. Don't tell me that she gives out some weird mushrooms that actually brainwash people. I do hope, lady, that you're only talking about, you know, marketing material here. Mushrooms are synonymous with the CC brand. Fungal fashion is the CC way. The mushrooms I give them will paint them inside and out with fresh, vibrant CC brand colors. Yeah, that inside out bit. Once again, you're kind of disturbing me here a little bit. Although, Sophie and I must mind the shop. Where will we find someone we can trust to carry out this vital task? I have to go. Is what I would like to say. Wait, I'm supposed to watch over the shop? Really? Oh well. There's the magic words I was waiting for. You're a lifesaver. Now then, you'll be needing these. Okay. Well, hopefully I can still take on Reed's quest. I wonder if you can influence this. These mushrooms are for the village's Reed supporters. It's easy to recognize them by how unstylish they are. Oh, the supporters. I was going to say the mushrooms. My supporters are all expert fashionistas dressed to the nines in CC. This should go without saying, but don't give one to anyone in Reed's family. There's also no need to give them to children, travelers, or any temporary residents like the Sheikah researchers. Temporary? Haven't they been here longer than you? Well, I guess they're traveling all the time, right? So, That leaves us with, unless I miss my guess, a total of 8 Reed supporters. Your mission is simple. Give a single Hylian shroom to each of those 8 misguided voters. Well, off you go. Oh god. Team CC or Team Reed. Yeah, hopefully we can still talk to him. Wait, I don't want to eat them. Imagine just munching on the mushrooms in front of her. CC asked you to give Reed voters some mushrooms to open their eyes to new ways of thinking. According to her, Reed voters are identifiable by their unfashionable clothing. Travelers, kids, the candidates' families, and temporary residents like Sheikah researchers don't get mushrooms. That leaves 8 villagers not dressed in CC brand clothes. You know what? I'm not even against rejuvenating the village or whatever she called it, but I don't like that this all kind of comes back to her store. right? And her making money off of this, so... I feel like, isn't that sort of a conflict of interest to have a shop in the same village you're mayor of? I don't know. I feel like those are some old clothing pieces, though. Although the one in the back looks pretty cool. Fashionable personnel only. So can I just enter it if... Oh, she goes out. Does she still have a quest too? She settled with me she settled me with so much work when she put me in charge of the mayoral election. Sir, I feel like I should apologize for dragging you into this mess I found myself in. But since we are both involved now, could you give me a little advice? Sure! I should have expected that. The thing I need your advice on is my sister. It's about Cece. Wait, oh! Didn't pick up on that earlier. Wait, she said that, right? Yeah, she, almost called her sister and then corrected herself to saying Cece. Makes me wonder if she holds some sort of grudge against her, right? I don't know, seeing your sister be so successful the entire time and having to work for her as well and do a lot of work at that. I don't know. Lately, she's been sneaking off alone in the middle of the night. Oh, has she now? I don't think it's anything sinister, but the election is soon and I don't want any last-minute surprises to hurt her chances. So, I'd like you to tail my sister, find out where she's going and what she's up to, and get back to me. I've tried following her myself, but she spotted me right away. I really got an earful about it too. If you succeed at finding out what she's doing, I can reward you, of course. You're the only one I can ask for help. I don't want any of the villagers finding out until I know what's going on. Help me out, please. Okay. Well, I'm in on this. This is honestly a very interesting start to our adventures into Hateno. An election going on, but both candidates possibly with some secrets. And voters to convince of voting for one or the other. Very, very interesting start. It seems that Cece sneaks out of her house somewhere every night. Sophie has asked you to tail Cece. It sounds like she's alert to her surroundings while she's moving, so it'll be important to stay out of sight. Well, I feel like I could utilize the Sheikah set for that, possibly. Hey. Oh! Well, that's Ivy. Oh, she's cute. I can see why Manny fancies her. Another long day drawing in customers. I hope Manny doesn't show up today. Oh, God. Alright. That guy's always glaring at me. I don't even know why. Really? Are you just oblivious or do you really not like him? Oh, are you a tourist? I haven't started my spiel for customers yet. She got a boyfriend? Well, not really. I mean, apparently she's not really aware of what he wants. What do you like? Oh, oops. That was the question I was going to... Oh, okay. I'm not sure. What kind of a question is that? But he's still looking at me, so I should say something. Maybe frogs. Sure, why not? I like frogs. Is that a real answer, lady? Oh, God. So if I tell Manny now that she likes frogs, she's gonna immediately know who told them that. If I had 100 hot-footed frogs, I would be incredibly happy. Wait, aren't the hot-footed ones the ones that are worth quite a bit? Oops, I couldn't think of anything, so I just told him what my dad likes instead. Oh, God. Alright, Manny, time for a new target. I think, you can give a gift to her dad. Turns out that what Ivy wants the most in life is 100 hot-footed frogs. You should break the news to Manny. Should I, though? Do I want to do that to the poor guy?
Yeah.
Can we clarify that, please? Welcome to Hateno Village. Here for some sightseeing. The Eastwind General Store is open for business. If you're here for Ateno Village's famous fresh produce, you're in the right place. Or if you like the super cute CC hat. You can hit the store across the way, Ventus Clothing. They're featuring a new line of hats right now, do they? Because they didn't a moment ago. Thanks to Cece, this village is the place to be. She's drawing in so many tourists that our sales are going up too. Cece's putting our village on the map. Alright, let's try that again. What do you like? Could this be what that other guy calls putting the moves on me? Right. Link with his, like, 100 girls that like him. Well, if that is what's going on, maybe he'll cut it out if I answer him again. Okay, so she's just gonna repeat what she said. God. That's gonna go horribly wrong. Poor Manny. Now I feel for the guy. Hello. That's a cute little garden shack. Huh. Bunch of fresh milk stored in here. Nice. I like the design of their houses a lot. So much to look at. Okay, what do you guys have? Oh, yeah. Oh, he looks stern. Some milk, eggs, tomatoes, wheat. Hi, who are you?
Hi.
Hi, this is your first time here, and welcome to Ateno Village, otherwise known as Fashion Central. I have places to be, but if you intend on rambling around the village, be sure to get a look at the sculptures. This is the only place in the world where you can see CC brand fine art. They're hard to miss, honestly. Are those normal mushrooms? Ah, that's a cool mushroom rice thingies that the sign guy is always handing out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're Hylian shrooms, right? So it's just salt, mushrooms, and wheat. Okay, let's see. I still have 8 butter, that should be enough, 46 mushrooms. Pumpkins, well, to be fair, I haven't really used the defensive effect on those. Milk. Let's buy some milk.
Oh.
Little Eastwind General Store carries all of Hateno Village's local specialities. Ever since Cece set up shop in the place across the way, Hateno has made a name for itself with brash fashion. I actually don't remember who owned the shop before her. Or maybe it was her, and she just started a clothing brand now? Before that, though, this was a farming community from Mayback. We're a self-sufficient little burg. We eat what we harvest and sell the rest. I'll tell you what, you haven't lived until you've tried a bottle of fresh milk straight from Ateno pasture. Head on up to the pasture when you get a minute. You'll be glad you did. I'm gonna do that. That actually sounds really tasty. That wraps up the sales pitch I figure. Sorry for the song and dance, but I got a business to run. Anywho, you were saying something I could do for you? How many do you need? Yeah, I'm gonna take all of them. Yes. Oh, if you need more, we'll restock soon. A veggie out in the field, aren't for sale. If you're in the market for produce, come see us. Alright. Will do. Don't need the swift carrots, but the rice I want to have. Yes. I'd call that a win-win deal, friend. Okay. Do I want to sell? Just a little bit, because I, do this. Cece made it. Oh, wait, what? You set up shop in the place across the way. She left a long while back to practice her craft, but she's perfected it and came back as a famous fashion designer. Now, CC Fever is sweeping the village. You can't throw a rock without hitting someone wearing this hat. Oh, I asked him about the hat. I just wanted to sell, buddy, but sorry. I don't know the first thing about fashion myself. My wife, Amira, cares much more about that stuff. Yeah. Understandable. Anything else? Here to sell. That's what I wanted to ask. 518. I just want to be, you know, comfortable above 500 because I feel like at some point I'm going to need the 500 for the Great Fairies. Let's just sell a couple of these. Yeah, that should be fine. No, nothing else for now. Okay. Oh, hi. Where are you going? Ha, sorry. But I get in trouble if I'm late. If you need something, can you ask a grown-up? Okay. Sorry, kid. Where the hell are you running off to? Oh, I love the little, like, pictures on the staircase. So many cute things to look at. Okay. At least the general store is pretty much simply like it was before. Okay, then, I guess the whole quest with Manny is a different one than the one before. I just remembered that there definitely was another one that was somewhat similar to his quest. With desperately wanting to find out what a girl liked.
Oh.
Did you still need some? Oh, wait, you're the one sweeping in, yeah. My son, Tibu, is doing a great job filling in as village gatekeeper while my husband is off at Lookout Landing. I'm using my break now to look after my cuckoos at home. Wait, who's your husband? We probably met him. But I'm sure my son would be happy to show you around town if you ask him. Did you still need something? Oh. We can give her a mushroom. Let's not, though, for the time being. Oh, well then. I have work to do, so I'll be on my way. I definitely want to talk to the previous... Oh, that looks so awesome. I want to talk to the previous mayor first, or the current one. I mean, before deciding on whether or not I want to help Cece or him. Okay. Well. Let's see. Oh, hey. Yeah, Leop. They've been putting these strange decorations all over the village. Sorry about that. Are you a visitor here? Tourist? You're in Hateno, a village known for living off the land. For as long as anyone can remember, we've tilled the soil and let nature be our guide in life. Now, though, everything's getting so glitzy, some folks try to drum up more tourism business. Mind you, we were all happy to see Cece return to the village after she'd been away for so long. I guess she just simply wasn't here then. In Breath of the Wilds. Some folks, like my daughter Prima, started wearing that flashy Cece branch stuff right away in celebration. But it's a tad over the top for me and my son-in-law Wharton. We prefer the simple life, the way we've always lived it. But I don't mean to talk your ear off. By all means, go on and have yourself a peaceful stay here. Is there something you need from me, Mr. Traveler? Nah. No, eh? Funny. Could have sworn. Yeah, nothing about mushrooms. Forget it. Let's see, anything up here? I'm really curious to find out what the hell happened to our house. Rusty Halberd. Where was the statue previously? Wasn't that down here somewhere? I think so. Yeah. I wonder who moved it below Lookout Landing. I don't think it told us that. Oh, there's a well here too. Man, so many things. There's like a billion things to look at in this town. Not that I expected any less. Dream of owning your own home. Come down to Tarrytown in Akala. We'll bid it for you just the way you saw it in your dreams. Hudson Construction. Okay. Yeah, these were the model homes previously that they showed. So in the previous game, Tarrytown wasn't a town yet, and you had to build it yourself, more or less. Or rather, you had to help the guy from Hudson Construction build it. It's such a cool... I love the dragons. Feels like they are around way more. Or maybe it's just the pathways they take through the sky are closer to where you typically are. I don't know, something like that. Anybody living here now? Or are they still just model homes? Aw, those are some cute pictures. A farmer? Well, somebody has to be living here then, right? I love this idea of how they're just stapled together containers. I mean, they're still really, really good in terms of how they're constructed, right? Honestly, not the worst idea, right? Why do container houses need to be made out of... Well, typically they're made of old shipping containers to kind of, I guess, reuse them. But doing a similar thing out of wooden container-looking things, why not? No pictures in here, though. Maybe they're also the pictures of the kids from the workers who built these. Doesn't necessarily mean that anybody's living in here. Wasn't there a person standing next to this bridge when I flew down here from the shrine? Maybe they're not always here? Well, I do see another Korok body, though. Okay. Well, as I said, this was, or still is, hopefully, question mark, Link's house. Do we get our own little stable? Apparently we have a well that you can enter. Zelda's secret well? What the hell does that mean? God damn it, now I need to check on it. Oh, you also have a cute little shack. I just want to live here. It's such a cozy place. I mean, technically I do since I'm Link, but you get what I mean. No. Where's your friend, buddy? Well, I guess if there's a Korok up there, then yeah, a Korok up here. I don't think that I've found a Korok up on a tree so far. I wonder if they still exist. Aw, where's your friend, buddy? That's pretty high up. Yeah. Well, I guess there's a path leading up there. Let me grab you real quick. I could just walk up. The problem is, I think with auto build, I'd actually be able to... Oh, never mind. There we go. Wait, it saved the Korok being on the vehicle? Okay, that's actually pretty cute. Wait, why is it not putting that stuff? Shouldn't it? Yeah, put it in there. Oh god. Yeah, this is actually more finicky than I thought. There we go. I don't want to accidentally drop it on the Korok, though. Thankfully, those wheels have quite a good braking system. Right. Problem is, I am missing a control unit. So unfortunately, I don't think this is going to help me much. Unless there is one somewhere here. Ah, there we go. Nope. This thing was hiding in the corner. Where's the fronts? Here. Don't worry, little buddy. Gonna be at your friends right away. There we go. Come here. Boop. There you go. Please fasten your seatbelts. We're starting our journey to the Korok friend. I wonder if we'll eventually be able to attach a garage to our house, because now with our ability to actually build vehicles, I feel like that might not be the worst idea. That would be awesome. Imagine if you could store cars, like GTA style, in your house as Link in Zelda. That would be insane. But I guess we can technically store cars, or rather the information on how to build them, in our right hand. So, hey there. Come here, buddy. Don't worry. It's gonna be fine. Oh, God. Please don't fall. I'm always afraid that they're just gonna roll down the hill. So that has definitely already happened. There you go. There's your friend. Thanks for bringing my friend. There you go. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Alright. Helped both of these guys. Where's my car? Ah, well. Let's just leave it up here. Okay, before I check on Zelda's secret well, I do want to see what the hell is going on with the house itself. I honestly expected somebody to be here to sort of tell us about what potentially happened to it. Oh, somebody is here. It still looks really, really cozy. There's a bunch of pictures all over the walls. Zelda's golden horse. Hello there. Who are you?
Huh?
Clavia? Oh, you're the customer I saw at Ventus Clothing, aren't you? Oh, wait. Don't tell me the mayor's now living in my house. What's going on here? You know, from when they were talking about whether to go through with the mayoral election or not. It's become something of a hassle. They're both so stubborn. I wish they'd clear the air between them and end this silly squirrel once and for all. Yeah, I don't care. What the hell are you doing in my house? That's a moot point now. I have something else on my mind. I do too. It's my house. What are you doing here? I have to take care of this before the mayoral election starts. Can we ask her about our house? What's on your mind?
Ma.
Oh, you don't mind lending me an ear? Does she even know who Link is? I won't mince words. It's about my husband, Reed. That man of mine, he shuts himself up in our shed every night. I don't have the faintest what he's up to. When I ask, he just says, it's a secret. I can't get another peep out of him. Okay, so they both have secrets. Interesting. Classic. Your ownership rights only extended to Breath of the Wild. Yeah. I wonder what happened here. I mean, honestly, it might have been that since Link and Zelda were traveling so much, they just decided to, I don't know, give the house to the next mayor. But I'm just wondering why nobody comments on this. I hate the idea of snooping on him. Plus, I think he'd catch me headed right away. But I get so worried when I think about whether whatever he's doing will affect his chances in the election. I was fit to burst if I couldn't find someone to talk to about this. Good thing you came along. I'd like you to enter our shed at midday when my husband is around and see if you can figure out what he's doing. Isn't the shed the thing that I just stood in on the back of the house? Or is it something else? I'll pay you for your troubles, of course. The only problem I can see is that it keeps the place locked up tight. You'd never fit in through a window, but maybe you could dig a hole or something. Well, you'll figure it out. Oh. So we need to ascend into it. Okay. Reed's secret. CC's secret and Reed's secret. Every evening, Reed shuts himself up in the shed at his house. His wife, Clavia, is getting suspicious of his behavior. She's asked you to go into the shed in the middle of the day while Reed isn't here. There. And look around. The shed is normally locked and can't be entered through the door. Why is this saying his house? What did you have to do to get it? Honestly, I don't entirely remember. I think there was an initial quest attached to it, something with Hudson Construction, and then it was mostly about just paying for it. I think it was something about the initial house was empty, and I think nobody wanted to have it for some reason. So you kind of got it almost for free. But I feel like I'm missing something there. There was something else that had happened, why the house was empty. I do remember, though, that you had to pay quite a bit to get furniture in here. And where the pictures are now, you were able to put up your weapons and whatnot. But this is Zelda's horse, so... It might have been that Zelda just gifted the house to them. I don't know. Maybe they know each other. Hey, that's the dude from the stable we were at. It's one of those mushroom tree thingies in the background. That's close to Rito Village. That's pretty cool. I love how these are so recognizable. Who are these guys? I want to say I know them too. Aren't they... Are those the two traveler dudes we've seen sometimes? Ah, there is some sort of diary or journal here. For some reason we could just sleep in this bed? Really? Okay. Wait, what? Zelda's journal? Why is... Yeah, maybe she really did just allow them to live here while we were away? Or is she just cleaning the place? After the calamity, I asked myself how to rebuild and set out across Hyrule in search for an answer. I saw collapsed buildings, lost cities. The damage was far worse than I had imagined. But as I watched the people and heard their stories, I was convinced all was not lost. The people's spirits were not broken. They and their strong wills are Hyrule's greatest treasure. They are the ones who will rebuild, and my contribution to their efforts will be to protect them while they do so. As part of Hyrule's reconstruction, we've built a school in Ateno Village. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. It's the largest Hylian village with its sprawling, bountiful land. There are so many children living here that it seemed the ideal place to found a school. Zelda really has, you know, like she has, she's got the right idea. I'm at the house, yeah, I just entered. I was somehow taken aback by seeing somebody else here, but let's see what's happened. I've recruited Simon from the Research Institute to teach there. Oh, cool! Simon was the was Pura's research assistant, right? Previously. Yeah, he was Pura's assistant for years, which makes him well equipped to deal with the needs of quirky children. Why? Because Pura made herself 6 years old? Really? That's your reasoning for it? I mean, okay, fair enough. I guess if you can watch over the shrunken down Pura, you'll be able to watch over any child, right? I'll be overseeing the school for a while myself to keep an eye on the students. I commissioned Bolson, who taught us trade to Hudson of Hudson Construction, to construct the school for us. He seemed deeply moved by the request. This will be his final job in Ateno Village before he sets off on a journey. Oh, wait, where'd he go? It's not the sign guy though, right? No. I had him add a secret room to my house. One that won't appear on the plans. It's dim, but humidity and temperature controlled. So it's very comfortable. Are you talking about this house? Is that the well? It's proven very useful when I'm working alone and need to concentrate. Work on the school has been moving along smoothly, but a major problem recently reared its head. We don't have enough teachers. Simon is interviewing people, but he hasn't found a good fit yet. I'd like to hire someone intelligent, educated, and capable of earning the children's trust. Well, that's, you know, doesn't exactly sound like an easy task, honestly. Nurturing our children is an extension of our duty to this land. We shape our future by the way we shape their path. I hope to see sterling members of our community come to this village and take up that mantle as their teacher. I wonder if Zelda is a fan of the fashion that is going on here. And all of the mushrooms that have been put up. Okay. So... I want to say that it's still their house. It might just be that the mayor's wife is kind of watching over it or something. What are you doing here? Zelda. Miss Zelda still isn't back. Is it because she's disappointed in me? No. What? Oh, do you have business at Miss Zelda's house too, mister? Yeah, Yeah, kinda. Do you know me? You know she's not back home yet, right? Right around the time of the upheaval, Miss Zelda just stopped coming home. She always used to say, see you later, whenever she left the village, but not that time. Aw. She's gonna be back, don't worry. We'll get her back. I wonder if she's shown herself in her whatever weird ghost form she's currently taking here in Hateno. I guess not, because otherwise it would probably be a rumor in the town. Maybe? I mean, I'm sure the kids would know, right? Wait, this cannot be the shed. Yeah, well, I guess they still have another house, maybe? Ooh, it really is a secret room. Not just a well. It doubles as a well, too. That's nice. Heh. There we go. We have one of the 100 frogs we need to get. I love those books up top. They got really pretty colors. Some old pictures. Those are going to be difficult to zoom in on now. Yeah. That's not exactly enough resolution to discern what the hell is going on there. But these pictures are really cute. They must have been drawn by the kids at the school, right? Huh. I wonder if Zelda also put up the other pictures that we saw, the children's drawings, in one of the model homes. Probably, right? Oh, that must be the school building. It's got the same sort of building style as the model homes, those wooden container things. Oh, that's really cute. I can definitely see Zelda in that role of sort of the leader, but also very approachable. Alright, so this is a continuation on a diary. Hopefully we're getting some insight into what they were doing. Maybe how they got wind of the gloom? Though the calamity is over, its scars remain. A mountain of problems stands before us even as we begin to rebuild. No matter where I go to offer aid, Link remains at my side. A kindness that has taken a visible toll on his clothing. What? Okay. That's why I've put an order in for a new and improved champion's tunic just for him. Oh, I guess that was what we were wearing at the start of the game. Wait, isn't that ruined now? Didn't Rauru had to cut that up in order to replace our arm? I just can't wait to see the look on his face when I surprise him with it. Aw. I'll hide it in the throne room so he won't find it until after our investigation. Okay. I thought I... Didn't I go in there? Is it... Where is it? Ah, okay. Even he would never expect that the torches are the key. Well, I would have never guessed that that would be the reason for me to get back to the castle. Oh boy. Ha! So cool. I had been to the castle already. I even went to the throne room because I wanted to see what the hell is going on there in the floating castle. There wasn't much, honestly, but alright. I wonder what that's going to be. Like, is it going to be really, really strong? Is it... New champion's tunic. That is awesome that it registers as a quest too. According to Princess Zelda's diary, a new and improved champion's tunic is hidden in the throne room of Hyrule Castle. She wrote that the torches are the key, but what does that mean? We'll probably light them, I'd imagine. Okay. Well, while that is a very cool piece of information, not exactly what I expected or wanted. What's this then? well-worn hairband. An old, worn, simple hairband. Its color has long faded, but it still has some life left in it. Wearing it in your hair makes you sentimental about times past. Wait, did she keep one of Ling's one? That looks cute. So Zelda kept it, huh? Huh. Let's actually keep it on for a bit. At least while we're in Hateno, I don't think we'll have to fight much, so... let's keep it on. I wonder if this is all that you can find here. I mean, obviously it's all that you can find here in this particular room, but... Well. This has been awesome. I need to get to an end here, though. Unfortunately, I do still want to do some stuff. So... And there's going to be a raid this evening as well. Although, maybe a bit shorter. Fortunately, we're missing a tank, so let's see how that goes. But yeah, I think I'm going to keep it at that for today. And I think I'm going to return to Zelda on Thursday. And then we're going to be looking into more of what's going on in Hateno. And I cannot wait to find out what the hell is going on here between Cece and Reed. They both seem to have interesting secrets. And I wonder if we can actually influence the election, which would be cool. Wonder what that means. I also wonder, I guess it's still our house then, I'd imagine, right? I feel like she maybe just cleaned it up as a courtesy to Zelda, potentially. So I like that. Very much in line with Hateno that we would only find information on fashion down here, though, so... But I guess it is what it is. That being said, we still have more than enough left to discover here. Even besides the election, I have barely talked to people. And obviously we still have the research lab at the very end. So not only are we going to get some upgrades for our Purapad, but maybe there's going to be more newfound information on other things too when we're talking to Robbie. So yeah, still a lot of stuff left to look forward to. And I think it will probably take me quite some time to take a look at this village, talk to everybody, and really figure out what the hell is going on, what kinds of problems people have, how we can solve them, and what the hell this election is going to be about. So yeah. A lot of stuff still left to do. But also some stuff for me to do now. So as always, I wish you a wonderful rest of your day, morning, or evening, wherever you are. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. It's been a pleasure as always. And we're going to be returning to Tears of the Kingdom on Thursday for a hopefully bigger look at Hateno, the village, its people, their problems, solution to those problems, and an election campaign that is already starting out to be very, very promising and potentially very funny / interesting to follow along with. So I'm already looking forward to that. But with that being said, take care, and maybe I'll see you on Thursday for some more Tears of the Kingdom, or this evening for a little bit more Final Fantasy rating. Till then, bye-bye!